네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 이른 오전서부터 많은 분들이 또 기대와 포부 속에서 이 자리를 채워주셨는데요. 본격적으로 가우디 월드 컨그레스 서울 2023 오늘 유명한 또 저명한 전 세계적으로 각광받고 있는 스피커 여러분들의 또 담소, 담화 그리고 연설 등을 통해서 또 많은 인사이트를 얻는 귀한 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 참고로 지금 영어와 또 한국어, 스페인어까지 세계 국어로 또 여러분들께 유익을 전해드리고자 원활한 진행을 위해서 동시 통역으로 진행되어지고 있습니다. For your convenience, you will be provided for 3 languages for translation. So the first channel will be Korean, second channel will be English, and the third is going to be Spanish. So you can use it freely if you need it. Let me introduce myself. 오늘 본격적으로 제 소개를 하면요. 어제 오프닝 세레모니에 이어서 영광스럽게도 이 자리에 여러분과 함께 하게 된 아나운서 이은혜라고 합니다. 여러분 반갑습니다. 네, 먼저 잠깐 소개 말씀을 드리자면요. 아시다시피 이곳은 아무나 입장할 수가 없는 또 이 자리를 잡기도 굉장히 힘든 장소입니다. 그럼에도 이 주최 측에서 가우디 월드 컨그레스 서울 2023 특별히 이곳을 또 미리 리저브 하셔서 많은 분들 지금 실시간 오고 싶어도 어제처럼 수백 명 또 많은 분들이 함께 하실 수가 없었음에도 불구하고 지금 실시간 스트리밍을 통해서 또 생방송으로 각 기업과 대학교 또 아키텍에 대해서 꿈과 희망을 가지고 있는 많은 분들이 지금 시청하고 계십니다. 그래서 전 세계적으로 많은 분들 또 유익하게 시청하고 계시니까요. 이 시간 여기 계신 분들 정말 저와 함께 영광스러운 자리에 큰 기쁨을 누리셔도 좋을 것 같다라는 생각을 다시 한번 전해 올립니다. 자, 첫 번째 순서로는요, Fireside Chat. 이 노변 담화라고 해서 정말 따뜻한 난로가에서 오늘 정말 추우셨죠, 여러분. 바람이 너무나도 많이 부는 서울의 한 겨울을 지금 맛보고 계실 텐데요. 이 따뜻한 난로가에서 정말 주제가 되는 많은 무수한 이야기들 가운데 오늘 마음을 또 감동시키고 또 인사이트를 줄 수 있는 여러 가지의 그 주제를 대담으로 해서 이 실력가 있는 분들이 여러분들에게 또 다른 생각과 사고의 지평을 넓혀 주시라고 생각합니다. 오늘 담소의 첫 번째 주제로는요, Future of Design, Craftsman of the Future이라는 그 주제로 함께 하게 됩니다. 정말 이 공인 여러분, 이 장인 정신을 가지고 처음에 어떻게 이런 것들이 시작이 되었는지, 또 현재와 그 과거 사이에서 어떤 생각들을 반영해 나가면서 그것이 실질적으로 우리의 삶에 어떠한 영향을 줄지에 대해서 정말 많은 생각들을 가지고 계실 수 있겠는데요. 급변하는 이 현 사회 속에서 말이죠. 오늘 그 생각들의 지평을 넓혀주실 분들입니다. 먼저 스피커 두 분을 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 시네모타 고메즈 아세보, 스페인 왕실 가문의 귀족이자 유럽의 문화예술 분야 전문가로 정평이 나 있는 분입니다. 자, 소개를 하면 바로 무대 위로 좀 모실까요? 자, 스페인 전 국왕 호안 카를로스 1세의 조카이자 국왕 펠리페 6세 사촌인 스페인 왕실 가문의 귀족으로서 이 소토비 예술학교 출신이고요. 까르띠에 무려 25년간 홍보 마케팅 전담하면서 그 실력을 인정받으신 바 있습니다. 오늘 시모네타 고메즈 아세보 Fireside Chat의 주인공 첫 번째 대담자로 무대 위로 모셔보겠습니다. 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. Thank you. 자, 우리 두 번째는요. 아이반 카세보. 스페인 출신 국제 예술가로서 가우디 대전, he's already up. Thank you. 가우디 재단 크리에이터 디렉터로 또 많은 분들의 사랑을 받고 있는데요. 스페인 출신의 존경받으시는 국제 예술가이자 이 마이크로 리얼리즘을 표방하는 타투 아티스트 벌써 보여지시죠? 그리고 여러 가지의 그 예술 박람회 등에 다수 출전하면서 큰 활약상을 보여주고 계십니다. 그리고 오늘 사회자로서 또 함께 수고해 주실 분이신데요. 소피아 엠브렉처크. Yeah, she's going to be the moderator. Yeah, thank you. 자, 큰 박수로 다시 한번 환영해 주시기를 바랍니다. 지금부터 I will switch gear to
Hola, buenos días. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming today. We will have our first fireside chat with our esteemed guests. podéis empezar. Yo creo que empezamos por Iván, que presenta el proyecto, y luego pasamos con Simoneta.
Si pueden poner la PowerPoint. Bueno, vengo a presentar un artoy que he hecho para la Fundación Gaudi Knowledge. Yo soy tatuador de profesión, pero artista por vocación. Y lo que quería es salirme un poquito de lo que es solamente tatuar. Entonces he estado probando con pintura al óleo y demás técnicas. Y ahora estoy involucrado en la creación de artoys, desde el diseño, modelaje 3D y pintura a mano, para enfocarme más en la artesanía y el trabajo desde el principio hasta el final. Este que veis aquí es Joibo, mi primer artoy, que ha sido en colaboración con la Fundación Gaudí. Está inspirado en los 4 edificios o arquitecturas más importantes de Gaudí, que podemos ver en la siguiente diapositiva. Está representando la Casa Batlló, la Pedrera, Sagrada Familia y el Parkway. En las siguientes diapositivas os enseño cómo he incorporado cada una de las partes, empezando por la Pedrera, que tiene las chimeneas que representan un soldado, lo escogí para hacer la cabeza. Después las piernas son la Sagrada Familia, las torres, y los talones son la entrada de la Sagrada Familia. Después, para las punteras de los zapatos, me enfoqué en las vidrieras, con el color rojo y el color azul. En los talones, como lengüeta, tenemos una parte de la barrera que hay en el Parkway. Y para los dedos, la parte que hay en la fuente del lagarto. Después, en la espalda, me quise meter la cruz de este edificio tan simbólico del Parkway. Y para el cuerpo me enfoqué en la Casa Batlló, en las vidrieras, dándole una forma bastante así como de un soldado. Al igual que los brazos también están inspirados en la visión lateral de las ventanas. Para la espalda me gustó darle este efecto de escamas de dragón que tiene el tejado de la Casa Batlló con los colores tan representativos. Y en el último podemos ver una visión de todo el 360 grados. Si le das al play, ahí está. Y podréis verlo todos ahí, está al final, con la impresión y pintado a mano, lo podréis visitar y ver de cerca. ¿Vale? Gracias.
Me parece muy impresionante, Iván, la verdad. Bueno, yo vengo de un mundo completamente diferente, no soy nada artista ni artesana, ni nada. Yo me he dedicado toda mi vida a la comunicación y bueno, hace 5 años decidí pegar un cambio en mi vida y dedicarme al mundo de la artesanía con la Fundación Michelangelo, que está basada en Ginebra. Y bueno, es una fundación que se dedica principalmente a la artesanía y a la innovación y a la creatividad. Tenemos 3 programas básicos, que es la guía Homo Faber, que es una guía de artesanos en el mundo entero, donde se puede buscar por artesano o por país o por especialidad. Luego tenemos un programa de fellowship que es muy importante, sobre todo porque creemos muchísimo en la educación y que para poder ser un gran artesano, pues no solo necesitas saber de tu medio, ¿no? Sino ya ser como una microempresa, ¿no? Entonces intentamos que tengan una visión completa de, pues, enseñarles un poco de comunicación, un poco de economía, de cómo llevar su propia empresa, y luego un fellowship con un maestro artesano durante 6 meses. O sea, este es un programa que acabamos de empezar en Lisboa con la Fundación Joana de Vasconcelos y que está teniendo un éxito enorme. O sea, que vamos a intentar que esto progrese. Es una fundación muy joven, estamos solo desde 2016, y el año que viene hacemos la tercera exposición grande que se llama Homo Faber, que pasa en Venecia, a la cual estáis todos invitados. El que quiera venir, por favor, que me contacte. Es una gran exposición, 15 exposiciones de artesanía de excelencia mundial, y se va a desarrollar en Venecia del 1 de septiembre al 5 de octubre del año que viene. También trabajo en Madrid con una fundación que se llama Contemporánea de Artes y Oficios, en la que abarcamos proyectos más pequeños y más fáciles de llevar a cabo, ¿no?, que con la Fundación Michelangelo. Acabamos de hacer una exposición en Sevilla que se ha llamado Maestros del Futuro, que yo creo que por eso era un poco la conexión con la Fundación Gaudi Knowledge. Y bueno, ha sido la verdad que un éxito. Era una exposición sobre unos artesanos internacionales y otros basados en Sevilla, y la verdad que he de decir que ha sido un éxito, y de público y de esto. Ha sido una pequeñísima exposición, pero con mucha repercusión y muy bien, vamos, muy bien atendida de público. Y no sé, Iván,
Sí,
¿algo
bueno,
más?
relacionado con lo que comentabas, la figura principalmente va a formar parte de los artesanos del futuro, de Gaudi Knowledge, que lo que está enfocado sobre todo en enseñar a los niños cómo resolver problemas de una manera saliendo de la caja, conociendo la artesanía y sabiendo cómo resolver sus problemas. Entonces, bueno, tú sabrás mejor, pero las ideas que salgan mejor las harán artesanos locales y se presentarán y se darán premios, que me parece súper interesante para los niños y enfocarlos a crecer de esta manera.
¿Qué es lo que más te has encontrado, lo más difícil que encuentras de pasar de tu arte de tatuar a que ya no sea piel, sino algo que hay que moldear y que crear desde cero, porque tú la piel no la creas?
Sí. A ver, he de decir que el tatuaje es una de las técnicas más difíciles que hay, ya que tu lienzo es algo vivo. Entonces estás dependiendo de que tu lienzo sea una persona que se mueve, que se queja, que tiene dudas, que tiene dolor, que tiene que si la piel blanda o la piel seca. Entonces creo que estoy bastante curtido para tratar cualquier lienzo hoy en día. Entonces sí que ha sido un reto, porque al final es la primera figura que hago y he ido aprendiendo a medida que he ido haciendo, pero me ha gustado eso. Tenía la necesidad de salir un poco de mi entorno cómodo, ¿vale? Y ha sido muy reconfortante, le he invertido muchísimas horas, pero al final el resultado ha sido bastante bueno, creo.
Me alegro mucho. La verdad que nosotros, es verdad que yo pienso que uno no sabe lo difícil que es crear algo hasta que se pone a hacerlo. Por eso creo también que la conexión con, o sea, digamos la mía, que no soy una experta en Gaudí ni sé demasiado, la conexión que yo veo más que tenemos con Gaudí es la parte artesana de Gaudí, menos que la arquitectónica, digamos, en mi caso, ¿no? Es todo el uso que hace de todos los maestros artesanos que tiene en todos estos vidrieros, o sea, de todo, ceramistas, o sea, que al final, pues no sé si él lo hacía o no, pero desde luego para mí tiene esa vocación no solo de gran arquitecto y visionario, sino de ser un gran artesano, que es lo que a mí me atrae de su figura.
La razón por que os traemos hoy a esta charla y porque queríamos también explicar la iniciativa de Artesano del Futuro es justo por eso, porque hoy en día con toda la nueva tecnología, con todo lo que está apareciendo de mundo digital, creemos que se está perdiendo esa esencia de algo hecho con las manos. Aunque tú lo hayas diseñado en digital,
Sí.
aunque lo hayamos impreso en 3D, pero lo has creado igualmente. Has sido un artesano, pero de una forma moderna, de una forma contemporánea.
Claro,
Y eso,
al final solo son herramientas que van mejorando y sí que te llevan a renovarte, y también las nuevas tecnologías lo que permiten es que muchos artistas con potencial puedan llevar a cabo sus obras que a lo mejor antes no se podrían haber llevado a cabo. Porque para mí a lo mejor imprimir en 3D me habría llevado... O sea, yo siempre he querido esculpir y me ha sido más complicado porque no tenía el tiempo, pero al final al diseñar con el iPad pues me puede permitir más escaparme 1 hora, 2 horas. Yo creo que ayuda mucho a dar herramientas, sobre todo a la gente joven, y sobre todo la digitalización permite abrir un abanico y una plataforma para que se conozcan más artesanos locales y los pequeños.
Bueno,
sí.
eso es verdad que yo creo que para la infancia, toda la juventud, este tema de la digitalización en las que ellos son tan ágiles, no deben de olvidar el trabajo manual. Yo por eso soy muy, muy creyente en darles a los niños plastilina, o sea, legos, todo lo que les empuje a crear, aunque no sea, creo que tienen que trabajar con las manos. Es
Sin duda.
muy satisfactorio el trabajo hecho por uno mismo con las manos, ¿no? O sea, al final, cuando tú creas un bol, o sea, que es lo más básico que haces en cerámica, es un bol, pero dices, bueno, pues lo he hecho yo, oye, y sirve para comer, y sirve para guardar agua, y dices, oye, lo he hecho yo, ¿no? O sea, yo creo que los niños también tienen que tener esa satisfacción que produce crear, ¿no?
Sí, sí, yo...
Y yo creo que en un mundo, perdona, tan digitalizado como el de hoy, creo que a la juventud le viene muy bien, todavía más que antes, porque antes era al revés. No teníamos mundo digital y teníamos todo el mundo manual. Pues ahora hay que forzarlo al revés, forzarles lo manual, porque lo digital ya lo van a tener.
Sí, 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 sin duda. Sí, a ver, yo he hablado más de una vez con compañeros de que, o sea, a mí, sobre todo con la introducción de la inteligencia artificial y todos los puestos de trabajo que podría llegar a quitar, siempre hablamos de qué trabajos no podría quitar, y al final es la artesanía. O sea, muchos compañeros míos que son diseñadores industriales o diseñadores o tal, me dicen qué suerte tienes de que como te dedicas a la artesanía, eso es irreemplazable, porque aunque una máquina te pueda imprimir, nunca va a tener la calidad...
No lo puede crear.
Claro, no puede crear, necesita una persona que haya detrás. Al final, al tratar una piel, estás hablando con una persona, le estás infligiendo dolor, tienes que entender si le molesta, si no le molesta, hacer una pausa. Esto una máquina no te lo puede dar. Entonces siempre somos partidarios de... Me gusta tirar por donde haya artesanía y sea irreemplazable con una máquina. Que me pueda apoyar con ella y me pueda ayudar, y para un diseño puedo usar inteligencia artificial y no hay ningún problema. Pero que siempre quede el reducto de que al final se tiene que hacerse con las manos y necesitas a una persona para ello, que creo que es muy importante en esta época.
Nos encontramos con que tenemos tantas ayudas hoy en día que sería una pena perderlo. Nosotros es verdad que trabajamos mucho porque la artesanía no se pierda, que no se pierdan los valores tradicionales de la manera de hacer, pero sí con métodos nuevos y con diseños nuevos. Porque lo que sí que estamos viendo es que la artesanía tradicional, vamos, por lo menos la española, que es la que yo más trabajo, o se moderniza en cambios de diseño y de esto, o tiene difícil la supervivencia, porque muchas veces son cosas que ya no son necesarias o que no utilizamos en nuestro día a día. Entonces, o les damos otra utilidad o otra visión, otro repensamiento, o mueren por falta de uso. O sea, lo vemos, por ejemplo, en París ahora no hay bordadores en oro. No, queda un solo bordador de oro en París, mientras que en Andalucía tenemos 8, 10, 12, 14 bordadores de oros. ¿Por qué? Porque la Semana Santa, que es tan
Bien.
importante en España, mantiene vivos esos talleres con los mantos de las vírgenes, de los cristos. Entonces, hay trabajo.
Sí, sí.
Pero en cuanto, y porque Andalucía tiene esa importancia la Semana Santa, y hay toda una industria que trabaja detrás de ello, las flores de cera. Todo esto se perdería si no existiera la Semana Santa. Y es un encuentro que ves en los bordados en oro, como vemos en Paquili, los bordados rosados. O sea, es que hay maravillas y se pierden porque al no tener uso, como en París o esto, desaparecen y son cosas que son nuestras, de nuestra tradición y nuestra cultura, que yo creo que no deben perderse, que deben adaptarse a los nuevos tiempos, no como el hombre te tienes que adaptar a tu medio de ahora, porque si no, no sobrevivimos. Esto ya lo dijo Darwin hace mucho tiempo, antes que yo.
Sí, no, por eso son importantes las fundaciones así que apoyan que se mantenga la artesanía, que se dé pie a tomar otra vez todo lo que hacíamos antes, pero darle importancia, ¿sabes?
Claro, yo creo que todo lo que estabais explicando es muy interesante y yo creo que es súper importante, y en la relación con Gaudí, o sea, él sin los artesanos no habría sido capaz de crear lo que ha creado, sin todas las personas en las que él ha confiado y que les ha empoderado a dar su propia visión de cómo ven las cosas, que nosotros sabemos las anécdotas de que les decía a sus artesanos de que ¿a ti te gusta esta rosa que has creado? Y ellos decían, no. Él decía, pues vuelve a hacerla hasta que a ti te guste. Porque no era... Siempre le atribuimos a Gaudí, sí, es la obra de Gaudí. Y todos los pequeños artesanos que han habido en todas las obras no los conocemos. Entonces, pero son los que luego han mantenido su legado, los que han ayudado a construir muchísimos edificios que ahora son edificios patrimonio de la humanidad, que esto no hay ningún otro arquitecto en el mundo que lo ha conseguido en la historia de la humanidad, es impresionante. Y ahora yo creo que lo que estamos hablando es el reto de cómo podemos inspirar a la generación más joven y incluso a los mayores también, de mantener estos valores de artesanía, de saber también cómo hacerlo y integrarlo en el hoy día, cómo lo podemos utilizar para solucionar los problemas de hoy en día, de cómo crear un mundo mejor, cómo diseñar un mundo mejor a través de hacer cosas con las manos. Y yo creo que eso es lo bonito también de la iniciativa que tenemos, y el Art Toy que has creado también nos va a ayudar a financiar esta iniciativa y poder lanzarla, poder desplegarla en muchos colegios, en muchos ayuntamientos, y poder tener este impacto increíble en los niños para mantener vivo este legado, esta necesidad de artesanía. Una pregunta para los dos. ¿Qué creéis que es la barrera más grande para mantener esta artesanía? ¿Cuáles creéis que puede ser el obstáculo más grande y cómo lo podemos solucionar?
A ver, bueno, es complicado porque en el tema de la artesanía yo creo que tiene que salir de una pasión de uno mismo por querer crear, y es muy fácil o sea, en un mundo capitalista en el que estamos, en el que se enfoca más a ganar dinero, quizás está educando más a los niños en que cojan una carrera para ganar dinero, trabajar y tener la casa de sus sueños, el coche de sus sueños y todo esto, cuando el placer de haber creado algo con tus propias manos será 1000 veces mejor que el de comprarte el coche. Esto cuesta de entender hasta que no lo has conseguido, y es fácil que alguna familia no apoye a su hijo por ello, o que hasta que no te encuentras de que tu pasión es más fuerte que la sociedad. Entonces yo creo que es ahí la importancia de, sobre todo al menos, dar pie y ofrecer ese camino a los jóvenes.
Sí, yo creo que también sería un poco educar a los padres.
Sí, por supuesto.
Porque es verdad que muchas veces son nuestros padres los que nos empujan a una carrera como tú dices, seria.
Sí.
Porque esto no lo encuentran serio, que dices, bueno, oye, es que tú puedes tener al próximo Gaudí en tus manos
Y lo
y
estás
cargártelo
logrando, sí, sí.
porque quieres que estudie económicas o empresariales y le empujas a esa carrera porque tú piensas que es una buena carrera y una salida, cuando podrían tener muchísimas otras salidas con cosas creativas. O sea, en eso yo estoy muy de acuerdo con que hay que convencer a la sociedad de la importancia de la artesanía. Igual que, oye, hubo una concienciación con el arte, es que también la artesanía tiene su cabida y además con más motivo que el arte, puesto que la artesanía, casi todo lo que crea es de uso cotidiano, o sea, tiene un uso. Encuentro que es sostenible. Ayudaría, por ejemplo, con nosotros en la España vaciada. Tú puedes crear en tu pueblo, hoy en día no necesitas más que una línea de internet y un buzón y una oficina de correos para que transporte tus paquetes allá donde te los compren. O sea,
esa es la importancia de la tecnología hoy en día, que siempre se puede usar bien.
Está a tu servicio,
sí, sí, por supuesto.
no tú al servicio de la tecnología, ¿no? O sea, está ahí para ayudarte, no para complicarte la existencia ni para ponértelo más difícil, sino para decir, pues oye, mira, es que tú ya no tienes que vivir en Madrid, Barcelona, Sevilla, Valencia, no. Puedes vivir en Cornellá, que estábamos hablando antes, en Cornellá divinamente, oye, y no tienes que vivir en una gran ciudad ya con esa presión, el precio, tal. Puedes vivir tranquilamente en el campo, crear tranquilamente. Además, encuentro que los entornos naturales ayudan mucho más a la creatividad que la gran ciudad, con lo cual es que todo en el proyecto nuestro de artesanía encuentro es sostenible en todos los estamentos que tenemos hoy en día como los que queremos potenciar.
Muchísimas gracias, ha sido muy interesante, creo que vamos acabando. Y la verdad es que, bueno, mencionar que nuestro Artoy, hoy vamos a hacer la subasta esta tarde, os lo presentaremos más tarde. Vamos a hacer una subasta online para poder levantar fondos justo para esta iniciativa tan bonita y esperemos que podáis participar en ella. Cualquier aportación ayuda y esperemos que os haya gustado la charla. Y vamos con los siguientes panelistas. Muchísimas gracias.
네, 세 분의 정말 열정적이고 소신이 있는 그런 멋진 대담이 아니었나 생각합니다. 저희가 잠시 후 다음 또 패널 분들을 모시기 전에 정리하는 시간을 잠깐 갖도록 하고요. 계속해서 여러분들 오늘 이 시간이 아깝지 않을 정도로 또 귀한 다음 차례의 시간들을 마련해 보고자 합니다. 자, 다음 순서로는요, 우리 가우디의 어떤 정신 세계, 그리고 또 어찌 보면 영성이라고 할 수도 있고요. 그리고 그가 가졌던 리더십, 나아가서 어떤 믿음과 신념으로 또 작업을 임했었는지. 두 번째 토크의 주제는 바로 가우디의 그런 정신, 또 리더십, 나아가 휴먼 터치, 인간미라고 해야 될까요? 이런 부분들에 대해서 우리 또 허심탄회하게 전문가 여러분들의 대담을 들어보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 지금 원활한 진행을 위해서 무대 세팅을 도와주고 계시는데요. 제가 무대 세팅을 진행하시는 동안에 다음 우리 스피커 여러분들에 대한 소개 말씀을 올려보도록 하겠습니다. 안내 말씀드리기로는요. 오늘 이 자리에는 많은 분들이 참석을 원하셨지만 이 자리 섭외도 어렵고 또 원한다고 해서 오실 수 있는 장소가 아닙니다. 그래서 지금 실시간 스트리밍을 통해서 이 건축에 대해서 관심 있는 각 기관, 대학교, 그리고 우리 열심히 또 전공하고 있는 학생분들에 이르기까지 그 자리와 소중한 시간을 전달하고 있습니다. 앞으로 이 영상 자료는 또 많은 교육 자료로도 활용이 되어지겠죠. 전 세계를 넘어서 많은 분들이 이 시간 함께하고 있다는 거, 생방송을 통해 전송되어지고 있다는 거 다시 한번 말씀 전해 올립니다. 자, 두 번째 토크의 주제, 오늘 first panel, 디에고 만돌나노. Thank you. 이분께서는 우리 가우디 콜롬비아 설립자, 또 철학 교육을 세계로 전파한 1인자라고 할 수가 있겠습니다. 가우디 콜롬비아를 통해 가우디 테크닉과 또 존재 방식에 대한 교육을 전파하시고 계시는데요. 콜롬비아의 건축가로 오이긴스 대학교의 건축학과 교수이자 또 카톨릭 교회의 위계 기관인 오프스데이 제시님 회원이 되겠습니다. 먼저 준비가 되었으면 무대로 모시겠습니다. 네, first panel. Yeah. 그리고 두 번째 우리 패널 불로서는 조스 마리아 타라구나. Yeah, thank you for joining us today. 가우디 및 가우디 건축물 전문 역사학자와 작가로도 왕성한 활동을 하고 계시는데요. 가우디 15억 시성회 설립 1992년도 그리고 15협회 활동과 가우디 15억 관련 서적 집필을 또한 하셨습니다. 많은 관련 서적들로 인해서 큰 사랑을 또한 받고 계시고요. 마지막으로 마리오나 그라우 비달 우리 마지막 패널분으로 오늘 또 함께 열띤 토론을 해 주시게 되겠습니다. 자, 변호사이자 그리고 유럽 지오그래피 그리고 여러 코파운더로서 아트 오브젝트에 대한 것들을 또 전 세계적으로도 파송하고 계십니다. 쓰기, 집필 능력, 또 여러 가지 가우디에 대해서 많은 영향력을 또한 행사하고 계시는 분인데요. 필적 분석의 권위자로서 또한 알려져 있습니다. 바르셀로나 변호사이자 필적학자로서 또 가우디 전문가 그리고 패널로서도 활동하고 계시고요. 글과 필적을 통해서 생전 가우디의 철학과 성격 등을 연구해내는 최고의 심리학 권위자라고 할 수가 있겠습니다. 자, 계속해서 우리 소피아 암블랙 처치, 오늘의 중간 사회자로 또한 멋진 활약을 드러내 주시겠습니다. 여러분, 이 네 분을 위해서 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Hola a todos otra vez. Empezamos ahora nuestro primer panel del día. Tenemos un panel muy interesante relacionado con la espiritualidad, el liderazgo, la relación con los humanos de Gaudí y de la aplicación de sus aprendizajes y de cómo lo podemos llevar todo esto a hoy en día. Muchísimas gracias a los tres por estar aquí. Vamos a empezar el panel con Diego, que va a hacer su presentación y seguimos con cada panelista. Muchísimas gracias. Empezamos. Problemas técnicos, estamos cambiando la presentación. We're changing the presentation now, sorry. 1 second.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Soy arquitecto y profesor en arquitectura y he conocido a Gaudí hace ya 23 años cuando fui a Barcelona y descubrí unos secretos que hasta el día de hoy todavía sigo buscándolos, saber qué hay detrás de eso, pero que son supremamente reconfortantes por lo profundo y al mismo tiempo por lo prácticos. dentro de lo que yo he enseñado de la arquitectura, pues me he centrado también en la parte teórica y he descubierto, y lo he llamado así, los 5 componentes de la arquitectura de la obra de Gaudí. Son 5 componentes que no están solamente en la obra de Gaudí, sino siempre han estado en la historia de la arquitectura. En la historia de la arquitectura pues se arranca con que los primitivos han aprendido a relacionarse con el medio de manera intuitiva y poco a poco se ha ido haciendo más racional. Una manera de captar y descubrir el entorno, las cosas que hay y empezar poco a poco a darle una explicación. La siguiente, por favor. The next. Conocemos, entre otros, las grandes obras de las pirámides, que ya empezamos a distinguir unas cualidades en cuanto a su forma, en cuanto a su estructura, en cuanto a la espacialidad, en cuanto a la función y en cuanto al símbolo. Y eso pues muestra una civilización con unas coordenadas, es decir, vivían con un orden y con un nivel de vida que pues, se manifestaba a través de esta expresión arquitectónica unitaria. The next, please. Y podemos basarnos sobre todo en Vitruvio, que fue el gran tratadista de la arquitectura en la época griega. Sin embargo, él se viene a conocer ya en la época del Renacimiento y afirma 3 aspectos que son las firmitas, utilitas y venustas, es decir, lo fuerte, lo útil y lo hermoso, que es lo que hoy también se sigue teniendo dentro de la arquitectura. Y aquí quiero conectarlo con lo que dice Gaudí, de que la originalidad está en ir a los orígenes. Gaudí estaba mirando no lo del momento, sino hacia una conexión con el pasado, y lo hacía a través de todos estos tratadistas. Next, please. A través de todos los tratadistas que fueron interviniendo y aportando en la historia de la arquitectura una serie de conceptos muy importantes para entender como las grandes coordenadas que tiene la arquitectura. Gaudí los estudió todos, fue muy cuidadoso y sobre todo se apoyó en Viollet-le-Duc, que es el que le entrega, ¿no?, como una serie de criterios muy importantes referidos al arte gótico, y ya Gaudí lo que hace es que transforma el gótico. Gaudí hace por el estudio, la observación, el análisis y la síntesis, que él decía, más allá del análisis está la síntesis. Entonces, el manejo de Gaudí vale la pena tenerlo en cuenta porque es muy como unitario en cuanto que es muy filosófico, pero al mismo tiempo es muy sencillo, con una mirada de niño. Siguiente. The next, please. Son estos 5 aspectos, los 5 componentes de la arquitectura en la obra de Gaudí y que han estado también en cualquier obra y estarán para siempre, son el espacio, la forma, la función, la estructura y el símbolo. The next. Pero estos, the next, please. Esta relación, como ustedes pueden ver, es biunívoca. Es una relación que va de un componente a otro. Entrega un componente, le pide al otro componente y ese otro componente le ofrece y viceversa. Y se genera esa sincronía, digamos así, entre esos 5 aspectos, de modo que en la obra de Gaudí, cuando uno mira el espacio, descubre también la coherencia y la unión que tiene con la estructura, con la forma, con el símbolo, con los otros aspectos. Entonces, hay algo muy importante en la obra de Gaudí y es la forma, porque él la trabaja a partir de la geometría de las superficies arregladas y es exactamente la geometría que tiene la naturaleza. Antes no se había trabajado con esa geometría y a partir de Gaudí se comienza a trabajar con esta geometría. Y esta geometría afecta a los demás componentes, de modo que lo pone a un nivel mayor, que por eso es que uno percibe algo mucho más fuerte en la arquitectura de Gaudí que en cualquier otra, porque ya el punto de base de arranque es la misma naturaleza. The next. En la enseñanza que yo he ido dando y con esta experiencia y a mis alumnos, mis estudiantes, les he enseñado lo importante, porque eso se refiere a la síntesis que decía Gaudí. Aquí uno tiene que ir haciendo gráficos conceptuales abstractos. ¿Y qué quiere decir eso? Pues simplemente es que un concepto, la mejor manera de expresarlo, y más en el caso de los artistas y los arquitectos, es a través de un gráfico. Más que palabras, más allá de las palabras, lo gráfico abstracto dice mucho más. Aquí hay dos ejemplos, pues un poquito sencillos, pero que unas flechas que coinciden con unos espacios que están recibiendo. Esto todo lo puede uno traducir en un concepto. Siguiente. Las formas en Gaudí las tenemos aquí, que es la geometría de las superficies regladas, la mencionaré rápidamente. Los helicoides, que a partir de un eje central hay otro que es la generatriz que va rotando alrededor de ese eje y al mismo tiempo va subiendo, y es lo que es el helicoide. Está también en la naturaleza, en las plantas, el hiperboloide, un elemento, ¿no?, que se construye girando una directriz alrededor de una generatriz de manera cónica, y este se convierte en un elemento muy importante para el tema de la acústica y para el tema de ventilación, para el tema de visuales. El conoide se encuentra también en la naturaleza y nuevamente que es lo básico de las superficies regladas, que hay unas directrices y unas generatrices, son siempre líneas rectas, pero cuando se van desplazando en el espacio esas líneas rectas y cambiando de posición, lo que generan son planos curvos, que tienen una gran resistencia, tienen unas propiedades estructurales, pues, digamos así, las mejores. Entonces está el conoide, está el paraboloide hiperbólico, que también se encuentra en la naturaleza, en las hojas, y es el desplazamiento de dos líneas que son paralelas, pero que van cambiando de posición en el espacio. El elipsoide, que es simplemente una elipse en rotación, y el arco parabólico, que es uno de los principios fundamentales de Gaudí, porque a partir de ahí es donde trabaja la maqueta polifunicular, que ya la veremos mejor explicada más adelante. Siguiente. Trabaja también los poliedros, que son una geometría ya mucho más regular, que se encuentra en la naturaleza, en los cristales, y aquí podemos ver un ejemplo de la relación con el símbolo, como es el dodecaedro de 12 lados, que tiene en la iglesia, en la Basílica de la Sagrada Familia, la representación de la estrella, haciendo alusión a la Virgen María. O el icosaedro, que es otro elemento que tiene esa propiedad, ¿no?, de tener muchas más caras, para soportar, en este caso estructuralmente, un elemento como es el de la imagen de uno de los evangelistas. Entonces, forma, estructura, función, ¿no?, espacio, funcionalidad al mismo tiempo. Nada queda por fuera, sino que la capacidad que tiene Gaudí precisamente es estar mirando que todos esos 5 componentes trabajen coherentemente, que es de cierta manera también como una manera de responder a la creación, pero de una manera auténtica. No repite lo que es la creación, sino que a partir de la creación él desarrolla según una sensibilidad que tiene. Bien, sigamos más adelante para no estar... Esto es como a partir de una serie de planos geométricos, formas puras como el cuadrado o el triángulo. Gaudí hizo las columnas internas de la Sagrada Familia rotando esas figuras al mismo tiempo que iban ascendiendo, de modo que es lo que se llama las rotaciones de doble giro, que tienen con mucha más fuerza, mucha más resistencia. Entonces, nuevamente, por la disposición de esas formas, ha generado una estructura mucho más fuerte que cumple una función y que tiene un símbolo que es el del bosque. Sigamos. Y en esta relación de espacio, forma, función, estructura, el símbolo ocupa un papel muy importante porque es, sigamos, el que está conectado con la intención de la persona, del autor, del artista, del arquitecto. Esa intención que tiene es la voluntad. Y la intención de Gaudí tiene una cualidad, y es que efectivamente tiene la parte humana de la razón, de la voluntad, pero además tiene la fe. Continuamos. Y la fe es esa conexión con Dios que le permite ver las cosas con los ojos de Dios. Es decir, más allá de entender, creer y, por tanto, acogerse a una realidad que Dios le muestra y le permite hacerlo con toda libertad. De ahí que una de sus frases muy importantes es que primero es el amor y luego la técnica. La belleza es el resplandor de la verdad y todo sale del libro de la naturaleza. Adelante. Aquí hay unos ejemplos de cómo, por ejemplo, este espacio tiene una forma que es la catenaria, con esta estructura, ¿no?, que es hecha con base en ladrillos que arman estos arcos, y al mismo tiempo tiene la función, por ser el desván de la pedrera, de protegerse del frío o del calor. Siguiente. O este detalle del remate de los pináculos de la Sagrada Familia, que es una labor pues artesanal maravillosa con el tren Cádiz, y tiene la parte simbólica que representa las insignias del obispo, la cruz, la mitra, el báculo o bastón y el anillo. Siguiente. Igual también en esta escuela para los hijos de los obreros de la Sagrada Familia, hecha con conoides, que como vemos el techo es ondulado y tiene pues las mejores propiedades estructurales y al mismo tiempo estéticas. Y en planta se ve que son la intersección de tres corazones que representan los corazones de Jesús, José y María. Siguiente. Muchas gracias. Pues ese era el final. Unas palabras de José Luis Ser. Es probable que la continua evolución de la arquitectura moderna, las últimas experiencias gaudinianas aumenten de valor y sean apreciadas plenamente. Entonces se reconocerá la grandeza de su papel de pionero y de precursor. Thank you.
Sí, sí.
Sí,
Ahora, adelante.
sí. Buenos días a todos. El foco de mi investigación sobre Gaudí ha sido la biografía. O sea, el hombre, como decía Coderch, ni siquiera el arquitecto, sino el hombre que hay detrás de las obras de un arquitecto. Gaudí fue de muy joven, desde niño, consciente de su genialidad, de que su papel en la historia del arte era un papel definitivo, un papel de los que cambian la historia del arte y la hacen girar hacia un sitio o hacia otro, y de que, por tanto, los arquitectos, desde el inicio de la arquitectura hasta él, pues eran sus maestros, era la tradición, pero que él estaba por encima y la iba a cambiar. Y por eso se hizo un joven muy ambicioso sobre todo profesionalmente, artísticamente, revolucionar la arquitectura, profesionalmente, ganar mucho dinero, vino a Barcelona, fue a Barcelona, estamos en Seúl, para convertir Barcelona en la ciudad de Gaudí, cosa que se consiguió, y con estas se encontró con el proyecto de la Sagrada Familia. El proyecto de la Sagrada Familia lo aceptó por una motivación profesional. Primero, para cobrar los altísimos honorarios que le daría, y segundo, porque le daría un prestigio profesional universal, ya fuera de Barcelona y de Cataluña, en todo el mundo, como el constructor de uno de los grandes templos de la historia del cristianismo. Él pensaba hacerlo en 10 años, tenía 33 y por tanto a los 45 años pues, sería un arquitecto de fama mundial y además reconocido como digamos, trascendente en la historia de la arquitectura, como lo estamos reconociendo ahora, y además pues sería millonario. Bien, la historia no transcurrió como aquel joven ambicioso pensaba, sino que el proyecto de la Sagrada Familia se quedó embarrancado y nunca hubo el dinero suficiente para seguir el ritmo de obras que Gaudí necesitaba para acabarlo en 10 años o en 15 o en 20. El proyecto que firmó con Bocabella era de 10 años. O sea, él se comprometió delante del cliente a hacer la Sagrada Familia en 10 años. Pasaron los 10 años, pasaron más, y cuando Gaudí estaba en la mitad de la vida, en el bel mezzo, como dice Dante en la Divina Comedia, pues estaba haciendo la fachada del nacimiento, y en aquel momento es cuando se dio cuenta del sentido de su vida, de que todo, como diría después, había sido providencial. Él, que de joven no había sido una persona religiosa, pero que había podido tocar personalmente en Barcelona todo lo que podía ofrecer la vida a un profesional de éxito, el ganar dinero, llevar una vida lujosa, las ideas del anarquismo, las ideas del socialismo, las ideas religiosas, las ideas esotéricas, también las ideas de la masonería. Había podido conocer todo de primera mano y entonces escogió ser cristiano, desarrollar el resto de su vida, desde la madurez hasta la muerte, en el seno del cristianismo y en concreto de la Iglesia Católica. Pero esta decisión madura y libre de Gaudí, a la vista de todas las alternativas que ya conocía, fue una decisión firme, o sea que él la realizó de manera efectiva y radical. Bien, el proyecto de la Sagrada Familia tiene que ver mucho con esto, porque este proyecto, que es el que a él le hubiera dado, lo hubiera lanzado al estrellato artístico y a la vida de millonario, fue precisamente el que, embarrancándose, se convirtió en un proyecto personal. Ya no de un cliente que le había encargado algo, sino que él decía, mi cliente es el amo de esta obra. O sea, si la Sagrada Familia existe hoy, es porque cuando fracasó como empresa, porque ya no se podía hacer por falta de dinero y por falta de donativos, Gaudí la asumió personalmente como su propia obra. Dejó de cobrar los honorarios e incluso pues salía a la calle para pedir dinero para continuarla. Y si no hubiera sido por su tozudería, la Sagrada Familia habría fracasado a principios del siglo XX y no existiría ahora. Se hubiera convertido lo que había en una parroquia normal, aprovechando lo que había, y el obispado hubiera hecho una parroquia y ya está. Bien, entonces la dedicación de Gaudí a la Sagrada Familia ya no es una dedicación exclusivamente profesional y exclusivamente destinada a revolucionar la arquitectura, que lo es, porque Gaudí era consciente que el templo, en este caso cristiano, pero podemos retroceder hasta Egipto, al templo de Luxor, o a Babilonia, o después al templo griego, al Partenón por excelencia, es donde la arquitectura reúne todos los elementos artísticos y en su grado más alto, porque está dedicado a Dios. Por tanto, la historia de la arquitectura, según Gaudí, y según se puede ver, se realiza o va girando, sus etapas las marcan los grandes templos, las marca el Templo de Luxor, las marca el Partenón, las marca el Hagia Sofía, las marca el ciclo de las catedrales francesas de Notre Dame de Chartres, de París y de Reims, y si queréis la marca también Bernini o la Basílica Vaticana, y por último la marca la Sagrada Familia. Bien, entonces esto es así, pero además para Gaudí ya no era solamente una satisfacción de su ambición artística de dar un nuevo paso en la arquitectura, habiendo renunciado a su ambición personal de ser un arquitecto de prestigio y de hacer otros proyectos y de ganar mucho dinero, y se convierte en una pasión también religiosa. Se integra dentro de su religiosidad personal, que cada vez es más profunda, la dedicación mediante el sacrificio personal, sacrificándose personalmente a un proyecto que ya no es solamente un proyecto arquitectónico, aunque importantísimo como proyecto arquitectónico, sino también un proyecto y sobre todo un proyecto religioso. Un proyecto que servirá, que será útil para atraer a muchísimas millones de personas, no solamente para que tengan una emoción estética, sino para que también puedan vivir una experiencia religiosa. De tal manera que la finalidad de la vida de Gaudí se convierte en atraer a mucha gente a Dios mediante la experiencia religiosa, a partir o juntamente con la experiencia estética, en un proyecto que él está haciendo y al que dedica toda su vida con todo su sacrificio. Y este es el resumen de la espiritualidad de Gaudí. Su trabajo profesional, su trabajo como artista, ya no tiene una finalidad de ganar dinero, que sería, ya ha quedado claro en la anterior ponencia, que esto sería un nivel muy básico, pero tampoco tiene ya como finalidad la afirmación personal, sino que es un proyecto para llevar a la gente hacia la espiritualidad más alta y llevarla a Dios. Bien, por tanto, en consecuencia, un grupo de personas en el año 92, que fue el año del centenario de Gaudí, fundamos una asociación dirigida, destinada a beatificar a Gaudí, es decir, a ir a la autoridad de la Iglesia Católica, primero a nivel local de Barcelona y luego a nivel universal en Roma, en el Vaticano, para pedir que la Iglesia Católica ponga a Gaudí en los altares, o sea, lo haga beato y lo haga santo, de manera que los niños católicos puedan ser bautizados con el nombre de Gaudí. Y a mí me haría mucha ilusión tener un nieto que lo bautizaran Gaudí, ven, Gaudí, mira Gaudí, ¿cómo estás? ¿No? Y tal. No digo que sea arquitecto, pero bueno, una beatificación no es más que poner, quien lo puede hacer, que es la Iglesia Católica, a una persona como ejemplo de cristiano que ha vivido las virtudes propias del cristianismo de una manera ejemplar. Y este es el caso de la vida de Gaudí desde los 40 años hasta que es atropellado por un tranvía. Y por tanto, estamos convencidos de que la Iglesia Católica nos hará caso, y no solamente estamos convencidos, sino que tenemos ya la esperanza de que esto sea bastante inminente y de que lleguemos a este buen puerto. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, José María. Ha sido muy interesante todo lo que has contado. Realmente yo creo que sin la espiritualidad Gaudí no habría podido hacer lo que ha hecho, lo que has dicho tú. Sin el propósito, sin la esperanza, no habríamos tenido lo que tenemos hoy en día. Muchísimas gracias. Ahora vamos con Mariona. Mariona es nuestra experta en grafopsicología. Ha estudiado la vida de Gaudí desde su escritura, porque Gaudí no ha dejado muchos escritos, y va a ser muy interesante ver cómo a través de la escritura podemos conocer más sobre su genialidad y su espiritualidad. Muchas gracias.
Hola, buenos días. Bueno, yo hace unos 6 o 7 años empecé a estudiar sobre todo me centré en estudiar la genialidad de Gaudí a través de su escritura. como decía Sofía, no había muchos documentos. Lo más importante para poder estudiar la personalidad es poder tener mucho documento gráfico, mucho manuscrito del autor, ¿no? Encontré este libro, que es el único libro que hay de manuscrito de Gaudí, que es un escrito más de su juventud. Son todo... Sorry. Es todo obra manuscrita de Gaudí, son todos sus estudios de joven, ¿vale? Todos sus pensamientos, todo lo que él iba sintiendo, lo que él iba viendo, ¿no? Hay muchísimo documento gráfico de Gaudí, lo que me ha permitido hacer un buen estudio, no solo de estos documentos que corresponden más a una época más de su juventud, sino que a través de muchos otros documentos que a través de una labor de investigación he ido encontrando, que se encontraban en sus planos, en sus estudios, en todas sus obras. Encontramos firmas, encontramos manuscritos. Por ejemplo, cuando estuvimos en el Congreso de Astorga pude acceder al archivo municipal, donde había cantidad de manuscritos de Gaudí, ¿no? Que también pues, me ha permitido estudiar la evolución de Gaudí, ¿no? Un poco desde sus inicios y cómo fue desarrollando su personalidad. Yo quise estudiar la genialidad de Gaudí porque cuando tú buscas grandes genios de la humanidad, se habla de Leonardo, de Picasso, de Einstein, de Edison, pero Gaudí no lo nombran, ¿no? Y yo quise demostrar que Gaudí tiene las cualidades de genialidad, ¿no? Iguales, incluso superiores, ¿no? O más completas que muchos otros genios de la humanidad, ¿no? Como puede ser que un artista que tiene 7 obras patrimonio de la humanidad y no esté catalogado aún como un gran genio, ¿no? Que es lo que fue. ¿Qué es la genialidad? Bueno, genialidad es la capacidad y facilidad que tienen algunas personas para crear o inventar cosas nuevas y admirables, o para realizar alguna actividad de forma imaginativa y brillante, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos que, para ser un genio, necesitas tener un talento creativo, un talento innovador, mucha dosis de imaginación, ¿no? Y presentarlo y saberlo presentar bien, de forma brillante. En el caso de Gaudí, de forma seductora, ¿no? Que es una de sus principales características, ¿no? Por tanto, tenemos los 3 parámetros más importantes de lo que es un genio, ¿no? Pero luego, cuando tú estudias, hay muchos estudios que hablan de cualidades que ha de tener un genio, ¿no? Comunes a genios como os he nombrado. Hay 5 cualidades muy importantes que se considera que ha de tener un genio. Una es la finalidad es volver al origen, ya lo ha dicho Diego. Una es la constancia, sobre todo la curiosidad y la impulsividad. Que Gaudí, esta curiosidad queda patente en su escritura por una escritura microscópica, la búsqueda del detalle. Una constancia y dedicación. Sin constancia y dedicación y mucho trabajo puedes tener un talento, pero no se desarrolla. Un sentido crítico es muy importante, todos los grandes genios, una hipercrítica que queda constante en la escritura, se ve constantemente en la escritura de Gaudí, sobre todo por la impulsividad, la escritura vibrante, el detalle, la búsqueda del detalle, los gladiolados, que son las palabras que reducen su tamaño, ¿no? Es un poco la búsqueda, ¿no? de esta crítica. La pasión, importantísima. Me gustaría ver si puede salir escritura de Gaudí. La pasión, bueno, que mal se ve aquí. Bueno, la pasión y sobre todo un punto de neurosis, ¿no? Dicen todos los grandes genios tienen un punto de locura, podríamos decir, que es lo que los impulsa a poder realizar obras importantes, ¿no? Bueno, ahora que está aquí, Gaudí sobre todo tenía una imaginación desbordante, ¿vale? Tenía una imaginación impresionante que se encuentra en todas las ampas, estas partes superiores de la escritura, estos buclados que van hacia la izquierda, luego lo explicaré. La D, esta D es la D, sobre todo, que también la encontramos en Leonardo y en otros grandes genios, es la D de la lógica intelectual, ¿vale? Es esta búsqueda de lo espiritual, toda la búsqueda de lo espiritual. Es muy destacable en Gaudí el tamaño de su escritura, que es esta capacidad de análisis, esta búsqueda de lo esencial, del porqué de las cosas, pero con una parte superior muy amplia, que es esta búsqueda, esta imaginación, y lo que es más importante, sobre todo para mí, en Gaudí es la parte inferior, a ver si sale en escritura, os lo enseñaré, la parte inferior, que es la jamba, lo que llamamos, que es la parte baja de la escritura, que también es muy larga, lo que quiere decir que tiene un sentido práctico importantísimo, ¿vale? O sea, que toda esta imaginación la sabe plasmar a la práctica, ¿no? Y esto se ve en su escritura, ¿no? De todas estas características, bueno, queda demostrado que Gaudí cumple de sobras lo que se considera actualmente que debe ser un genio, ¿no? Esta, por ejemplo, es letra de Leonardo, en la que también vemos esta amplitud de las ampas, ¿sabes? Esta, de la parte superior de la escritura, como ejemplo, porque ahora estoy empezando a estudiar el poder comparar la genialidad de Gaudí con otros grandes genios, ¿no? Es lo que estoy empezando a estudiar ahora. Aquí es Edison. En Edison también vemos una ampa elevada, pero aquí coincide más en la realización, que luego os enseñaré en las astas de las TES. Para mí es el talento creativo propio de Gaudí, lo más característico es su espiritualidad, que además que ese es el tema que nos ocupa, ¿no? La espiritualidad de Gaudí la encontramos en varios rasgos en su escritura, sobre todo en que es una escritura muy ligera, muy vibrante. La encontramos sobre todo en la D mayúscula. En la D mayúscula es la letra reflejo, lo que se llama letra reflejo de la espiritualidad. Y Gaudí realizaba una D mayúscula con un bucle en la parte superior, ¿vale? Muy característico y muy ornado. Ornado quiere decir muy decorado, ¿no? Lo presenta de una forma muy seductora, ¿no? Como él mismo decía, hay una frase importante de Gaudí, ¿no? Que dice que, porque parte de que Gaudí también tenía mucha originalidad, ¿no? Y era un seductor. Pero como decía él mismo, una obra de arte ha de ser seductora. Si por su originalidad pierde esta seducción, deja de ser una obra de arte, ¿no? Entonces esto es muy importante de cómo él necesitaba presentar sus obras, ¿no? De una forma que realmente sedujeran, ¿no? Que atrayeran. Necesitaba presentarlo de forma muy agradable, ¿no? Es la característica más importante de su creatividad, ¿no? La espiritualidad de Gaudí la encontramos en varios signos. Era una persona es una personalidad en las cuales predomina lo psíquico sobre lo material y que dedican su fuerza instintiva, la dedican a la búsqueda de la espiritualidad, a la búsqueda de Dios, en pro de una satisfacción material. Sí que él necesitaba, como decíamos, en la escritura de Gaudí se ve una necesidad de prestigio. Sobre todo él necesitaba es una persona que hay un orgullo, ¿no? Por su firma, ¿no? Se ve, hay un orgullo personal de poder crear grandes cosas, ¿no? De realizar grandes obras, ¿no? Es una necesidad de destacar, de prestigio, pero a la hora de presentar estas grandes obras, ¿no? Porque lo que nos lleva para mí es muy importante, como os decía, uno de los rasgos era la curiosidad, ¿no? Esta curiosidad intelectual de Gaudí, que va a buscar esta curiosidad, esta minuciosidad en buscar los detalles, él va a buscar el porqué de las cosas, la esencia de las cosas, lo natural, va a buscar lo que ya existe, ¿no? Como él mismo decía, en el mundo no se ha inventado nada, ¿no? Decía, para él el éxito de una invención era ver lo que Dios había puesto ante los ojos de los hombres, ¿no? Es decir, si está todo inventado, ¿no? Él decía, no entiendo, que él veía que ya estaba todo inventado y que lo que le hacía dudar es que nadie lo hubiera utilizado antes, ¿no? Todo lo que ya existía. Porque para mí la creatividad de Gaudí que se ve en su escritura es un amor a Dios, lógicamente, hay un amor a Dios, pero sobre todo, lo más importante, es un amor a la creación de Dios, a lo que Dios creó. Él admiraba, era un admirador impresionante de la creación de Dios, ¿vale? Este punto que decimos de locura en los grandes genios, este apasionamiento, en Gaudí lo podríamos presentar coloquialmente como un fanático de la creación de Dios, ¿vale? Él lo admiraba profundamente. ¿Un minuto? Bueno, pues entonces voy rápido. Para mí, bueno, pues resumiendo, para mí en la genialidad de Gaudí lo que es importantísimo también para él haber podido transmitir toda esta grandeza que quería transmitir a la humanidad, hay algo muy importante, que son su liderazgo y su gestión de equipos. Sin esto él no hubiera podido, porque no hubiera podido completar sus obras, ¿no? Gaudí era un líder nato, las tesis de su escritura tenía un liderazgo importantísimo, pero un líder sano, porque hay líderes que se imponen. Él no se imponía, pero sobre todo él nos imponía, sabía llegar muy bien a sus equipos. Lo más importante es la comunicación, la facilidad de comunicar, porque la locura de las ideas, imaginación desbordante que él tenía, lo tenía que transmitir a un equipo de trabajo. Y eso es lo más importante que él sabía hacer, ¿no? Él sabía conectar con la gente, necesitaba este contacto con la gente, como hablabais antes de los artesanos, ¿no? Porque tú puedes tener muchas ideas, pero lo importante es saber transmitir y que la gente sepa materializar lo que tú quieres hacer, ¿no? Y él tenía esta facilidad de comunicación. Él sabía comprender, podríamos llamar empatía, pero más que empatía era saber comprender a las personas, ¿no? Tenía una lógica, era muy rápido intelectualmente, entonces sabía captar los problemas y sabía solucionar con mucha facilidad todos los obstáculos que se encontraban en su camino, ¿no? Pero sobre todo es esta capacidad de liderazgo y de gestión de equipos que le permitió poder presentar, crear las obras arquitectónicas, las obras maestras que creó. Y ya me cortan. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias a los tres, ha sido muy interesante y la verdad es que a mí me fascina cómo podemos, a través de la escritura, 100 años después, saber sobre una persona y poder averiguar tantas cosas y tener tantos insights de quién era, de cómo era, de lo que quería, y lo que siempre decimos, que la escritura es como detector de mentiras, que no falla, no falla. O sea, es así. No puedes mentir a través de la escritura porque está conectado con el consciente. Totalmente. Yo quiero tengo solo una pregunta para todos, que es un poco grande, ¿vale? Pero bueno, intentemos ser breves porque ya vamos tarde. Lo que quería preguntaros es, dada la mezcla única de la espiritualidad y la creatividad de Gaudí, ¿cuán de importante creéis que es tener fe en uno mismo, la fe en algo superior y en ti mismo para poder crear algo o ser creativo?
A ver.
La inspiración que tiene Gaudí es doble, me parece, en el sentido de que, por un lado, con la fe, pues tiene una luz que le permite entender, captar lo inmediato, lo real, como son las cosas. Y ya de acuerdo a esa sensibilidad que tiene y la capacidad de luego transformarlo en una obra, ¿no? que además la hace sintiendo que ahí detrás de eso hay amor, ¿no? que es lo más fuerte. Entonces, los colores son vivos y tienen sentido, la forma habla, ¿no? Es decir, no es nada muerto, sino al contrario, muy vivo.
Bueno, pues la pregunta es muy interesante, de verdad. Entonces, las cualidades de Gaudí como creador eran innatas y luego él las cultivó profesionalmente. Por tanto, si él no hubiera optado por una vida religiosa cristiana, a partir de la mitad de su vida y hasta el final, viviéndola radicalmente, hubiera sido igual un gran creador. Ahora bien, hubiera sido con la misma creatividad y cultivada igual, ¿no? O sea, hubiera podido hacer las mismas obras sin ninguna diferencia. Ahora bien, la vida cristiana que él llevaba, la práctica cristiana que él llevaba y la fe en Dios, practicada de una manera intensa y de una manera conveniente, en absoluto fue un obstáculo para esta creatividad, sino que en todo caso la iluminó, como decía él, o la potenció con una visión religiosa. Pero las obras de Gaudí, visto desde la otra parte, pueden ser gozadas exactamente igual por una persona con una gran fe religiosa, de una religión, la que sea, o específicamente de la religión cristiana, como por una persona que no tenga ninguna fe. O sea, la emoción estética que producen es la misma y la genialidad que le llega es la misma. O sea, Gaudí produce no para los hombres de fe, sino que produce para todo el mundo. Ahora bien, el hombre de fe, y en concreto el hombre de fe cristiana, digamos, vivirá mucho más intensamente el goce estético de las obras de Gaudí porque será también una experiencia religiosa.
Gracias. No, bueno, preguntabas un poco, ¿no?, de cómo lo podemos traspolar a cada persona en sí, ¿no? Lógicamente, a ver, casi todo el mundo tenemos un talento, ¿no? El secreto es encontrar qué talento tenemos, ¿no? Eso es lo más importante, ¿no? Pero partiendo de un talento, para mí lo más importante y que destaca de Gaudi, pues es poder esta constancia, esta dedicación, este apasionamiento, el poner pasión en lo que hacemos, ¿no? Es de las cosas más importantes, ¿no? Es apasionarnos. A Gaudí esta pasión le permitió, bueno, tenía esta capacidad, ¿no?, que a lo mejor no he dicho que él partía de la experiencia, pero la experiencia para él era tan intuitivo que enseguida lo tenía claro, y la gracia de Gaudí, que es lo que trasciende hoy en día, ¿no?, es la aplicación y la creación de métodos y de la aplicación práctica de todos estos conocimientos, ¿no?, para poder evolucionar, ¿no?, que es lo que, el legado que ha dejado, ¿no?, y es en lo que él más quizá trabajó, ¿no?, en crear estos métodos para poder evolucionar. Pero que básicamente para mí es la constancia y la pasión, ¿no? Son muy importantes en cualquier cosa que realices en la vida, ¿no? Y que lógicamente Gaudí los tenía.
Muchísimas gracias a los tres, ha sido muy interesante. Creo que todos nos hemos quedado con la pequeña inspiración, creo que nos habéis inspirado también a iniciar esta búsqueda un poco más espiritual, que creo es muy importante, de incluso la búsqueda más de talento de nuestra propia genialidad. Y os quería agradecer vuestro tiempo y vamos con la siguiente charla. Muchísimas gracias a los tres.
네, 정말 열띠고 가슴이 정말 가슴을 뛰게 하는 그런 멋진 토론이지 않았나 싶습니다. 여러분 어떠셨나요? 네, 즐거운 시간, 또 유익한 시간 되어 가고 있을 줄 압니다. 그리고 지금 생방송을 통해서 시청하고 계시는 또 전국에 또 전 세계에 계시는 우리 많은 분들께서도 정말 귀한 시간 함께 소중히 이 이야기들 들으면서 깨닫는 바가 또 커져가는 인사이트가 있을 거라고 생각합니다. Could you check, please? We'll be continuing the next section, right? Before the break. 자, 저도 그러니까 스페니쉬를 공부한 적은 없는데 여러분과 같이 인이어를 통해서 함께 동시 통역을 듣게 되었습니다. 실시간 수고해 주시는 우리 동시 통역사분들께도 감사를 드리는데요. 이럴 줄 알았으면 영어도 배워서 좋겠지만 이 스페인어를 더 공부했었으면 좋지 않았을까라는 생각을 갖게 합니다. 실제 이제 영어랑 중국어 많은 분들이 배우고 계시는데 오늘 이 패널 분들을 통해서 앞으로 이 스페인이 더 각광받을 것이고 스페니쉬를 진짜 우리가 주목하고 더 배워야 되지 않을까라는 생각을 갖게 했습니다. 또 많은 분들의 토의 속에서도 필적을 통해 그 사람의 어떤 창조성, 또 광기와 열정 사이를 넘나들었던 그 성품을 바라볼 수 있었고요. 또 광기라고 표현을 하셨지만 그만큼 미치도록 광분했던 열정이 있었기 때문에 이런 놀라운 작품들이 세대에 이르기까지 남겨질 수 있지 않았나라는 생각을 갖게 됐고요. 또 풍부하게 그려졌던 그 커브에서 이 천재성과 여러 독창성을 발견하셨다고 하는데 여러분의 필적을 통해 내가 사인할 때는 어떻게 커브를 그리는지 사뭇 본인의 그 필적을 합리화시키면서 나에게도 이런 재능이 있지 않을까? 저는 그렇게 생각을 했었거든요. 아무튼 유익한 시간이었습니다. 자, 계속해서 시간이 좀 많이 지났지만 저희들이 브레이크를 갖기 전에 한 세션만 더 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 세 번째 순서로는요, 우리 Federico Luis del Blanco, right? 자, 네. 호명하시는 분들의 스피커분들 또 무대 위로 모실 때 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기를 바랍니다. 자, 3D 건축 모델링 건축학자이자 가우디의 미 건축 작업물 가상 시뮬레이션의 권위자로 알려져 있습니다. UPN 마드리드죠. 또 Superior Technical School of Architecture 교수로도 활약하고 계시고요. BIM 컴퓨터 설계 디자인, 이 데이터 시각화 활용과 건축 기술 전문가로도 인정을 받고 계십니다. 가우디의 미 건축 작업물 가상 시뮬레이션을 통한 집필로 또 논문을 두고 계시는데요. 런던 건축협회 초빙 교수로도 또 활동하고 계십니다. 자, 다음은 우리 비아 플로이스. Thank you. 다음 분을 소개해 보도록 하겠습니다. 연이어주는 네, 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기를 바랍니다. 가우디 재단 수석 건축가로서 이 사그라다 파밀리아 대성당 건축 프로젝트에 참여하신 이 저력이 있는 멋진 분이십니다. 아울러서 바르셀로나의 가우디 연구소 또 회원과 또 카탈로니아 볼트 연구소 소장으로도 역임하고 계시는 정말 많은 건축 프로젝트에 참여하면서 그 실력을 인정받고 계신 놀라운 분이시기도 합니다. 자, 계속해서 우리 비트리츠 발렌줄리아, yeah, am I right? Thank you. We love to have you today. 자, 큰 박수 여러분 환영해 주시기를 바랍니다. 자, 마지막 패널 분이신데요. 칠레 가우디 건축물 재단 그리고 우리 Cultural Corporation of 트리아나 사무총장으로도 지금 활약을 하고 계시는데요. 코펜하겐 건축학교 왕립 미술대학 출신 건축학자로서 역사 문화 유산 보존 전문가로도 정평이 나 계신 분입니다. 스페인 외 최초 가우디 건축물 유스트로 세노라 디 로스앤젤레스, right? 예배당 건축 총괄로서 2018년도 유네스코 국립기념물 보존 부분의 국가상 칠레 수상을 한 또 유명한 분이시기도 합니다. 자, 오늘 이 패널에 멋진 대담을 이끌어갈 우리 사회자분을 중간 사회자분을 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 칼로스 카날, 라라, 우리 회장님 어디 계시나요? 네, thank you. Yep. 자, 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기를 바랍니다. 오케이. 2013년서부터 지금껏 지금 가우디 재단의 회장을 또 역임하고 계시고 문화예술 재단 보존으로서도 많은 정평을 또 받고 계신 분이기도 합니다. 가우디의 그런 역사적인 유물들을 보존하면서 전 분야적으로 지속적인 확장을 통한 지원을 아낌없이 해주고 계시는 분인데요. 오늘 사회로서 이 멋진 순간 이어가 보시겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Hello, everybody. I must also present Daniel, which is with Bea in the presentation of their marvelous project. So thank you, everybody. Here we are in the third panel about the unbuilt buildings.
Hello, everybody. It's an extraordinary honor for me to be here today. Okay. I'm an architect and lighting designer, and I've been studying Gaudi's buildings and works for over 28 years now. I study his works, methods, his way of finding form, his use of materials, his architectural and social environment, and his way of thinking. In the next few minutes, I will try to give you a very brief overview of the nature of our research. I could and would talk for weeks about Gaudi, for sure. You can't summary 20 years in 10 minutes. Next. Next. I started while I was still a student at the Technical University in Innsbruck, Austria, where there was already a great tradition of studying individual works by Gaudi. I dedicated my diploma thesis to the scientific examination of Gaudi's form finding and the materials, especially in the unfinished church of Colonia Güell. In 1999, I worked on the construction site of the Sagrada Familia to research Gaudi's form finding process and planning methods. I was able to meet people who had also been involved with Gaudi all their lives. Next. For example, the architect and historian and great Gaudi researcher Juan Bassegoda Nonel, all the workers, next, all the workers at the Sagrada Familia who deal with the materials and the realization of the forms every day. Next. Especially my dear friend, Jordi Bonet, Yarmengol. He was from 1985 to 2012, the head architect of the Sagrada Familia. His father, Luis Bonet y Gaudi, was a direct student and worker and worked with Antonio Gaudi. I had a lively dialogue with Jordi Bonet until his death last year. And the hours of conversation we had contributed immeasurably to my development and research. Next. I worked in the plaster workshop where Gaudi's formal invention is expressed in all the diversity. Next. Thousands of pieces of plaster were found after the destruction of Gaudi's workshop during the Spanish Civil War and still have to be categorized and put together today. Next. Next. From then on, in order to study form finding, I worked with countless processes, techniques, and materials and made a wide variety of models. Next. 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 For example, the conversion of graphostatic calculations into a suspended model of the grand nave of the Sagrada Familia. Next. The production of Catalan vaults, which made the realization of Gaudi's complex forms possible in the first place. Next. 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 His studies of nature as the source of an incredible creativity. Gaudi was a great observer. From childhood, he observed nature and the creatures of the earth. Next. His studies of botany and various creatures can be found in all his works. Next. 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 He observed human culture and its spirituality, their interaction with their environment and the effects. He investigated materials and how people dealt with them, as well as the effect of the influence and forces of all kinds of their changes in form, which today we understand as bionics, among other things. He was concerned with the human body. Next. All of this can be felt in his work, and it's probably also the reason why they never lose their timelessness. A very special form of sustainability. A few examples of what inspired Gaudi in his designs and where the incredible creative power lies. Form follows nature. Next. One of Gaudi's saying is, if a person has a problem walking in old age, he leans to a stick and thus deflects the static forces of balancing them out. The supports and columns do nothing else when they are tilted. The struts on the columns of the Sagrada Familia also do this. For example, I analyzed the model of Colonial Güell Church, and as unfortunately, only photos of the original were available in a reconstruction of the original model that is now in the Sagrada Familia. Next. Next. In nature, there are no right angles because this leads to tension, peaks, and an imbalance of forces. The age-old culture of using chain lines, which are firmly anchored in traditional Spanish building culture, leads to an equilibration of forces. Next. Gaudi used this way of dealing with static forces in development them into complex systems. This is Gaudi's idea. The gravitational force and the earth causes the natural alignment. If you turn the whole thing round, only comprehensive forces are created and the system is balanced ingenious. This allows for extreme material saving, for example, and means that Gaudi works offer an incredible opportunity for sustainability. The results figures inspired him to create more and more new works. Local materials, such as bricks, stones, and wood, can be optimally utilized thanks to design principles. Nature knows no waste. It knows function, and it results an incredible variety of shapes. When we see these forms, it touches our soul, in delight our heart. All this is culminate spirituality. This is the way how Gaudi worked with the light. So he took all the physical things we know about light and put it in his buildings. So he could reflection and use materials and for the optimal lights. Next. Next. This is how he creates different light colors and moods. Gaudi was also a master of light and shadow. It still applies this insight to my luminaire designs today. For example, next. This is a light luminaire I made, and there was the same technology like Gaudi used 100 years before. It's nothing else. Next. 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 This is the legacy, means a huge mountain of marvelous tools. We can now draw from it. We can use today's technologies in a touched way and optimize processes without losing sight of Gaudi's basic ideas. Next. Next. Gaudi already knew, for example, that parts of the Sagrada Familia could only be realized long after his death. Next. In our office, my business partner, Daniel Klausner, and I are now trying to manage this mountain of tools and this pool of knowledge. We can adopt Gaudi's basic forms for the complete and unfinished buildings that we can derive from this incredible legacy. The very first step is then to establish the structural and constructional links. We can shorten this first step enormously with today's technologies. Where Gaudi still used suspending models, we are now helped by the latest software technology. But thanks to this technology, any kind of combination, new and old form finding processes is possible. This gives us a reconstruction of the pure basic form. At this stage, however, this only contains basic information. In the next step, decisive steps, however, we now need to breathe life into this basic form. The task now is to weave and all the countless pieces of information that Gaudi has left us in this incredible ingenuity. Many things have to be taken into account: material, bionics, process, optimization, regionality, sustainability. Different geometric shapes with optimal lighting effects, sustainable local materials with a good ecological balance, traditional construction technologies, cultural legacies. We can be in the metaverse world and switch to the real world that makes everything unique. Both unbuilt and so-called Gaudi-inspired works can be rethought. This is Gaudi's great legacy. So with this pool and his legacy, we can retrace unfinished or unbuilt works by Gaudi and manage his legacy. And it's a great legacy and very great responsibility. Next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bea. I know it's 20 years work and 2 last years of lot of job, and hope we can publish this soon. Thank you. And next speaker. It's you.
Well, hello everyone, and thank you for the invitation. I would like to thanks to the Gaudi Knowledge for the invitation to this event. It's a pleasure for me to be in South Korea, in this wonderful city. My name is Federico de Blanco. I am professor at the School of Architecture in Madrid, in Spain. And the presentation I'm going to give is about the virtual reconstruction of the skyscraper that Gaudi designed for the city of New York. It's a building that was never built. This is part of a research project at my university about physical simulations for the design, reconstruction, and analysis of architecture. Next. Well, in 1908, Gaudi was visited by 2 businessmen with the objective to build a skyscraper. These buildings should become an icon for the American nation. Next. There is not a specific location for the skyscraper. We only know that it would be in Manhattan, surrounded by the prismatic buildings of the island. 300 meters tall, this skyscraper could be the tallest in the world at that time. Only after until the construction of the Chrysler Building and the Empire State Building, both in New York, 20 years later. So we can make an idea of the dimensions of this project. Right now in Seoul, there are only 2 towers that are taller than 300 meters. So even after 100 years, more than 100 years later, the skyscraper Gaudi could be one of the tallest buildings in the world. Next. So the first step to begin the virtual reconstruction was to gather the original documentation, the original drawings of Gaudi. This documentation was lost during the Spanish Civil War, until Joan Matamala, one apprentice of Gaudi, published a book with his drawings. Between the drawings of Gaudi, we can find the main space, which is the Hall to America, which have a lot of details in the drawings. It's very detailed, and it could contain a replica of the Statue of Liberty. Well, from this drawing, from the original documentation of Gaudi, we were able to do the virtual reconstruction of the skyscraper, trying to respect the original designs of Gaudi and following the methodology of the hanging chains that he used in some of his projects. And from this 3D digital model, and thanks to the Gaudi Knowledge Association, it has been possible to fabricate this scale model that you can find at the end of the room, if you want to check later. This one. Well, so in order to emulate the methodology of Gaudi, of the hanging chains, we make some physical simulations that have to keep in mind mainly 2 concepts: the second Newton's law and the Hooke's law about springs. Well, and some other things, but these are the more important facts. So if we have a system with many particles and we apply forces to them, they are going to be following the force of gravity. After that, we can join them with the springs. So they are going to attract each other. So after some iterations, the system is going to find a dynamic equilibrium, and the solution would be equivalent to the hanging chain system of Gaudi. Next one. Well, this type of simulations are very useful for the design of architecture. We can make drawings, we can make sketches, and then turn them into hanging chains. automatically. Or we can apply different tensions to different chains what they did indeed. That would be the equivalent to have different lengths in the chains. Or we can incorporate attractor points, so all the chains would go to that direction. Or actually we can do anything, because in this virtual world we can set our rules. Next one. Well, if we want to work with more complex geometries, like the geometry of a building, we can start by using individual hanging chains, but we can also work with meshes. If we understand a mesh as a collection of multiple chains that are going to be connected at the intersection and are going to follow a grid, an ordered grid. Or as well, we could design a complex network or individual hanging chains. Okay. So one very important factor to keep in mind is the distribution of the internal forces, because the chains are the ones that allow the transmission of loads, to the ground. So in this example, the blue surface, we can see that if the direction of the chains are always parallel or perpendicular to each other, the final surface will be the same as the revolution of an arc catenary, which is a surface that Gaudi have used in the top of the towers of this skyscraper, or in many other buildings like the central dome of the Well Palace. However, if we introduce diagonals in our system, the deformation is going to be similar to a thin concrete cells, like those that Heisler designed. In this example, this is an ongoing research about how by modifying the topology of a surface, we can control the distribution of the internal forces, and that is going to affect to the final form, to the final shape. This could be the equivalent to change the direction of the hanging chains in a physical model or a real model. Okay. Well, these are some other examples of the importance of this distribution of internal forces, how the surfaces are going to change just by modifying that flow of forces. So if we keep in mind these three principles of physics, we can build many different algorithms. For example, in this animation, we can see that just by modifying the initial design of a project, it's going to respond in real time. Next. Or in this example, just by drawing a perimeter line, automatically we can obtain a vaulted roof that will cover the area, the selected area. This one? Well, these are just some examples. We can build almost anything as long as the algorithms are logical and respect these principles. Well, so these techniques and other similar techniques can be used for the design of contemporary architecture, hanging chains, minimal surfaces, static graphics, and some others. So in these images, we can see some examples of Foster and Partners, Frey Otto, or Zaha Hadid in collaboration with the ETH Zurich. Okay. Well, so by applying these techniques and these simulations, we were able to finish the reconstruction of the skyscraper. In these graphs, we can see these are graphs for the main tower, the central tower, and we can see how the shape is going to change depending on the influence of the different parameters of the simulation. So we have been the main concepts of the simulation. At the end, there are many other aspects we don't have time to cover. But well, changing our rules, our set of rules, the forms, the shapes that we are going to get are different. At the end, the skyscraper was formed by the sum of 12 towers. 12 was the magical number for Gaudi. The central tower, the main one, has 300 meters tall, and the perimeter towers were the ones containing the rooms for the hotel, all of them with natural lighting. So in the top views of the skyscraper, we can see how the perimeter towers are surrounding the main one, and they are working as similar to the buttresses of Gothic cathedrals, trying to absorb the horizontal forces of the central tower, which is like a giant bolt. This one. So these are the front views and the section. We can see that all the rooms will have natural lighting, And in the section, we can see that the internal slabs of the tower would contribute to absorb those horizontal forces of the structure. No? Well, the different drawings of Gaudi offer different versions for the enclosure of the project. So we have to make some hypotheses in order to finish this reconstruction. And to respect the designs of Gaudi, we look at other projects that he has already finished, and the final decision was the last one, the one in the right, which was similar to some of the parts of the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona. So this is, again, different hypotheses for the final surfaces of the towers. So Gaudi used many, well, you said catenary arcs, parabolas, ellipses, different type of arcs, different type of surfaces. And checking the original documentation, we can confirm that the towers of this skyscraper would be, well, the result of the antifunicular forms with catenary arcs. Next one. This could be the vision of the hotel attraction of the skyscraper according to the description of the text of Joan Matamala. You can see that in the top part of the building, we have the main space, the hall to America, but we also have the rooms in the perimeter towers. There is a theater, 5 restaurants, one for each of the 5 continents. And on top of the skyscraper, we have a lookout so people could watch the skyline of Manhattan. And finally, these are some images of the skyscraper in the city of New York. And this could be the skyline of Manhattan, of New York, with the organic forms of the skyscraper of Gaudi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hope someday we see this building done. And I will introduce you Beatriz. She comes from Chile, from a project that she will show you now. Thank you.
¿Qué hora es ahora? Me voy a poner acá. Buenas, un gusto estar acá. Estoy casi a la misma distancia que ustedes están de Barcelona. Chile es un país que está bastante lejos, a 11.000 kilómetros desde España. Voy a comenzar mi exposición y les voy a contar una historia. Esta es la historia de un sacerdote chileno que era de la Orden de San Francisco de Assisi, de Italia, pero vivía en la ciudad donde yo vivo, Rancagua, ¿verdad? Y él diseñó, le pidió a Antonio Gaudí que le diseñara una pequeña capilla para Nuestra Señora de los Ángeles. Y el próximo, bueno, estos son los 3 proyectos que Antonio Gaudí diseñó, entre otros más, pero los más importantes, digamos, que diseñó fue esos 3 proyectos fuera de España. El Hotel Attraction, que acaba de exponer mi antecesor, unas misiones franciscanas en Tánger y la capilla de Antonio Gaudí en mi ciudad, la capilla que está en América, ¿no? Ahí está Latinoamérica, Sudamérica, y la capilla se ubica en Rancagua, que es la ciudad donde nací. Siguiente. Ahí está. Bueno, y yo creo que hay no sé exactamente la distancia, pero creo que son 11.000 kilómetros que hay entre Corea y Barcelona. A ver si alguien me puede ayudar, pero por lo menos esa es la distancia que hay hasta Rancagua. Él es el padre Aranda. Esta es una fotografía del año 1910, cuando él fue a Roma, desde Santiago, en este caso a Roma, porque le gustaba pintar. Pinchemos el punto rojo. ¿Punto rojo? El anterior. El punto rojo hay que tocarlo. Sí. ¿Sí podemos? Si tocas el punto rojo. Sí. Es muy difícil para nosotros contar la historia, parece que no se puede. ¿Sí? La historia del padre Aranda, porque es una historia en que él decide ir a Roma a estudiar arte para reproducir cuadros, ¿no? ¿Algo pasó con la exposición? ¿No se ve? Bueno, vamos a ver si sigamos con la exposición entonces. Vamos a ver que hay un problema técnico. Gracias. Pero sigamos entonces. Next. Bueno, cuando el padre Aranda estaba en Italia, le dijeron que en Barcelona estaban construyendo una extraña iglesia, la Orden de los Josefinos. Y ese era el momento en que el padre Aranda va desde Roma hasta Barcelona a visitar a Antonio Gaudí. O sea, ese es el momento, es la imagen de lo que va a ver el padre Aranda, ¿no? Un lugar que no es lo que hoy día vemos en Barcelona, una ciudad completa, llena de construcciones por todos lados, sino que un terreno lejano al centro, al barrio gótico, y lleno de cabras alrededor y animales. Entonces, siguiente. Luego, un poco más de 12 años después exactamente, el padre Aranda está en el convento de San Francisco de mi ciudad y le envía una carta en el momento en que Antonio Gaudí ya tenía más construida la Sagrada Familia. En el año 1922, un día 15 de agosto, le escribió una carta. Siguiente. El padre Aranda vivía en ese es el convento San Francisco de Rancagua, de la ciudad de Rancagua. Ahí vivía cuando le escribe una carta el 15 de agosto. Siguiente. Esa es la carta que le escribió a Antonio Gaudí, una pequeña carta. Esta carta está en el archivo diocesano de Barcelona, y una pequeña carta muy breve donde él le pide una porciúncula, es decir, un lugar para el perdón, una porciúncula como franciscana. Y le dice que no se preocupe del arte dentro de la capilla, porque él lo va a pintar junto con otro cura franciscano, con otro sacerdote franciscano. Y le da además una pequeña programa o proporción de cómo el padre Aranda quería que Antonio Gaudí le diseñara esa capilla. Siguiente. Bueno, así estaba la Sagrada Familia. Hay toda una historia muy bonita de cómo él le contaba a los niños cómo tenía que ser esta basílica. Volarán los pájaros, será un gran bosque, ¿no? Es difícil de imaginarlo en una hora en ese momento, pero así lo contaba. Siguiente. Esta es la respuesta de Antonio Gaudí. Se demoró un poco, se tardó un poco en contestarla, pero el día de las llagas de San Francisco, se acuerda del padre Aranda y a través de su secretario Martín Matleu le escribe una respuesta a la petición del padre Aranda. Siguiente. Ahí está la carta completa. Es una carta que tiene mucha información y está traducida al inglés en los paneles que tenemos en la exposición del proyecto. Siguiente. Esos son los croquis de Gaudí para esta capilla. Siguiente. Ese es el otro croquis de Gaudí, es la información que hay. Hay una carta y hay dos croquis de Gaudí. Los croquis de Gaudí se rompieron y fueron rescatados porque fueron publicados antes de la destrucción durante la semana, ¿cómo se llama, Joseph? ¿Trágica o no? La guerra civil. Sí. Siguiente. Bueno, la capilla que Gaudí le dona al padre Aranda es una capilla que ya la tenía pensada, lo dice en la carta, para la Sagrada Familia. Y es donde está el ábside de la Sagrada Familia, y ustedes donde está la flecha pueden ver dónde está la capilla que Antonio Gaudí le regala el diseño también al padre Aranda. Es una capilla pequeñita. Siguiente. Ahí podemos ver la capilla, es pequeña, tiene 10 por 10 metros y 30 metros de altura. Siguiente. Bueno, hay certificaciones de la Junta Constructora de la Sagrada Familia. En este caso esta está firmada por el arquitecto Jordi Bonet, que va informando que esta capilla está diseñada por Antonio Gaudí para la ciudad de Rancagua. Siguiente. También Joan Basegoa también lo ratifica. Siguiente. Y en el libro El Gran Gaudí, que es un libro importante de quienes quieran estudiar a Antonio Gaudí. Siguiente. Hay una página dedicada a esta capilla de la iglesia de Rancagua. Y bueno, y ahí ustedes ven en esa fotografía, ese es el taller de Antonio Gaudí en la Sagrada Familia, y el cuadro que vemos allá es del padre Aranda. O sea, había toda una relación entre ellos, artística, decía el padre Aranda. Siguiente. Siguiente. Bueno, esta es la capilla. Ahí ustedes ven cómo a través de la Corporación Gaudí nos llega esta carta en el año 1993 a Chile, y también llegan los croquis, la planimetría y todas las autorizaciones de la Junta Constructora de la Sagrada Familia para poder construirla. Ahí está la pequeña capilla que le dona Antonio Gaudí en una maqueta de la Sagrada Familia, en una fotografía que saqué de la casa de Gaudí en el Parkwell. No voy a abordar técnicamente cómo se desarrolla, pero ahí podemos ver en el esquema cómo se va trabajando el croquis de Antonio Gaudí a mano alzada para poder llegar a la geometría descriptiva que permite hacer los cálculos. En Chile nosotros tenemos terremotos, grandes terremotos de 8 grados, por lo tanto es de suma importancia todos los cálculos de ingeniería estructural para poder hacer estructuralmente esta capilla. Siguiente, ahí están las formas del manto es la casa de María. Dice en la carta de Antonio Gaudí, será un santuario para América, un santuario de María, será una porciúncula, un lugar para el perdón, será un punto de luz para América. Y ahí vemos el manto de María en la capilla. Siguiente, con todas las formas que han explicado mis antecesores, los paraboloide hiperbólico, etc. Siguiente, en la Corporación Gaudí llevamos 27 años impulsando este proyecto, empezamos con las cartas, conseguimos los terrenos, sí. Luego conseguimos los dineros para poder desarrollar toda la ingeniería, la estructural, tener el permiso de obra, tenemos un permiso de obra. Siguiente, y obtuvimos un financiamiento público, en este caso también privado una parte. Se licitó la obra, siguiente, a través de la Dirección Nacional de Arquitectura del MOP. El gobierno lo financió como un legado histórico, no como un legado cultural porque no financia iglesias para la espiritualidad, sino que como un legado histórico. Ahí vemos algo de las planimetrías que tenemos para poder desarrollar el proyecto. Siguiente. Siguiente. Esa es una vista aérea del techo, desde arriba. Siguiente. Y vemos detalles constructivos de la cruz corona inspirada en las semillas, ¿cierto? Del ciprés. Y vemos, bueno, distintos detalles constructivos que permiten abordar esta obra. Siguiente. Ahí vemos un detalle, es una capilla que está hecha estructuralmente para un país sísmico con terremoto, pero revestida en piedra y ustedes pueden ver el color es azul con una piedra que es parecida a la lapislázuli, que se llama durmotorita, y es un manto que baja de la Virgen María. Siguiente. Ahí vemos detalle de la cruz corona. Siguiente. Y bueno, esta imagen la traigo porque es muy difícil explicar para la comunidad normal, para los niños, para los adultos, para todas las personas, quién es Antonio Gaudí en Chile, porque la verdad es que está muy lejos. Y solamente quienes hemos estudiado arquitectura sabemos quién es Antonio Gaudí o hemos tenido la posibilidad de viajar a Barcelona. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos para que la comunidad pueda saber y entrar a este mundo de Gaudí? Lo que hacemos es talleres con la comunidad, donde tenemos las exposiciones de Gaudí y lo hacemos de una forma lúdica, entretenida, para poder entrar con muchos niños, con niños que tienen problemas psiquiátricos. No nos importa de dónde vienen, lo que importa es hacia dónde vamos, y para poder crear, hacemos estos grandes murales con esa técnica que se llama trencadís. La hemos estudiado con los distintos materiales que Gaudí lo realizó con su colaborador Yuyol, y en el Parkwell, en la Casa Bayó, bueno, con distintos materiales. Él trabajaba con piedra, con reciclaje de cerámica, o como con la Casa Bayó, que era ya cerámica artística pintada a mano, ¿no? Y las comunidades van trabajando estas técnicas y van entrando al mundo de Antonio Gaudí. De una forma colaborativa se hacen estos talleres. La anterior, por favor. Ahora en Chile hay todo un movimiento que se llama Teletón, que es para ayudar a los niños con dificultades físicas, y ahora estamos haciendo un gran mural. En este momento hay más de 1.500 niños haciendo estos corazones, que fue como toda una discusión conceptual que tuvimos, cuál es la forma que vamos a una forma pequeña, fácil de hacer en los colegios, para poder informarles del proyecto de Gaudí, de difundir la obra de Gaudí a 11.000 kilómetros de Barcelona. Y fue con esta idea de hacer un gran mural de 100 metros de largo por 4 metros de altura, con cerca de 2.000 niños que van a estos centros para poder recuperar su estado físico, y con los niños niñas de los colegios. Siguiente. Bueno, es una muestra, son más de 2.000 pedacitos de corazones que después se van a conformar en un paisaje, un bosque de amor para los niños de la Teletón. Quiero mostrarle un video, ojalá que se pueda ver, en qué está. Hemos ya construido el Parque Cataluña, donde está el lugar. No sé si se puede pasar el video. Y con esto termino. Esta es la capilla, así es la imagen en el parque. Se ve la obra de Gaudí. La capilla es pequeña, es de 10 por 10 metros y 30 metros de altura. Tiene un subterráneo de 1.000 metros de altura para hacer actividades como esta, para que la gente lo ocupe y tenga actividades espirituales y culturales. Y acá es importante subrayar, dice, será un santuario para América. En América somos bastante creyentes en la Virgen María, somos creyentes. Y sobre todo la gente muy humilde, muy creyente en la Virgen. Entonces es muy bonito lo que pasa detrás de esta fe y de este regalo que nos da Gaudí, tener una casa, un lugar de la luz, y sobre todo un lugar para el perdón. Siguiente. Hay un punto rojo, no sé si en la anterior, no sé si se puede mostrar para que ustedes viesen en un video el parque. ¿Se puede mostrar el video? No se puede. Era importante, porque era un vuelo en dron para que ustedes puedan mirar dónde es, en qué lugar. Es un parque muy utilizado hoy día por la comunidad. Está construido la mitad del parque, son más de 10 hectáreas, y en este minuto está paralizada la obra a la espera de que el gobierno vuelva a retomar la obra, y también estamos gestionando fondos privados para poder seguir construyendo la capilla que donó Antonio Gaudí para América. Ojalá que se pueda ver el video, si no, ahí vemos cómo se podrá o no. Ahí se va a ver. Bueno, ese es el proyecto, el lugar. Ahí está la capilla en la laguna que se construyó, esa es la ciudad de Rancagua. Y pueden ver un anillo, esa curva muy de Gaudí, la mitad del parque construido, y el lugar donde está la excavación. Hay un colegio. Esa es la excavación de la capilla, es decir, ahí quedó construida la mitad del parque y la excavación de la capilla. ese gimnasio, esa estructura se va a demoler y esperamos que prontamente podamos terminar de construir el parque y la capilla justamente en ese eje después del agua. La comunidad está usando el parque, lo estamos instalando ahí con una exposición de Gaudí. Y bueno, bienvenidos a todos ustedes si quieren ir a Chile, porque me encantaría que fuesen a vernos y visitar este lugar tan hermoso y un punto de luz para América. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We are a little bit bad of time. We are a little bit late of schedule, so we will only make one question for all of you. How do you think that the construction of these buildings could help the new construction in architecture?
Hello, hola. Sí, gracias por la pregunta. Yo diría que cada uno de estos proyectos no construidos que hemos visto cuentan una historia diferente. Estos proyectos, aunque están relegados al mundo de los dibujos, las maquetas, no se han podido llegar a construir, tienen un inmenso valor en el discurso arquitectónico. Si estos proyectos se llegaran a construir, diría que por un lado Gaudí es una persona que se adelantó a su tiempo en cuanto al diseño en muchos aspectos, pero sobre todo en cuanto a la metodología para el diseño estructural. Y algunos de los objetivos que ahora se alinean con la arquitectura sostenible ya estaban en los diseños de Gaudí, desde el punto de vista de buscar formas, funciones sobre la compresión, para adecuarse bien a los materiales, estructuras eficientes, ahorro de materiales, que son varios de los objetivos que están en la línea de la arquitectura de innovación y de sostenibilidad. Si se llevan a construir ahora mismo estos proyectos, yo creo que una cuestión interesante sería que se pudieran incorporar las nuevas técnicas, ten en cuenta que el rascacielos de hace más de 100 años, ¿no? Ha habido avances en materiales, en técnicas constructivas, materiales ligeros y duraderos, la precisión de la fabricación digital, etcétera. Y por otro lado, lo que son la incorporación de energías renovables para hacer, mantener la esencia de estos edificios de Gaudí, pero actualizados a los nuevos estándares del siglo XXI.
Maybe you can repeat the question? Sorry. Yeah.
So if we speak about Colonia Güell Church, it's one of the very close and very finished in plans in head of Gaudi. It's a very compact building, and it if we finish it, it could we bring new ideas of such a to produce a building with such a complex hanging model system, and all the light surfaces, all the materials could be extraordinarily showed in a small building how Gaudi's skills and all the way he is doing with all skills he had to show how sustainable his architecture is. So with very, very local materials. For example, there are many things now in this part which is built, the down part, are very local things like pieces they used in the factory. He was upcycling, not more in there. So it's it could be show all the facets of design.
Aporta a que no nos olvidemos que la arquitectura tiene un sentido. Y, o sea, más allá de la técnica, primero el amor. Y creo que es una frase muy poderosa de Antonio Gaudí que nunca tenemos que olvidar. Y las obras de Gaudí, las últimas obras de Gaudí, sobre todo la familia, la Sagrada Familia, esta es una obra absolutamente llena de sentido. Entran turistas y salen peregrinos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now we finish. We can have a 30-minute stop and we continue with the fourth panel. Thank you.
네, 여러분 오전 세션은 이것으로 마무리하고요. 30분의 브레이크, 런치 시간을 가진 후에 본격적으로 또 오후 순서를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 감사드리고 브레이크 후에 다시금 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 본격적으로 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 두 번째의 순서의 대막을 열어줄 분들은요. 아리따운 또 미녀의 두 여성분들이신데요. 먼저 베서니 고비, 아동 청소년 교육 분야 가우디 전문가로서 이 기술 분야 가장 영향력 있는 영국 여성 50인 중에 한 분으로 선정되신 저력 있는 또 여성 커리어 워먼이십니다. 자, 무대 위로 모실 때 여러분 큰 환영의 박수로 부탁해 올리겠습니다. 네. Give her a big applause. Yeah. 자, 네.
Hello, I'm Bethany, and I am going to share some of our work and some research that we've been doing. But I have to confess something first. I am not an architect, and I am not going to talk about Gaudi. But when I do present, I will present things that are deeply connected to Gaudi's principles and some of his work. So I think the connection will be very, hopefully, obvious. Okay, can we start the presentation? You can go to the next slide. Next slide. Oh, I have to do it myself, don't I? No? Next slide? No? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little background just because I think context really helps to understand kind of where a person's coming from. So I was born in Los Angeles, California, in the United States of America, so in quite a dense city. I was educated in Providence, Rhode Island, and in New York City. I went to art school, so I studied design and minored in art history. Not so much in the natural world, again, quite a big city. So I learned how to live in Venice, in Italy, where I went to a research center called Fabrica, which is a creative residency funded by the Benetton family. So a really creative space to explore photography, design, music, art, architecture. And I say I was enlightened in London because I think that's where I found my purpose, my community, the people where I've learned how to create and really manifest things that really matter to me. And most recently, me and my family moved to Somerset, which is in the countryside, where I think is where I've now felt more grounded. And I think this will be a theme throughout the talk that I do today. But it's a very different environment to be creative in and to be inspired by. So professionally, I and also personally. I grew up in a Montessori household. I don't know how many people know about Montessori. So Montessori is a methodology of learning that was started about 100 years ago by a woman named Maria Montessori. It's a very child-centered approach to learning and education. It really puts the agency of learning in the hands of a child, and it has these incredible tools that look like games or toys that really allow young people to explore spatial awareness, which is really important for maths. It allows young people to learn writing and communication through cutting. So it really understands the cause and effect of child development and really making independence for young people in their learning. And fast forward to when I had my first child, who is actually sitting right there in the audience, Ash. This is when I really started my entrepreneurial journey. So becoming a mom for the first time, I went to the toy department for the first time, which was quite, I would say, quite depressing. It was very gendered. It really separated genders into quite stereotypical places. And it presented technology as this really unimaginative kind of thing to kids, which felt very different than what I was experiencing as a professional in the world. So I did what kind of strange entrepreneurial people do, and I started my own business. And unfortunately, the GIFs aren't playing. I don't know why. We might need to change the presentation. It's okay, I can do it without it, it's fine. So anyway, I started my own business, which was an educational toy business focused on helping young people to learn STEM and STEAM skills: science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. We developed a whole range of projects and products from 4 years old all the way to 12 years old, all built on Montessori methodologies and on what is called constructivism, this approach to learning by doing, that we learn best when we're hands-on, when we actually engage in a process of learning, not just conceptually understanding how learning happens. So, go back one slide. No, yeah, perfect. So this really has established, I think, my passion for designing experiences for kids and families. I think it's an underserved part of society that is just really not encouraged to participate in society in a fundamental way. So I wanted to kind of paint a picture of childhood today so we could understand what we're dealing with and why this is such an important area, I think, for everyone to pay attention to. So 25% of the world's population is actually under 15. Young people make up an enormous amount of society, and yet we really don't include them in policy making. We don't really include them in how we shape the education system. I was just talking about this at lunch. We don't really include them in very much at all. We kind of ask them to go on a particular path, and we force them into a pathway that we as adults think is correct, and we expect them to somehow come out of that, enlightened and able to kind of thrive in society. The average child spends about 4 hours outside a week, which is also pretty depressing. I bet you adults spend less time outside. And in a recent IPCC report, 75% of young people that were interviewed said that they felt the future was frightening. Some of them even went so far as to say they weren't planning on having children because they didn't want to bring children into this future that was so uncertain. I mean, when you're 12, that's hardly a place to be making decisions about, like, having children. So it's a really sad thing. And 2 out of 5 children will be born in Africa in 2050. So the population is shifting in really fundamental ways. So I promise this won't all be depressing, by the way. So the next slide, please. So I think this is a really important segue into the kind of pathway that my work has taken. So basically, kids and families, our lives are changing in these really unexpected ways. And what is happening is it's creating a lot of stress and anxiety about the future. And kids and families really lack playful and practical and inspiring ways to live in harmony with each other and the natural world, which is essentially creating really unchanged behaviors. We're creatures of habit. We produce patterns and then we keep doing them. And when something seems too challenging, we basically don't do anything usually. And organizations are developing, they're not developing long-term strategies, which really help us to take into account the roots of climate change, mental health crisis, and family stress. And what this is creating is a real gap in the trust that we have with the organizations that are serving kids and families, whether they be brands, whether they be individuals, or whether they be governments. And families are living with really serious challenges, hence this kind of overarching anxiety that seems to be occurring. So, next slide. So again, as an entrepreneur, what I've decided with 2 other co-founders is to start an organization that really focuses on researching the macro trends that are most informing the lives of kids and families, and translating those into reports, tools, products, services, experiences that can actually help us to serve kids and families in new and inspiring ways. And we base our work on kind of 3 principles. One is helping to really reconnect kids and families to nature. The second is about expanding the ways we learn, from subject-based learning to much more interdisciplinary learning. And the last is around bringing kids' voices into how we develop strategies and foresight. So the work we do, if you move to the next slide, the work we do is varied, and very intentionally so. We work with public, private, and social sector. So we work with brands like IKEA and Lego to do really large-scale product development, policy definition. We also work with really small emerging organizations that are developing new technologies. So we've developed things with AR, helping to connect young people to nature. We've developed products that help to connect kids to game mechanics and understanding coding and how to really develop their own games and programming. And we also have developed lots of experiences. There's a growing appetite for experiences and not just things for young people. So we've developed curricula, workshops, lots of different approaches to how this might live in society. Next slide. And I'm going to talk about a very specific area of research today that we think ties really beautifully to the work that Gaudi has done and continues to inspire us by. And these are some of the research areas that we focus on. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but for example, Young Futures is an area that we've been developing with the Creative Computing Institute in London, which is a project where we collaborate with young people and AI. And they use AI as a collaborative partner in visioning futures. And what we do with this is we then create these visions of the future, sometimes collective, sometimes individual, and we bring these into strategy discussions, foresight discussions, so that young people are a part of the beginning of the process and not just the end of the process, which is generally when they're brought in. When something's finished, someone wants to test it and see if it works, as opposed to what their dreams, hopes, and visions are of this future that we're essentially creating for them. Interspecies play is a really fun one. This is a project we're doing with the Max Planck Institute and OpenAI, which is about interspecies communication. How do humans understand and connect with the more than human world? And we have a vision that in the future that kids might play with other species, that it won't just be us thinking we are the only species that plays, which we know is not true. And what might that future look like when young people are growing up with friends that are from other species? The one I'm going to talk about today is Awe Every Day, which is about the emotion awe. If you go to the next slide. So awe is a special emotion. It is an intrinsic emotion that exists everywhere on the planet, in every culture, in every geography, in every economic state, and we all experience it in the same way. And awe is the feeling of being in the presence of something vast. And I spoke to the translators before, I hope we've described this word in the best way possible, because it's a really important experience that we all feel. And what it really helps us to do is transcend current mental models, which I think is really important when we think about the future. We can't just reference what we know, because what we know has gotten us to where we are. So this is about really trying to unlock conformity into something new. So what awe allows us to do, if you move to the next slide, it's being researched in lots of different academic institutions. We're working with Berkeley University in California at the moment, but many organizations are researching awe because it is really shown to impact the way we behave. It does a lot of really interesting things chemically and neurologically when we experience awe. And our particular interest, which is not being done by anyone that we know except for us in Berkeley, is understanding its impact on children and young people. And if we experience this sense of awe, what it might unlock for us as generations of humans. So the next slide. So the great thing about the research is that awe is not only triggered by very specific things, but it's also measurable, which I'll talk about in a second. So there are 8 triggers for awe, and I'll talk about them very, very briefly, but if you're interested, we can talk about it after. So moral beauty is essentially extreme acts of kindness. When someone really just treats you with a kindness that you weren't expecting, that can create this sense of awe that we feel. Similarly, collective effervescence, it's like what you feel when you're at a concert or when you're dancing together in motion. This can also create that sense of awe. Nature, as we know, most people associate awe with nature, which it absolutely does. It's probably one of the most common ones when you're standing at a vast, vista or seaside, or looking at the redwood trees or some incredible forest. Music absolutely triggers awe in really profound ways. Visual design, Visual design triggers awe as well. Spirituality and religious experiences, which we talked about a lot, and there was a beautiful panel about the importance of spirituality in Gaudi's work and many masters' work. Birth, life, and death, the experience of it, the memory of it can trigger this sense of awe. And then epiphanies, those moments where you have an aha moment, where you realize something that you just didn't know before, which, by the way, happens to children all the time. Next slide. And it's really scientifically proven. It's very similar to what happens during mindfulness practices. So for those that do any kind of meditation or mindfulness, it's essentially impacting your vagus nerve. It's lowering your sympathetic nervous system. It's creating oxytocin. So oxytocin being this kind of chemical that creates a kind of euphoria. It lowers DMN, which essentially creates stress. And it really increases this sense of self and interconnection. And it lingers, but it doesn't last forever. So it has to be topped up. You have to experience it again. And what we think this really encourages is an increased sense of purpose, which we hope will encourage a kind of thriving in many different ways for young people. So I'm going to show you a few examples of ways that we've used this. If you go to the next slide. Oh, and most importantly, what it really triggers is generosity, pro-social behavior, pro-environmental behavior, and creativity. In many of the tests that have been done by Berkeley, there's evidence that when young people, adults, anyone experiences this sense of awe, there's an increased sense of generosity, even for strangers. There's increased sympathy for the natural world, a kind of feeling of interconnection. So this is a really powerful emotion to name and understand. So if you go to the next slide. So our first experiment was with cultural institutions. We worked with a few different cultural institutions across the world. CCCB and TBA 21 were 2 that we worked with first, where we essentially worked with choreographers to design experiences for young people to trigger a sense of awe. We choreographed experiences where the young people were immersed in an artistic exhibition. And a lot of times when exhibitions exist in galleries, it's very hard for young people to kind of feel what's happened with that work. And so in this particular work, this was a Portuguese artist, Dene Pelicano. And the work was this beautiful work called Becoming Ocean. And we choreographed a piece where kids became the ocean. They became the bubbles in the ocean. They became the fish. They moved around the space. They had props that they used as well. And the young people really immersed themselves in this experience. And, it was really enjoyable and kids were very engaged. But what was most important is what happened after. So if you just go to the next slide. So what we were able to do was to measure, did they actually feel the sense of awe? And again, I just talked about measurement with someone. As you all know, a lot of times we're measuring things in quantitative way. We're measuring the quantity of how many people we've reached or how many things we've done. And what we were really interested in is have we actually triggered that sense of awe that allows young people to be generous, to have more pro-social behavior. So we developed a tool which is called Small Self. And it asks young people, we gave them a little booklet, we asked them to reflect before an experience. They drew a self-portrait before the experience. And as you can see, and there were 150 kids that did this workshop. Before the experience, kids drew themselves quite central, quite large, which is really normal for a young person to do. They're very much about themselves in the world. And then we asked them to reflect after the experience. Then they did another self-portrait. And what happened, 100% of the young people drew themselves much smaller, and they drew themselves more embedded in the natural world. So as you can see, one of them drew themselves like in the ocean or on top of a wave. They just totally shifted how they saw themselves in the natural world. And what we mean by small self is not that I am insignificant, but rather I am a part of the natural world. I am nature. I am a part of a bigger, interconnected, complex system, which again goes back to the beginning, which is around shifting mental models so that we can actually create a future which is not just referencing what we know. So this was just amazing and super interesting. And so we did it again. We did it in Barcelona at CCCB. If you go to the next exhibition. Oh, sorry, I didn't show that one. So now what we're doing is we are actually applying this to many different projects. So we've been working with Arup on a project around urban planning, where we've been bringing the sense of awe and its relationship to blue spaces, which are also proven to have really significant well-being impacts on young people, and developing kind of strategies and processes. We've co-authored a report with them and the Real Play Coalition, which gives a set of recommendations on how we design for awe. How do we bring these principles into urban planning and processes like this? Next slide. We're also now working with, if you go to the next slide. We're also now working with media organizations and education organizations. And it's also proven that when young people watch characters or storytelling through digital media, when the story and the visuals actually share some of these age triggers, that sense of awe also can be triggered in a young person. So the question we're asking with a very large media company is, what might it look like to design children's content that triggers that sense of awe, where we know that we're actually impacting them in positive and kind of hopefully productive ways. And then if you ask the question around education, what might it look like if young people were actually feeling a sense of awe when they're learning? There's definite evidence that when you're feeling that sense of awe, that you are more relaxed, which means you'll learn better. So these are the kinds of experiments and partnerships that we're now developing to bring this kind of research into more practical kind of public projects. So if you go to the next slide. And we've also established much broader tools. So we're still using the small self tool, but we're also working with larger organizations that need to work with much larger groups of young people. So we've done things with smaller assessment forms, which also work quite well. And the last is using technology. So we're doing a project with young kids where we're using eye tracking. As pupils dilate, as eyes move in certain kind of ways, this can also show us that young people are experiencing a sense of awe. So again, really pushing the boundaries of how we're measuring what we're doing and what we're measuring so that we understand the impact of the work that we're doing. Next slide. So bringing it back to, and I hope it's obvious why this work makes sense for this conference, but there are just three kind of areas that we felt were just really impactful. There's kind of awe as a starting place, that if we were able to, and Gaudi, said many different quotes, but the one that we thought was really powerful is this idea to really see nature as the book, the great book that we should all be reading from. And this is awe as a starting place, as a place where we start, where we bring that inspiration and that reference, that ability to kind of be open to an experience. Then we talk and think about this idea of awe as a process. Gaudi was quite ill when he was younger and had to be home and reflective for quite long periods of time. If you think about how we're designing kids' experiences right now, there's not much space for exploration. There's something about awe as a process, really celebrating this idea of discovery that we think is crucial to helping to create a generation that is capable of imagining new solutions. And the last is awe as a trigger for kind of purpose and some kind of transcendent self that gives us this capacity to find your own gift. People have used the word genius a lot today, so I kind of just geeked out a little and looked up the definition of genius. And it talked about, kind of a super intelligence or a real creative kind of prowess, but it also talked about natural gifts. And I think that's the part that we identify that really is missing for a lot of young people. We don't give them space to discover what that is. We don't always incentivize those natural gifts because we're so focused on incentivizing mathematics and grammar and those types of things. But really giving kids that space to explore, we think, is a really powerful and important tool for the next chapter. And I'll just end with a kind of call to action. So I think our real hope is that as architects, as designers, as creative leaders, that this will inspire us all to think about how we might bring this emotion more. I mean, first into our everyday, as parents, how we encourage this for our children. And if we are working with kids in any capacity, that we're able to actually bring this into the way that we look at the projects that we're doing. And that's it. Thank you.
We were going to have a conversation, but I think you answered all of my questions. I don't know. We can talk for hours and hours, I think, but your presentation was incredible. And I looked at the questions and they were like, yeah, you just talked about it all. And it's amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
네, 주제와도 같았던 어떤 미와 기능성, 그리고 그것들이 기술과 교육 속에서 어떻게 어우러지면서 융합되어지는지, 우리 베토니 코비의 백그라운드, 또 전문성을 겸비하여서 이렇게 함께 이야기 나눌 수가 있었습니다. 저는 이 라는 그 느낌이 어떤 건강 쪽으로도 그렇고 우리 삶을 영위해 가는 데 있어서 지대한 영향을 미치는구나라는 걸 오늘 이 연설을 통해서 또 깨달을 수가 있었습니다. 또 많은 분들의 정말 탄탄하고 경력 있는 스피치 연설을 통해서도 정말 놀라움을 이루 말할 수 없는 그런 그 경지의 라는 순간들을 여러분과 함께 지금 또한 느끼고 있고 말이죠. 자, 계속해서 이어지는 순서입니다. 자, 다음은 정말 또 귀한 분들을 모시게 되겠는데요. 우리 벌써 you guys already there. 베라 푸토자스키, 바로 글로벌 여성 리더로서 중동 지역 기반 글로벌 스타트업 전문가이십니다. 기업가, 엔젤 투자자이면서 또 펀드, VC, 운영 등의 다각적 기업 활동을 영위해가고 계시는데요. 글로벌 VC 500 글로벌에서 중동 영업을 담당하고 계시면서 많은 일들을 또한 지금 또 개척해 나가고 계십니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 또 알고 계시는 우리 마리아 구엘, 가우디의 영원한 후원자이면서 구엘의 직계손녀, like this and like she said, like granddaughter, yeah. 문화 저널리스트, 그러니까 이 구엘이 없었더라면 또 가우디의 기록적인 이 건축물들이 있었을까라는 많은 질문들을 하시면서 정말 대단한 후원자였다. 지금까지도 변치 않은 구엘의 직계손녀, 스페인 귀족 가문으로서 스페인에서 언론인으로 또 문화 저널리스트로도 왕성한 활동을 펼치고 있습니다. 자, 이번에 나누게 될 주제로서는요. 바로 이 많은 분들이 이 문화 예술 쪽에 어떻게 후원을 하시는지, 또 지혜롭게 그 일정 인베스트먼트를 활용하고 계시는지, 그것이 얼마나 지대한 영향을 미치는지에 대해서 나눠보는 토론회 시간 갖겠습니다. I'll give switch to you too, Sophia.
Thank you so much. I'm looking for the clicker. There you go. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm really happy to have you here, guys. Thank you so much. We're gonna have I think we're gonna have a really inspiring talk right now. I will give word to Maria. She will introduce to her family's legacy and explain a little bit more of one of the greatest and most important supporters of Gaudi. And I think without him, we wouldn't be here. So I think behind every, as they say, behind every good man, there is a good woman. But I think in this case, behind a great man, there is another great man. So please.
Bueno, lo primero, dar muchísimas las gracias a este congreso por contar con la familia. Muchas veces se habla de arquitectura. Supongo que lo más importante de Gaudí fue la arquitectura, pero detrás de Gaudí tenía que haber otra persona, que era el financiero, la persona que creía en Gaudí, la persona que soñó con Gaudí y la persona que se introdujo en su universo de tal forma que me parece imposible hablar de uno sin hablar del otro. Esto es lo que se llama un tándem, ¿no? O sea, es imposible entender el Palau Güell o el Parque Güell o la colonia Güell, de hecho, os dais cuenta que el apellido Güell entra a formar parte de cada uno de los proyectos de Gaudí, y eso es una cosa única, porque lo normal es hacer un palacio, pero que el palacio se llame Güell, eso quiere decir que el señor Güell elegía cada uno de los elementos, dibujaba con Gaudí, sabía perfectamente de dónde venían las maderas del Palau Güell, sabía perfectamente de dónde venía cada detalle de cada proyecto. Y entonces yo he tenido la oportunidad de tratar mucho a mi abuelo, que tenía el mismo nombre, Eusebio Güell, que era nieto del mecenas. Mi abuelo tuvo unas circunstancias familiares que sus padres se separaron, con lo cual pasó a vivir con sus abuelos. Esto es una cosa, bueno, que ahora nos parece muy rara vivir con los abuelos, pero en aquel momento no era tan raro. Y entonces mi abuelo me contaba de primera mano, por eso quizá yo estoy tan involucrada con el proyecto Güell y Gaudí, que paseaban por el Parque Güell, paseaban de forma que mi abuelo Eusebio Güell, joven, tuvo la oportunidad de ver cómo Gaudí rompía los azulejos. Este famoso trancadís, que se ha explicado 1000 veces, es el primer fenómeno de reciclaje, por lo menos en Barcelona. Yo no sé si en el resto de Europa y el resto del mundo ya había alguien que dedicaba a recoger los trocitos de la cerámica con la que estaba trabajando otras partes del Parque Güell. Esos trocitos él los recogía, los ponía y tiene la suerte de poder hacer el banco, me atrevo a decir el banco más famoso de la historia, que es el banco del Parque Güell. Es un banco de reciclado 100%. Y esto, bueno, yo creo que ahora mismo que se habla del reciclaje y todo esto, es una de las claves de la arquitectura de Gaudí. Me gustaría pasar las fotos. No sé si Alex me ayuda. Ah, perdón. Es que veo ahí la foto. ¿Se mueve Alex? Este es el tándem perfecto, incluso tan perfecto que los dos llevaban barba. Me da pena porque cada uno mira para un sitio, pero no he sido capaz de unir la foto porque la foto está creada así en internet y no es fácil. Os quiero comentar que en esta época el tema de las fotos, así como los retratos de Eusebio Güell, hay uno en cada esquina de mi casa, los retratos fotográficos es una cosa única, con lo cual estáis viendo ahora la mirada de los dos y yo creo que esta mirada nos puede ayudar a hacer este pequeño viaje. No os asusto, va a ser muy corta mi intervención, pero la mirada de ellos dos yo creo que es muy importante para entender el tándem que tuvieron. Ellos dos soñaron juntos. Digo soñaron porque este tejado que veis aquí es la azotea del Palau Güell y yo creo que para crear estas chimeneas que funcionaban a la perfección, o sea, toda la casa funcionaba con estas chimeneas y por la que ahora se puede pasear, incluso se pueden ir a conciertos, se puede disfrutar de la ciudad. Esto es en la parte baja de la ciudad, al lado de la estatua de Colón. Yo creo que para crear estas estatuas, bueno, las llamo estatuas porque son chimeneas, estatuas, hay que estar un poco iluminado. Es un sueño conjunto de dos personas. Voy a poner otra imagen. Esta es la fachada principal del Palau Güell. Esta casa se encarga al señor Antoni Gaudí, se la encarga su benefactor, su mecenas, que era Eusebio Güell. Actualmente se visita, y os lo recomiendo mucho si venís a Barcelona, y hay un dato muy curioso que siempre me contaba mi abuelo y mi padre insistía mucho en que el día que inauguran la casa era una vivienda para el señor Güell, su mujer y sus hijos. El señor Güell, Eusebio Güell, dijo, esta casa, lo dijo en catalán, solo nos gusta a ti y a mí. Eran muy conscientes de que esta locura de proyecto en una zona que era el barrio chino, lleno de prostíbulos, y no sigo contando para no dar mala fama a mi ciudad, pasaban cosas y siguen pasando cosas complejas. Esta casa solo les gustaba a ellos. La gente, por supuesto, empezó a hacer caricaturas, la gente se reía mucho de ellos dos, se reían, pero me parece que Eusebio Güell se reía porque pensaba, ahora no nos gusta a nadie, no le gusta a nadie, pero con el tiempo gustará. Y ahora os podéis imaginar que esta casa está en un itinerario de casas singulares y esta casa ahora mismo es probablemente la casa vivienda más importante de Barcelona. O sea, es muy complejo visitar una casa en la que vivía la persona. Estamos acostumbrados a ver museos, palacios, pero casa de arquitecto y mecenas me parece que es un ejemplo único. Para que os hagáis cargo de lo único que es este edificio, Gaudí le hace los muebles a medida a su cliente. Esta es lo que yo llamo la joya de la corona. Si os fijáis en las piernas, son piernas de animales, son unos, bueno, se puede hablar de avestruces, se puede hablar de muchas cosas. Esto es lo que llaman el tocador de la señora Güell, de la mujer de Eusebio, de Isabel López, hija de Antonio López, que era el marqués de Comillas. Me gustaría que lo tuviéramos aquí porque abriríamos todo. Todo se puede abrir, todo. Arriba vemos una pequeña mirilla que se abre, se pueden guardar cosas. La parte de la derecha, que veis como una celosía, era donde la señora Well guardaba las medias. Yo entiendo que ahora lavamos todo el rato con el agua, la lavadora y tal. Antiguamente el tema de la higiene era muy complejo. Ahí colgaba las medias y esto hacía que el olor de las medias saliera. ¿Veis una pequeña peana? Era donde la señora Well ponía las botas o los zapatos para atárselo. Eran botas, imagináis, ¿no? Con unas cuerdas muy complejas. Y este mueble hemos tenido la suerte de que ha viajado a París, ha estado en el Quai d'Orsay y os confirmo que desde la dirección del Quai d'Orsay nos han dicho que es el mueble más bonito que ha pasado. Y esto estamos hablando de París, no estamos hablando de un pueblo cerca de Barcelona que quizá ya conocen a Antonio Gaudí. Este mueble ha querido viajar a muchos países. Recuerdo que lo pedían desde Japón, lo han pedido Corea, todavía no lo ha pedido, pero que es un mueble, no lo sé, quizá alguno de vosotros más amante de la obra de Gaudí ya ha tenido la oportunidad de verlo, pero es un mueble muy, muy preciado y se hace especialmente para el Palau Güell. Aquí está el segundo mueble especialmente para el Palau Güell, es esta chaiselong, en la cual la parte de chaiselong, el cuerpo, ¿cómo lo puedo pasar para atrás, Alex? Ha volado el mueble, gracias. Este mueble es ergonómico, no sé si os dais cuenta que es súper cómodo. O sea, en el momento que tú te sientas en él, el cuerpo se adapta. Y esto quiere decir que tanto los edificios de Gaudí como los muebles diseñados por Gaudí son hechos a medida. No sé si me explico. Imposible reproducir este mueble. Originalmente no tenía esta tela, tenía una tela con la piel de vaca, pero la piel de vaca, como podéis imaginar, el pelo se va deteriorando y con los años se decidió tapizarlo con este terciopelo, que es un color muy discreto. Y lo que veis el hombro, ahí cabe La Vanguardia, que es el periódico clásico de Barcelona. No se aprecia porque está puesto de lado, pero realmente este mueble es un poema y realmente vale mucho la pena fijar la mirada en este mueble, porque supongo que chaiselong es un mueble que luego se puso muy de moda, pero como este modelo me parece a mí que no hemos tenido la oportunidad de tener muchos. La chaiselong también ha viajado por el mundo, no ha llegado a Japón porque nos da miedo, mucho miedo el tema de los aviones, los movimientos, aunque ese hierro forjado, supongo que los que habéis estudiado Gaudí sabéis que una de sus obsesiones, porque su padre trabajaba con el hierro, era el hierro y forjarlo y darle la vuelta, era un virtuoso del hierro y esto es uno de los ejemplos de cómo dominaba Gaudí no solo las maderas, sino también los hierros. Ya voy acabando, no os quiero agobiar, pero lo primero que se podría haber dicho de Gaudí es la admiración que tenían de Gaudí y Güell. Entre ellos se admiraban como cliente, como mecenas y había desbordante imaginación que compartían. Ellos eran dos soñadores y bueno, también tuvo la suerte Eusebio Güell de ser un gran empresario y con el dinero que ganaba desde Ashland, que era una cementera, la transatlántica, tabacos de Filipinas, gran parte de los ingresos los gastaba en sus sueños. Y entonces los hijos estaban bastante preocupados con el tema, sobre todo con el Parque Güell. Yo creo que el Parque Güell ha sido lo que más ha trascendido, porque además de estar inspirados en el templo de Apolo de Delfos, era un sueño de ellos dos. Compraron un terreno en la montaña pelada de Barcelona, y la idea era hacer una urbanización que, como todos sabéis, fracasó, porque en España no había cultura de urbanizaciones. Esto el señor Güell lo había visto en Inglaterra, quiso copiar el ejemplo, pero no, los barceloneses no querían trasladarse a una parcela, compartir todas las zonas comunitarias como había previsto él. Y bueno, estos dos soñadores, yo creo que lo más maravilloso es que soñaron, nos han dejado un legado que me atrevo a decir que sin este legado Barcelona no sería el reclamo que tenemos ahora mismo con el modernismo de Gaudí y Güell. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, María. Es muy interesante. Yo realmente agradezco mucho de que estés aquí porque siempre hablamos de Gaudí y en el congreso anterior hablamos sobre también la parte de inversión y como el apoyo, pero no tuvimos a nadie representante de la familia. Y conocer a alguien que es parte suyo del legado, todo esto me parece muy impactante y muy inspirador también. Muchísimas
Sofía.
gracias. Now we'll pass the word to Vera. She'll present herself and her really impressive biography and her experiences. And the reason why we have these two ladies together today is that we wanted to open the discussion about how the importance of investing in culture and supporting culture and arts, and not only talking about technology. I know it's your main area, technology and urbanism and cities and sustainability, but also how everything that Güell and Gaudi did, how can we be inspired by them to create better future as well?
First of all, I want to say how truly extraordinary it is. Here we are in Seoul, Korea, speaking Spanish and English. I mean, I could speak Spanish, but I stick to English better. It shows how small our world is, how interconnected everything is. And I'll speak about interconnectedness a bit more later as a concept. But first, I'll introduce myself briefly because you probably are wondering why is there somebody from VC on this panel. First of all, was the truly extraordinary being here. And second, I have a very strong personal relationship with Barcelona. I do love Gaudi, but I also must say that Barcelona changed my life. And I think it was because of this concept of being free and becoming more creative. So after I finished school in Germany, I went to Spain for a year, first in Salamanca to study Spanish, Castellano Puro, which I lost when I lived in Buenos Aires. But then I came to Barcelona, and in Barcelona, I discovered tango. My flatmate at that time danced tango, and I saw tango for the first time. And Barcelona completely changed my life. I was supposed to become a lawyer. It was clear in my family I would be a lawyer, not an architect, sorry. But a lawyer. Everybody was already talking, when Vera is a lawyer, then everything would be better. But then there it is, I became a professional dancer, and it's thanks to Barcelona that it had such an influence on me. So I'm truly grateful that the city exists, and thank you to the family of Güell for its contribution. So then I went into dancing professionally for a few years, then had an accident, had to reinvent myself, find a new path, and I went more into studying political science in London and working in the EU for a few years, and then finding my way into technology, which I think is such an interesting intersection of art, especially now, as we also saw in the presentation yesterday, but what we've been seeing recently in the last years, especially since the pandemic, how deeply intertwined art and technology becomes, with all the Web3 and NFTs. So I went into technology, built a startup, moved to Dubai to build a startup, then worked for Dubai government on many different innovation projects. To your question about smart city, one of our projects was including the blockchain strategy. So Dubai's vision was to make the city completely paperless. So there would be no paper, it would be everything on blockchain, all government transactions on blockchain. So I was involved in that and many other truly innovative initiatives that came out of Dubai. And then after that, I managed the Middle East for a VC firm out of San Francisco. And one of my major tasks was to open the Saudi market. So I had the pleasure to go to Saudi Arabia for the first time about 6 years ago to really build the entrepreneurial ecosystem there, involving all different stakeholders, teaching investors, educating, all different entities that are relevant to build an ecosystem. And what's really interesting to see, you start building a technology ecosystem, and that also opens up for creativity. People become more creative because before that, most of them thought, I'm going to go into a governmental job because it's safe, secure, and well paid. And now you realize that people are opening their minds and look into not just the government opportunities, which are plenty, but also into technology and with that creativity as well. So there are now hubs for creatives in Dubai and in Saudi Arabia, which didn't exist a few years back. So that's truly wonderful to see. Maybe I'll stop here to answer the questions and then, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have one of the questions that I was wondering while I was listening to you both is that one of the reasons why Güell was able to do what he did with Gaudi is that he identified the talent. Somehow he knew what Gaudi would do. And I think we didn't tell how they met, actually. Their meeting happened because Gaudi designed a glass box for an expo in Paris, I think in 1880, I think it was, I'm not sure. And they traveled to the glass box, and Eusebio Güell saw the glass box, the glove glass box, and he was so impressed by it, and he really enjoyed it, and that's how they met and they started their conversation. So I'm just always wondering, how was he able to identify the talent? How was he able to see? Because when Gaudi graduated from the university, when they gave him the title, they said, I don't know if we are giving the title to a genius or a madman. So we know that he is genius now, but how did he know? And how can we also, understanding this, how can we, the importance of identifying the talent today in artists, culture, VC, in any areas, I think it's so important and so essential, and I think it's one of the reasons why you invest in somebody. Yeah, opening the question.
Yo creo que, bueno, sabemos que se sabe, siempre he escuchado este tema, que Eusebio Güell viaja a París a la Exposición Universal y ahí ve este mueble que comentabas de la familia Comella. Eran una gente de Barcelona que siguen en activo con tiendas de ropa, que estaban exponiendo unos guantes, un modelo de guantes, y lo que era la cómoda donde estaban puestos los guantes, pequeña, muy discreta, era excepcional. Entonces el señor Güell se fijó, se fue acercando, el señor Comellas entusiasmado, pensando que iba a venderle muchos trajes para los próximos 50 años de vida. El señor Güell dijo, no, me interesa el mueble. ¿Pero quién lo ha hecho? ¿Quién lo ha hecho? No, pero los guantes son nuevos, de esta tela, son de piel, no sé qué, valen tanto. No, me interesa el mueble. Llegó a Barcelona y lo primero que hizo, o sea, antes de entrar en casa, fue a conocer a Antonio Gaudí, que había diseñado este mueble. O sea, ya hablamos de un diseñador y no un arquitecto. Me gusta mucho hablar de diseño y arquitectura juntos, ¿no? Que yo creo que es una de las bases de Gaudí, ¿no? Aparte del oficio y toda su imaginación. Y entonces se conoce a Gaudí y yo lo que creo que ocurre se llama flechazo. O sea, un flechazo total. Entonces, en este flechazo yo creo que Eusebio Güell lo que tiene es un instinto y reconoce a este chico joven que está estudiando en Barcelona. Dice, yo confío en él, en vos confío, sería un poco, ¿no? Y entran en un camino, en un tándem, que yo creo que esto es lo que es único. Y yo quiero resaltar también que Güell confía en él 100%, pero no se apea, o sea, le sigue en cada uno de sus pasos, en cada uno de sus planos. Y entonces yo creo que la gran diferencia con otros arquitectos, con las personas que le pagan, o no sé, con sus clientes, es que aquí hay un seguimiento total. O sea, le da un dinero para hacer el palo a Güell, pero no le dice, te doy este dinero para que compres las maderas en Santander, que ya sabemos que tenemos muchos contactos en Santander. No, vamos a ir juntos de la mano, vamos a hablar con el carpintero, vamos a hablar con el orfebre. O sea, hablan con todos los oficios los dos. Y entonces disfrutan cada uno de sus proyectos, que ya te digo que les tomaban por locos, o sea, eran proyectos de locos, pero eran dos locos disfrutando con el proyecto. Yo creo que esta es la gran diferencia con otros mecenas o con otra gente que a lo mejor le daban dinero, no quiero decir nombres de arquitectos para que nadie se enfade, pero le daban dinero y decían, hazme una casa particular, hazme un museo, hazme un palacio, hazme una casa para mi hija pequeña que tiene 7 hijos, pero en este caso no, o sea, se involucran los dos. O sea, es un mecenazgo guión tándem. Yo creo que ahí reside la magia de ellos dos, creo que es así.
It's amazing. Do you think that in VC you have this, the flechazo, the strike in the heart, and you just trust somebody? Did that happen to you?
Yes, totally. Especially in early stage, when you're in venture capital, when you look at a company, and I think it's very similar, like your great-grandfather recognized in Gaudi. If it's early stage, you have to almost trust your intuition, trust your gut. You are investing in the person. You're not investing in the product because it's not even developed yet. I mean, in this case, the mueble, it was already there. But many times you don't even know what the product will look like. So you really trust your gut, you trust your intuition, you believe in the person, you believe that they will continue when it gets hard, because it does get hard when you build a startup all the time. But I briefly want to go to this point I mentioned in the beginning of interconnectedness. And we just traveled to Bhutan. In fact, I came back from Bhutan 2 days ago. And in Bhutanese, they have a concept of interconnectedness on synchronicity called melam. And I did some research and I realized in Korea, you have that concept as well. It's called in-yun. I hope I pronounce it right. In-yun is a concept of synchronicity, that everybody who meets, they were supposed to meet. It's not just by mistake that they happen. So it's by faith, right? So the faith I think, I mean, maybe I'm quite spiritual, and I think so was Gaudi and Güell probably as well. They met because it was meant to be. So it's really by fate that those two men, that he saw in Paris this furniture, and that they met. It was supposed to meet. Supposedly it takes many, even lifetimes sometimes for such things to happen. So it's karmic connections, it's interconnectedness. The fact that we're all here today now there's a reason behind it. It's not just by coincidence that we happen to be here and we were in Bhutan and were able to come to Seoul. So this interconnectedness of people, I think, is really strong. If there would have been no Güell, there would be no Gaudi, and you see that in technology as well. If you don't find an investor, many times a startup might not succeed. You can bootstrap for a while, you can finance it yourself, but at some point, if you don't have people backing you, be it, as a patron in the art space, or be it as an investor in the technology space, you might not succeed. However, I must say, I really hope that we will one day maybe have more investors look at the art space. It's difficult for them at the moment right now. They don't really look at it because you want a quick return on investment as an investor. In the technology space, and art takes time. It's all about actually allowing and giving the space to just be. It's kind of slow down, let the creativity come out. We are so on a deadline all the time. We're all running and rushing in this life. But I think in order to be creative, and I wish I could speak to Gaudi and understand how was he so creative, how was he such a genius. And to your question before, genius or madman, I think there's such a fine line. It's the crazy people who are the geniuses, right? So how do we all become a little bit more crazy / creative? I think is a big question that we have to ask ourselves nowadays. It's about really, how do we create those spaces where we can just be and become more creative? I mean, and I'm talking, for myself here as well. I wish to find such spaces for me and invest into that much more, because I think, and I had this conversation yesterday, we need to make sure that the future generation, I think it was with Arnold, maybe we spoke about how important it is to allow creativity, especially for the future generation, because otherwise we just become machines. And especially in this age where we have so much AI coming into our daily lives, what we don't want is to be like machines. We need to become much more less than them. And I think one of the most important things is the creativity part. So how do we nourish, nurture, expand our creativity, I think is really important, versus how do we just get things done.
Definitely. I mean, we had incredible talks today from Mariona, who's explored the genius, and I know from firsthand that if you want to be more creative and change your trait, you actually, by writing, you can change your writing, and then your trait will change itself. It's a really interesting thing. You can talk about it. And Bethany also talked about the awe, and how I think awe is one of the really essential parts of creativity. I was just wondering while you were talking, and I think when you invest, why it takes so long or it's harder to invest in art and culture, is because you really have to trust or have like this faith or intuition, I think, which the Güell had, to recognize the piece of art or a piece of culture, and allow time for it to showcase, for people to understand it, for people to start to like it. There are so many things happening in there, and I think this faith, which is faith in yourself and the person, I think it's really important in that sense.
Yo creo que lo más importante es no tener prisa, porque en el momento que tienes prisa y hay una obra, que aquí hay algún arquitecto en nuestro grupo, si das 12 meses, probablemente la inspiración no llega en 12 meses. O sea, yo creo que la clave de Güell y Gaudí es que Güell era un buen cliente, pero que era muy paciente, ¿no? De repente le decía, tengo que hacer aquí una cruz, y hasta que yo no me inspire voy a volver a leer este pasaje de la Biblia, todo relacionado con la iglesia o con la naturaleza. Cada cosa le dedicó el tiempo que le dedicó. También te digo que no había pantallas, con lo cual yo creo que tenemos más tiempo libre para pensar. Y antes, bueno, no lo he comentado, pero yo estoy involucrada en la Fundación Güell. Eusebio Güell tuvo muchos hijos, uno de ellos, Juan Antonio, que fue alcalde de Barcelona, fundó la Fundación Güell. Y yo creo que es importante pensar que el mecenazgo sigue en este personaje de Juan Antonio, bueno, que evidentemente está muerto, pero está mi primo Eusebio como presidente y yo estoy de patrona, y lo que hacemos es dar unas becas a gente joven, los països catalans, porque Juan Antonio era muy catalán, y este año hemos incrementado las becas, siempre es en el mundo del arte, la música, artes plásticas y historia del arte, ¿no? Justo las acabamos de dar la semana pasada en el Palau Güell, es un acto muy bonito porque seguimos a los alumnos, alumnos o estudiantes, no sé cómo llamarles. Ellos piden una beca específica para hacer, no sé, el otro día una chica presentaba un estudio sobre el MACBA, el fracaso del MACBA, que este es otro tema que no vamos a tocar, pero es un museo que tenemos en Barcelona, que ojalá hubiera habido un Eusebio Güell dando la puerta tanto al ayuntamiento como a todos para que funcionara, porque el gran problema del MACBA es que como no funciona, ha cambiado el Raval por la estética, por la arquitectura, pero el MACBA es un fracaso de Barcelona, que también tenemos fracasos. Pues esta chica explicaba su historia, pero vamos a hacer un seguimiento con esta teoría, ¿no? Ella es historiadora del arte, ha presentado su tesis y esta tesis vamos a intentar que al nuevo alcalde, a Colboni, le llegue la tesis, seguir y ojalá tengamos eco con esta tesis, ¿no? Y entonces en estas becas este año hemos incluido el primer premio de arquitectura para los trabajos de final de carrera. Creo que es muy importante cuando alguien acaba un trabajo de final de carrera de arquitectura, son muchos años de arquitectura, muchos años de preparando este trabajo y darle valor, ¿no? Las diferentes universidades, incluimos la de Valencia, son todo països catalans, presentan los mejores trabajos de final de carrera y el otro día ganaron tres finalistas, ganó una chica con un proyecto precioso y creo que hay que seguir a la gente joven, o sea, confiar en la gente joven pero no darle un premio, darle un dinero, o sea, el mecenas no tiene que dar dinero y olvidarse del personaje. Yo creo que el mecenas tiene que seguir la obra, tiene que mantener y si le gusta realmente ese artista, que puede ser un arquitecto, puede ser un pintor o un músico, seguir las pistas y ahí es donde ves si esa persona realmente va a ser un genio. Si simplemente le das dinero para hacer una obra y la abandonas, yo creo que esa persona, si no tiene financiación, el señor Gaudí es que a lo mejor hubiera hecho los primeros muebles para el señor Güell, que fueron para comillas, para el Palacio Sobrellano, y a lo mejor ya nunca más hubiera habido feeling. Pero para haber feeling con cualquier persona tienes que tratarle, seguirle. Yo creo que la base es el follow.
Qué bonito. It's really beautiful, all of the initiatives around this, and you can.
I wanted to say I think what's really interesting, what we can learn from this interdisciplinary partnership of Güell and Gaudi for today's life, I think that was also one of the questions you mentioned before, is how important it is to have those partnerships that are out of the box thinking and that we don't just stay in our bubbles, architects with architects. That's why thank you so much for including, people who are not architects in your conference. I think it's really important to know where we come from. It is, I think, important to know our roots and go back to really those basics, nature, work on understanding our identity. We need to know where we come from in order to know where we're going, to the future. But it's also important to understand that the future is moving so fast. It's not, the times have changed so much. And I agree with you, lo mejor es no tener prisa. The best would be not to rush. I don't want to rush. I'm always wishing for a slow life. But then I also think, but life is accelerating. It's exponential growth and everything. So the question is, how can we create those different partnerships, right? With people from different disciplines. And this is something I also work on with a social enterprise around, where I bring women from different disciplines together in order to interact with each other, in order to collaborate, to think, to understand each other. I combine different sectors, but also religions, heritages. It's mostly Western and Middle Eastern women for now, to really understand what can we do together if we come together from different areas, different ways of thinking. And I think that's what I really admire about this partnership with Güell and Gaudi. He was a businessman, right? Businessman with a creative, and how much beauty came out of it. And really, we live here for beauty, for joy, for love. So this is such a prime example to show the more diverse people we bring together, the more beauty comes out of it. So I really hope we can learn from this and bring this lesson to the whole world to learn from.
We are, as our organization, we're trying to find new Gaudis, so people who, that's why we have amazing speakers here who are following his steps or doing something similar, but we are also want to foster new Güells. I think we have to do that. I think we have to have more patrons, even like you, I would consider you a new Güell, a modern Güell, who support this culture, support art. And nowadays, I think the trendy topic is the sustainability and innovation and technology and AI, blockchain, all of those words. But I think culture and art gets lost on the way somehow. But I think without culture and art, there wouldn't be history. We wouldn't have identities as countries, as nations, as societies. And I think that what shapes us and shapes who we are as people.
Yeah, can I just add on this? You're so right. Without culture and art, we would not have history. And where technology comes in hands is that we can record this much faster than writing. You know, before it would took forever. Now we can record it, we can make NFTs, we can maybe create those cultures, I don't know how, in the metaverse. If somebody from Moon Labs is here, maybe they can create a metaverse culture of different cultures and make it more, how can we bring people together? I mean, it's beautiful how we can just coexist here. I don't know if you counted the nationalities, but we're at least probably 8 different nationalities in this room right now, and if not more. So how can we create these different cultures and bring different learnings? You know, I mean, I'm really fascinated right now by Bhutan. We spoke so much about compassionate leadership, of fierce compassion. That's a new concept to me. You can be compassionate, but also be fierce at the same time. How can we bring this to more people? And I think that's where technology comes in really handy and can reinforce the what you say, that this importance of art and culture, and bring it closer to people from different areas in the world. You can bring 2 remote areas. Just really briefly on the technology. When NFT, I know NFTs kind of slowed down a little bit now. It seems not in Korea, but in the world it has slowed down a little bit. But last year it was such a boom that people in remote villages in Africa were able to become successful by creating NFTs, or some gamers in the Philippines started making really good money because they were playing not just games, but it was a social impact starter where you would play but actually contribute to sustainability in the world. So it's impressive how technology allows us to include people who are not included in our world, because we are in the Western world, or in certain Asian countries, we often forget how many people. I mean, I lived 10 years in the Middle East now, and there are so many unbanked people, and we often forget that how many people actually are not included in our society. So with technology, we can make it accessible to them, and if we can also bring culture and art to them, I think this could open up their minds to so many more innovations and desire to create.
I think we could talk about this for hours and hours. I think we can have another conference just for this theme because it's so interesting. And I'm really sorry, but I think we're running out of time. Yes, of course.
Yo quiero dar una alarma. Yo quiero dar una alarma con la globalización. Quizá yo me he quedado en el siglo XIX, pero tengo verdadero pavor a globalizarlo todo. Creo que el Palau Güell hay que viajar a Barcelona, hay que comprar el ticket o colarse, lo que sea, o ir a un concierto o ir a tomar una copa de cava, pero creo que las experiencias, ahora se venden las experiencias, son muy importantes. O sea, se puede ver en un ordenador el Palau Güell porque hay una visita virtual, pero recomiendo, por favor, que la gente siga viajando y que la cultura hay que consumirla in situ. O sea, puede haber enciclopedias, metaverso, puede haber lo que sea, pero desde aquí, mira, recuerdo a mi antepasado, quiero pediros que las cosas hay que vivirlas y si se puede tocarlas, porque ahora veo que la juventud, tengo 2 hijos que yo creo que no han tocado nada en su vida y no lo echan en falta, pero yo como madre o como futura abuela necesito que la gente toque las cosas, y la parte artesana que comentaba antes Simoneta creo que es lo fundamental en el arte, y que el arte está compuesto de muchas cosas, no solo de una pantalla en el que puedan ver un espacio bonito ni una tela bonita, las cosas hay que tocarlas.
I think like one of the phrases that Gaudi said, what he did is he used technology only when it was needed. And if there was no technology to do what he wanted, then he invented it. And I think this is the philosophy that we should continue doing, and using technology only for making our lives better by going back to analog. I'm an analog gal. I want everything to be analog, and I want to go back to the roots, as you were saying before.
I mean, even though I invest in technology, but I must say I love nature. I never had this feeling of awe online, so so I think it's really important to be. I mean, we just met with the Bhutanese king. Having that online would not be the same. Or the holy woman of Bhutan. I think really, I 100% agree with you, Maria. The real life will never be substituted by, exactly, like to touch your hand will never be the same online. So yes, technology, to use it to record for the future generations, I think is necessary. But as long as we can travel and live and be in nature, play the instruments, see the buildings in real life. Yes, I'm all for in real life.
Thank you so much. It was
Thank
really,
you.
really inspiring, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
네, 정말 하루를 다 걸려도 모자랄 시간인 것 같습니다. 여러분 즐거우셨죠? 우리 구엘 여사님 아시다시피 가우디와의 그 의리 또 신뢰감으로 지금까지 함께 그 직계 손녀분께서 그 재단을 통해서 업적을 이루어가고 계시는데요. 제가 잠깐 나눈 담소를 말씀드리면 항상 해왔던 일들이고 그리고 익숙해져 왔던 일들이지만 저와 여러분이 오늘 느끼셨던 것처럼 누군가에게는 또 다른 정말 사고의 전환이 되고 이런 일들을 통해서 모든 다방면에서 정말 새로운 또 창조가 일어날 수 있겠구나라는 생각을 갖게 했던 오늘이지 않나 싶습니다. 정말 한국에 잘 오신 것 같아요. 자, 다음은요. 우녹스 코리아 우리 이정아 지사장님께서 강연을 준비해 주고 계시는데요. 본격적으로 직접 소개와 업적에 대해서 말씀을 바로 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 우리 제니퍼 리 지사장님 모셔보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 우녹스코리아 이정화 지사장이고요. 먼저 영상 하나를 먼저 보고서 저희가 내용을 진행을 할게요. Can you please play the video clip? Yes. Can you play the video clip first? 잠깐 음향이 안 들려가지고 음향만 다시 한 번만 맞추고 할게요. 오케이, 알겠어요. 알겠어요. 네. 안녕하세요. 저는 우녹스코리아 이정화 지사장이고요. 네. 오늘 지금 강연 주제는 저희가 Enjoy the best taste in every Space You Can Image라고 하는 주제로 지금 진행을 하고요. 먼저 간단하게 자기소개 드릴게요. 여기서 보시는 것처럼 저는 S라고 표시한 거는 공부를 한 곳이고요. W라고 표시한 곳은 지금 워크를 한 것이에요. 그래서 보시면 저는 인생은 짧고 그 다음에 꿈은 무한대다라는 모토를 가지고 살고 있고요. 하나하나씩 20대는 패션 쪽과 디자인 쪽에 대한 부분으로 진행을 했었고 30대 때는 F&B, 그 다음에 40대 때는 현재 공간과 F&B를 결합한 삶을 꿈꾸고 있습니다. 그래서 쭉 많은 레터가 있지만 상세한 내용들이 있고요. 지금 아까 영상을 보면은 조금 더 이해가 됐을 텐데 간단히 설명드리면 오늘 여기 오신 분들은 아키텍처, 스페이스, 공간에 대한 부분에 많은 전문가들이 와 계실 텐데 최근 들어서는 F&B라고 하는 쪽이 결합이 되면서 훨씬 더 다양한 삶에 대한 구현 방식이 진행이 되고 있습니다. 그러면 저희가 F&B라고 하는 거에 대한 주제에 대해서 간단히 말씀드리면 슈퍼마켓 다 아시죠? 그 다음에 컨트랙 피드, 케이터링, 호텔, 레스토랑 다 연관되어 계시죠? 빌딩, 그 다음에 호텔 너무나도 잘 많이 하시는 호텔 프로젝트들도 많이 하시고요. 병원, 그 다음에 군대, 군인, 그 다음에 체인스 같은 경우에는 커피숍도 있을 수 있고 아니면은 레스토랑들도 많이 요새는 컨셉에 대한 부분을 의뢰를 많이 하실 거예요. 그런데 요새는 QSR하고 FCR, 그 다음에 FSR이라는 개념들이 생겼어요. 이 원인들이 왜 이렇게 생겼냐? 드라이빙 스루 비즈니스 생겼고, 그 다음에 스낵바, 스몰 메뉴에 대한 부분, 딜리버리, 테이크아웃이라고 하는 메뉴들을 공급을 하는 것들이 생겼죠. 이유는 코로나 때문에 이 산업군들이 훨씬 더 빠르게 성장을 하고 있는 중입니다. 그럼 최근에는 어떻게 지금 변화를 했냐? 보시면 간단하게 정리를 해놨지만 공간을 절약을 해야 되고 같은 기기나 같은 장소에서도 멀티를 해야 하며 그다음에 프로그램들은 다 세팅이 돼 있어야 되고요. 사람이 없는 사람에 의존하지 않는 산업군들로 현재 변하고 있거든요. 그래서 보시면 2024년 내년부터 2026년에 F&B 쪽에서는 로보틱화, 그 다음에 보시면 여러 오더를 하더라도 시스템으로 작업을 하는, 그 다음에 하이스피드, 빨리 나오고 많은 양을 처리할 수 있는 시스템으로 변하고 있습니다. 그래서 지금 예전에 봤었던 건 사람의 손에 의해서 하나씩 작업을 하는 F&B라고 하면 최근 들어서 그 다음에 앞으로는 진행을 하실 게 패스트푸드라고 생각하실진 모르지만 이 함축적인 코로나 이후에 변화된 F&B 쪽을 더 경험을 하실 거고요. 그래서 캐주얼화 되어 있지만 건강, 헬스나 아니면 오가닉에 대한 부분들을 훨씬 더 트렌드로 가지고 있고요. 보시면 패스트푸드처럼 보이지만 절대 그렇지 않은 아주 건강한 콤보 메뉴들을 같이 볼 수 있습니다. 그럼 오늘 잠깐만요. 죄송해요. 오늘 지금 오늘 지금 공간과 건축의 가우디 콩글레스에서 갑자기 F&B가 나온 이유는 일단 제가 뮤즈라고 하는 단어에 대한 명명을 한번 찾아봤어요. 지금 제우스의 딸들이고요. 제우스의 딸인데 아트와 사이언스의 신이더라고요. 그러면 지금 보시는 것처럼 아트, 그 다음에 꿈, 그 다음에 F&B가 어떻게 결합되어 있는지에 대한 부분을 설명을 드리려고 자리를 마련을 했고요. 보시면 가우디는 지금 계속 어제부터 시작해서 오늘까지 계속 말씀을 하지만 자연에 대한 부분을 모티베이션을 해서 공간에 대한 부분으로, 스페이스에 대한 부분으로 승화시킨 아티스트라고 저는 표현을 하고 싶습니다. 그럼 이런 F&B에 대한 건축물들을 건축물들을 어떻게 F&B 쪽으로 풀 수 있냐면, 보시면 되게 심플하게 케이크인데 케이크도 쉐입이 가우디의 모양으로 나올 수 있는 거죠. 그리고 보시면 저희가 이소말트 작업이라든지 아니면 쿠키슈, 그다음에 초콜릿 몰딩화 작업이라고 표현을 하는데, 예쁜 건축물들이 음식으로도 표현이 될 수 있는 여러 가지 주제의 뮤즈 작업을 할 수 있는 아주 좋은 아이템이라고 표현을 할 수 있고요. 보시면 건축물을 이런 식으로 아트화 작업을 할 수 있다고는 아마 F&B 쪽에서 생각을 많이 못 하실 텐데, 이런 예쁜 디저트가 맛이 있으면 훨씬 더 좋겠죠? 보시면 파블로바 케이크인데, 파블로바 케이크도 지금 그 상징성, 가우디에 대한 상징성을 담은 모양으로 승화시킬 수 있고요. 그리고 칼라에 대한 타일을 아이덴티티로 가지고 있는데, 가우디는 F&B 쪽에서는 예쁜 초콜릿의 컬러풀한 쉐입이나 기프트 작업도 가능하다고 저희는 생각을 했습니다. 그래서 지금 보시는 것처럼 같은 타일이지만 저희가 먹을 수 있는 거죠. 그리고 즐길 수 있는 거죠. 그리고 고가 모양에 대한 부분, 계속 쉐입, 공간, 효율성, 자연주의라고 얘기를 하시지만 F&B 쪽에서는 이렇게 예쁜 크로아상으로 표현이 될 수도 있습니다. 그래서 어제 저희가 그 갈라쇼에서 진행을 했을 때 이 쉐입에 대한 부분을 컨셉으로 한 크로아상을 보여드렸었고, 지금 까놀레도 안에 보시는 것처럼 컬러풀한, 그렇지만 맛있는 모양들을 할 수 있고요. 이런 고가에 대한 아이덴티티로 지금 셰프들이 작업한 작업물에 대한 부분의 컬렉션들을 실질적인 예제로 한번 보여드린 겁니다. 그럼 저희가 마지막으로 내용들을 정리드리고 싶은 건, 지금 여러 가지 사진 작업들은 저보다도 훨씬 더 많이 작업하시는 유러피안 샵에 대한 스타일들이세요. 아마 여기에 오신 스페인 손님들은 일반적이야 라고 할 수 있겠지만, 이런 느낌에 대한 부분은 한국에서는 굉장히 신기하다고 듣고, 프로방스 계열도 있지만 하고요. 그리고 최근 들어서 한국도 자연주의에 대한 부분에서 F&B 쪽에 어떤 디저트 샵이라든지 컨셉이 접목돼서 들어온 게 플랜테리어 샵들에 대한 스타일들이 들어왔습니다. 그래서 지금 최근에 대형 카페나 외곽 쪽에 대형화된 부분에서는 이렇게 자연을 담은 모습을 가진 스토어들이나 샵들이 한국에도 굉장히 많이 유행을 하고 있는 중입니다. 예쁜데 가우디나 스페인적인 부분에서도 자연을 훼손하지 않는 스토리를 풀 수 있는 거죠. 그리고 마지막으로 보여드리고 싶은 거는 한국적인 F&B에 대한 부분인데, 한국은 K-팝, K-트렌드, K-베이커리라는 말을 들어보셨을 수도 있지만 굉장히 트렌드에 민감하고요. 그 다음에 좀 큐티한 부분들도 있어요. 그래서 보시면은 이런 계열에 대한 부분도 트렌드로 지금 나와 있고, 그리고 아주 한국적인 한옥, 지금 구엘 공원이나 자연주의적인 부분도 있겠지만 저희가 갖고 있는 이런 부분에서 최근 들어가지고 고풍화 작업을 한 카페테리아들도 현재 좀 많이 나와 있는 편입니다. 그래서 제가 강연에서 오늘 왜 F&B에 대해서 말씀을 드리려고 왔냐면, 사실 공간과 건축에 대한 부분이 최근 들어서 F&B 쪽과 결합이 돼서 많은 시너지를 내는 게 맞고요. 아까 강연을 들었을 때 사람이 즐길 수 있는 오감을 모두 향유할 수 있는 삶을 살고 싶어 하는데, 그 중에 푸드 섹션은 결코 빠질 수 없는 거지만, 스페인 가우디의 뮤즈와 아름다운 자연에 대한 건축물에 대한 여러분들의 작품 덕분에 저희 한국을 벗어나 전 세계의 셰프들은 아까 보여드린 예제화된 작업을 하면서 행복하게, 그리고 맛있는 작품들을 아마 계속 만들어내는 것을 할 거라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 멀리까지 와주셔서 너무 감사드리고, 추후에 혹시 공간에 대한 부분이 아름답게 더 펼쳐지면 그거에 대한 부분으로 음식은 어때요? 메뉴는 어때요? 라고 얘기가 나올 경우에는 저희 쪽에 연락을 주시거나 아니면 그런 부분에서는 많은 뮤즈화 작업을 해드릴 테니 꼭 기억을 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 저는 제니펄이고요. 우녹스 코리아였습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 제가 식전에 우리 이정아 지사장님에 대한 어떤 그 짧은 소개 멘트를 좀 재차 여쭤봤어요. 근데 워낙 지금 지사장님도 그렇고 여기 서 계시는 많은 스피커 여러분들이 문장 하나, 이 단어 하나로 표현될 수 있는 분들은 아닙니다. 그만큼의 업적과 이력들이 있으신데, 정말 이 연설을 통해서 어떤 분이신지를 유감없이 표현해 주셨고, 또 겸손하게 또 그 이력을 발표해 주신 것 같습니다. 네. 자. 10시부터 정말 긴 레이스처럼 함께 해주신 여러분 감사를 드리고요. 저희가 잠깐의 커피 브레이크 갖고 난 후에 섹션 3, 4를 이어가면서 아마 마지막 질주가 될 것 같습니다. 잠시 뒤에 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 자, 그럼 오늘 가우디 월드 컨그레스 2023 서울 이제 마지막 섹션 3, 4를 남겨두고 있습니다. 자, 지금껏 함께 이 귀한 동행의 발자취를 함께 해주신 많은 내빈 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 먼저 또 올리고요. 세 번째 시간으로 이 순간을 장식해 주실 분들을 먼저 좀 소개해 올려볼까 합니다. 오늘 연설을 또 해주실 분들, 우리 먼저 포르투갈의 건축가이자 가우디 현수선 아치 구조 솔루션 전문 건축학자로 알려진 데이빗 알폰소님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 무대로 올라와 주실 때 여러분 큰 환영의 박수로 맞이해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 여러분 박수 부탁드릴게요. 잠시 소개 말씀드리면 포르투갈 리스본 대학교 출신 건축가로서 형상 탐색, 이 폼 파인딩이라고 하죠. 구조 솔루션 개발 분야의 전문 건축학자가 되겠습니다. 포르투갈 건축 도시 디자인 연구센터의 회원으로도 맹활약 중에 계십니다. 자, 다음 우리 스피커분을 소개해 볼까 합니다. 아놀드 워츠. 야, 그지? 가우디 재단의 수석 엔지니어이자 Thank you for coming. 콜로니아 구엘 연구 프로젝트 담당 엔지니어로서요. 진짜 파라메틱 CAD라는 최초 개발자이자 또 머세디스 벤츠 박물관, 독일 최대 항공사 이 본사, 또 미국 스미니소니언 등 글로벌 건축에 있어서 프로젝트를 대대적으로 수행해 오신 분입니다. 자, 오늘 이 두 분의 또 길을 인도해 주실 분, 멋진 분을 소개해 올려 볼까 합니다. 자, KBS에서도 맹활약 중에 계시는데요. 많은 또 업적들이 있으신데 직접 제가 소개해서 또 직접 또 말씀을 들어볼게요. 그중에 위대한 업적 중에 하나가 우리 반기문 전 유엔 사무총장의 인터뷰 등 정말 저명 있고 위력 있는 분들을 인터뷰해서 많은 분들에게 알찬 정보와 소식들을 전해주신 장본인이 되시겠습니다. 우리 KBS 권장호님 무대로 모실 때에 여러분 큰 환영의 박수로 맞이해 주시길 바랍니다.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for being here with us. I think some people are still coming back from their coffee break, but yes, hello and welcome. Introductions have been given already, but I guess I'll give them again. My name is Chang Ho Kwon, and I am the host of Career 24 on KBS World Radio. It's an English language current affairs program, and it's an honor to be invited here today to moderate this panel with our special guests. So the title of this panel is Innovation in Architecture Following Gaudi's Unique Techniques. I think the title speaks for itself, but here over the next 40 minutes or so, we'll be exploring the timeless legacy of Anthony Gaudi, of course, and how modern architects are utilizing and evolving Gaudi's innovative techniques to redefine the boundaries of architectural design. And we do that today with the help of our two eminent panelists. Introductions have been given already, but if I just go over them again. First, we have Arnold Waltz, head of the Stuttgart office of Design to Production and the co-founder of the company as well. Arnold is known for merging architecture with computer science, focusing on sophisticated building data modeling. He is a pioneer in the development of CAD parametric models for construction planning as well, which have been applied to revolutionary buildings in recent years, such as the Mercedes-Benz Museum in Stuttgart, the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, and the Lufthansa headquarters in Frankfurt. He'll be telling us about his work today and also how the influence of Gaudi's techniques influences his works as well. Then we have David Afonso, the Portuguese architect and PhD researcher. David is pioneering new methodologies at the junction of art and science in structural design with a special focus on digital form finding processes. He will be presenting his research in architectural methodologies, emphasizing the digital adaptation of Gaudi's form finding techniques as well. After the presentations, we'll have a discussion on some of the points that they've raised in their talks, and we'll also try to squeeze in some audience Q&As as well. So let's get cracking. Arnold, we begin with you. The floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to again be here and talk about the work I have done nearly all my life. And another thing, I call my presentations mostly digital thinking because I think that's the main difference from probably most of my colleagues as architects, that we think in a different way. That's all. All the other thing I think is not that complicated. And I decided to do this presentation kind of a fast forward of my professional, okay, yeah, now here it is. To do it as a fast forward of my professional life, to give you, because there we have all these steps which are important. So as I said, well, these were my first, so I started analog, as you can see. It was unusual because during my studies I was always asked by the professors to help them with their professional work. So I needed to study a little longer because I had to go to all these projects like the completion of the Olympic Stadium in Montreal. The picture in the middle, this is something very significant for me. I think the project is not important, but what I experienced with it, because I was asked by these children theater people to make them a setup for their theater play in the streets of Stuttgart. So they had no money, they had no time, the usual thing. And so I did this structure. The important thing about it, there's not a single plan about it. I did everything in my head. At the end, I knew exactly what tools I need. I knew exactly what material I needed. And I had a process how I would set up this structure. And that was a very important thing for me to realize by myself. I can do everything in my head. But if I would have continued working like that, I would have to build all the structures I ever think about by myself, which is not really possible. So, and this, and I come back to that a little bit later, led, of course, that I had to find a different way of doing it. The last picture is, I had the pleasure to develop at that time one of the first folding arm umbrellas, which were designed to stand in front of the Medina Mosque in Saudi Arabia. I left the office at some point and it took another 25 years before that actually happened. But then the umbrellas were not 100 square meters as this one, then there were something like 500 square meters, so they just grew a lot. Okay. Also, still being a student, I had the pleasure to do this reconstruction of this hanging model for the Collioure Church.
You see here an overpainted version by Gaudi. In the middle you see our reconstruction model, and on the right side you see what fantastic interior space this kind of design work and realization would finally lead to. In this year where we did this work, I had a lot of opportunity to study Gaudi, because we have been a lot of time in Barcelona. And thanks to the people there, we could have access to some of his buildings. And what I learned there is that, how can I say that? You know, architecture for me is basically a multidimensional optimization process. You have a lot of aspects, and sometimes they are contrary, but you have to bring them all together to this optimum we call architecture. And architecture for me is never single dimensional, you know, that's boring. So it's a lot of aspects you have to put in. And if you look at Gaudi, you know, it's the structure, a structural system. It's the way you deal with light. It's the way you deal with air, ventilation. It's the way how you guide water over a surface so that it stays outside and doesn't go in, and go on and go on. And with Gaudi, I first time had all these technical aspects, first of all, but in the end also a fantastic design and atmosphere of the building outside and inside. So this was basically I was heavily impressed by that. In 2002, I started doing some, well, I was invited to basically continue this work we did in the 80s with the reconstruction, to also think about the upper unbuilt part of the church. The point was, I started doing some programming. Here's a study about different wall types, you know, wall types with horizontal floor on top, wall types with ribs, wall types, and so. But this is only basically an input sketch for a structural program, which then would calculate the equilibrium. And so it was an iterative process in order to come to what you actually want to see. But this program, which I used at that time, I couldn't make it run because it's now more than 20 years ago. So I only can show you this one. The point is that Rainer Gräfe, one of the team when we did the reconstruction, was a professor in Innsbruck in Austria. And but he decided finally to do this further reconstruction in an analog way. And I was not interested in that, so I didn't finish this and started, oh yeah, this because it mentioned, I mean, there was a second teacher, which was very important for me, that was Frei Otto. I had the chance to work at his in his institute when I was a student, and this helped me to develop a nice sense in developing details, learning about the relationship between form and structure and things like that. And the last teacher I remember, and I say, okay, the teachers I remember, they might be important or have been important, is Horst Rittel. I don't expect that anybody knows him. It's he had a professorship in Berkeley, California, and in Stuttgart, and he was teaching us basically thinking. And that was very important. Yeah, so then I had my first projects. I choose, well, there are so many, so I choose just the ones because they are beautiful. I did with Renzo Piano. So that, well, Horst Rittel also was the one who already in the 80s kind of confronted us with the idea of programming and all these. So what distinguishes design to production from most other places is we don't draw, we program or script as you like it. And what no architect does by rule, so it's not that I think they should, but, and we deliver at the end production data. Then a very big challenge was this project. It was the Mercedes-Benz Museum designed by Ben van Berkel and Tobias Walliser in the office in Amsterdam. And there I wrote a script which generated the complete concrete structure and the facade. And when we started building the house, we also developed a new system of concrete forming because we had something like 50,000 square meter double curved concrete surfaces which had to be built. And the construction company at the beginning said, that's not possible. And I just said, wait a minute, we tell you how it works, and it worked. And as we are here in Korea, I would like to mention these two projects. The one is a golf club in Yeoju, which where we did the production data for this timber structure. And 2 years ago, we had the pleasure with a artist couple, Heike Mutter and Ulrich Gent from Hamburg in Stuttgart. They won a competition which was held out here in Korea about an art object, but it should be something where people can interact with. So they designed this kind of roller coasting geometry, but it's not a roller coaster, it's the opposite, it's very slow because you have to walk on it. And I once calculated with somebody that if you want to walk through the looping, you should be something like 70 kilometers an hour, then you can survive it. So 2007, there was the founding of Design to Production. And here you can see a small view of all the projects we have done in all this time. Oops, yeah, oh, it takes a little, it seems to be a big file here. Let's try to go on. No, it doesn't work. Yeah. So we work 100% digital. We try to do 100% prefabricated, and at the beginning, and you will come, I will tell you something about this in the end, it was non-standard. Oops, I have to point there, I guess. Yeah, I think this is much data, so maybe. Can you try to switch it? Yeah. This is also not the complete image, but I try to improvise. You know, some people say the name is the program, well, Design to Production, but I have to say we don't design and we don't produce. So what we actually do is the two in our, yeah, so here you see, but this, oops. Okay. So it's just the two between them. What we do is consulting and planning services to help materialize design ideas by means of digital tools and processes, as well as the opposite direction, informing design about the needs and the necessities of production. We speak design and production, communicating to both sides on eye level and translate simultaneously. Our services are based on digital data models. We put ourselves deliberately between all chairs. We like that. Where we consolidate and store the information gathered from all involved parties and then generate and extract information for all involved parties, BIM, if you like. In parallel to gradually building up and the digital models and needed for production, we try to add a little value to the process. And in order to give you a little more practical information about what we actually do, I want to do that shortly about this project we did some years ago. It's the Swatch headquarters, designed by Shigeru Ban, and it's located in Biel in Switzerland. And we are talking about a timber grid shell. It's 220 meters long, 25 meters high, and 12,000 square meters in plan. A very important thing about our work is keep models simple. So what you see here is basically all we need. We have a grid system defined by the architect. We have a reference surface, which we need in order to develop our parts. You know, we can get the normals, we can offset, we can do all different calculations with that. And of course, the beam axis. And that's all. The model will never be bigger than that. What we generate out of this is the timber grid shell, consisting of 4,600 digitally prefabricated beam segments. So each of these beam segments is, of course, completely automatically generated by the scripts we write for it, and it's ready for digital fabrication. So some of them might look as weird as this one. Then we have facade elements, 2,800, 10 different types. We have opaque one, we have ETFE, a membrane, we have glass, we have PV operable, and so on. And we have to design these special cutouts, because when you deal with a double curved structure and you want to insert one of the beams into the already existing part of the structure, the direction of insertion is a different one at the beginning of the beam than on the end of the beam, because the beam might slightly be twisted. And therefore you have to have these extra cuttings, because otherwise you never can assemble the thing in the end. But also this is, and then we had to integrate 4 levels of installation: sprinkler, air, heating, electrical. And this is how it works. So when the people who install the technical systems come in, no drilling machines, no saws are allowed. All the recesses are there. They just need something to screw the things onto it. That's it. And in the end, we have 2,800 individual facade elements, which have to prefabricate it as well. So we have the timber construction, the facade, and the installation and interior, which means 85,000 individual prefabricated parts and assembly groups. And this is just for information, the inside view at the end. So now, what does it mean? So our motto is parametricizing, programming instead of modeling. Automatically generate detailed models from abstract models. The digital lever to disrupt the construction world. Parametric instead of mouse clicks. So if you look at that graphic, what we actually do is that parametric code of 12 megabyte. So this little red line, this is what we have to work. All the rest is done by the machine. Another aspect of our work is avoid mistakes instead of find mistakes. So if you see on the left side, I'm sorry that, yeah, no, it's English. So we have these prefabricated components and so on. Our error rate was, out of these 75,200 parts, it's 103, which were a little bit, so it's 0.14%. If you look at the German construction industry in 2019, they had an average of 15% error rate, which equals a value of 20 billions a year, which is basically wasted and goes down the drain. There's a slight difference. This is a graphic. I can't tell what's the situation in Korea. Maybe somebody knows a little bit. It's about work productivity. So the line on top meets all the industry in Germany without construction industry. They raised their productivity within the last 30 years by 83%. So they went from 100 to 183. The black line in the middle is the average, and you see the building industry or the construction industry kind of puts down the average a lot. So, and the red line on the bottom, that's construction industry. So they really managed to not increase their productivity within the last 30 years. And if you then think further on, there's this thing called BIM, which is generally a good idea. But the program who are told that they do that are a dead-end street. I mean, how can you invest in a so-called digital tool and you don't have any increase of productivity? That's just stupid. Yeah, go on. Oh, sorry, I looked on this and not on this one. Here, this is the picture to this, the graphics to this. Okay. So it's 100% digital because, you know, it's done by digital processes. On the right side, you see, because we had all in timber, this is a metal structure. It's the interior structure for this facade you can see here, which where we actually saved the client about 5 million euros by designing the production design. So we told the company how to manufacture this. And now just for the end, as you see, we all had this, as you can see still on the screen, we had all these, oh, sorry, I always forget to. Yeah, this again. It always goes this, I don't know, yeah. Huh? Go on one step ahead. Yeah, and now, these are these two things, and then one more. So the steel structure on the right is this facade, the inside structure, and again one more. Yeah. So here, so after 12 years of free forms doing, we now approaching just ordinary buildings. So we are able to generate these kind of complex timber wall segments with many different parts. No, go on. Yeah. So we are heading to also generate just ordinary buildings, not just the free-form thing. So buildings like this. We had one of these already done in Switzerland. It's a big apartment building. So that's the future. So we are looking in order, you know, the main problem about these architectural tools we have at the moment is they can manage parts, but they can't manage the relationship between the parts, and therefore you can't automate the detailing. So this is the key. So you have to find a topological structure. So when you click on, let's say, an edge, it should say you what kind of faces are there, and the faces represent walls. And if you add some information to these models, then so on the left side is that's again this small model we have, but you can generate the right side immediately because all the information is in there, which leads to this. Yeah. Thank you. I'm through.
Okay, we're going to have to swiftly move on to our second presentation. Yes, so David, I think people will be very curious to see this work we have on the table as well. This very beautiful and intriguing work, right? Will you be telling us more about this then?
Yes. Well, first of all, it is a really great pleasure to be here. A lot of the works that you've been showing are reference for me. I've been studying them. So my investigation is about the methodology that starts from physical models of form finding. Then we can capture these models with different techniques, such as 3D scanning, motion capture, or photogrammetry. Then we pass to the geometrical transformation, and from this transformation, then we make all the discretization for later fabrication and construction. But I would like to start to speak about the precedents, some of the physical principles that are behind these kind of structures, and also architects that made major works that influenced these processes, such as Gaudi, Heinz Zisler, and Frei Otto.
So what is form finding? In which way these kind of processes differ from the conventional models used on architectural worlds, and how can we use them in order to generate our designs? So I think that the major characteristic of form finding models is that the resulting form in equilibrium emerges from the deformation of matter according to several external stresses. So we use materials that have capacity to transform, to deform, such as chains or fabrics or subbubbles or viscous matter or anything that is deformable to find the final equilibrium according to the external forces. And one of the methods that allows us to create tension structures or compressive structures is based on Hooke's principle of inversion, as hence the flexible line, so but inverted to ascend a rigid arch. And basically, this means that a chain that is suspended handles only tensile stresses and should be built with materials that also handle these kind of stresses, such as cables and fabrics. When we invert this form, we find structures that handle only compressive stresses. That should also be built with materials that handle compressive stresses, such as brick, stone, or concrete. And some architects after Hooke use this process to analyze bidimensional structures and also to build them. But Gaudi made an absolute revolution when he used this principle in three-dimensional models. So he made this huge 1x10 model for the Church of Colônia Güell that had all the weights that was composed by different strings and weights to then find the form in equilibrium. And after finding a result that he was satisfied with, he took many photographs, and from the photographs he used to draw the skin that covers this structure, all the windows, all the details, and so we can see at the left the different photos, and at the right the respective drawing that he made above. And for those who never went to Crypt of Colônia Güell, I truly recommend to visit. It's such a beautiful building. There is no repetitive section in all of it. Everything is new, is experimental. It's a constant discovery of spaces. 50 years later, Heinz Isler used the same principle in a different way. Instead of using strings to find arches or arch systems, he used fabrics to find shells. And he used also to rigidify these shells and analyze their behavior with train gauges. And Isler was an excellent teacher and used to make these experiments with his students with only fabrics soaked and frozen by temperature. And his approach was a little bit different from Gaudi in the way that he was very minimalistic. So with this process, he was able to build structures that were very, very thin. For example, this shell, I think it has like 7 7 centimeters of thickness, and it covers a span of 30 meters. So it's truly remarkable, efficient structure without any column, without any complex system of different architectural elements. It's only a monolithic shell. And I think we have also to mention Fraiotto. And the process that I will show later enables also to capture pretension models. So that's why I think Fraiotto really revolutionized pretension structures, and he made several different models with many materials. And here we can see some of his experience for the German pavilion of Expo 67 with soap bubbles, with textile, and with wires. And after building these models, he used photogrammetry with Klaus Linkwitz from also the Stuttgart Institute to capture all this information. And this capture was one of the first, even I think it was the first time that someone captured a physical model of form finding and started to work with. But then they realized that the model was not very precise, or the capture was not very precise, and they started to investigate about digital form finding tools. And so later on, Klaus Linkwitz developed force density method, and other kind of methods were developed after it, like dynamic relaxation, finite element analysis, a little bit before. And recently, we also have seen a revival of graphic statics with the work Thank you. And after discovering all these architects, I started to do my first experiments with form finding. And this is my very first model. And basically, the parameters that allows to manipulate this form are very simple. Only change the anchor points or the connections between the chains, and we can generate different forms. So I explored a lot of these models, some of them with movement, so we can see a sequence of the movement generated by the translation of the central point vertically, and also with other materials such as lace, mosaics, and others. I highlight this one because, well, all the other models were just the inversion of the funicular. And this one actually is the rotation of 90 degrees. And I think this could be very practical to create boats or cars or any kind of vehicle that goes towards the horizon. And then I created this instrument, the polyfuniculator, because I felt many limitations. I could not move the anchor points or the connections between the different strings. And so with this, I can create many kind of structures. It's not a particular model, it's more like an instrument. So And this is the first prototype of the polyfuniculator. Well, I will move on because we don't have much time. Then the question is how to transfer the physical model to the digital environment. And this is important because the only way, well, it's not the only way, but I think the most efficient way to make these models reality is by capturing them into the digital world, because with it we can make all the discretization for later fabrication. We can test different kind of materials. We can take out all the views necessary. And there are mainly 3 processes that allows to capture the information into the digital realm. But I think for static structures, handheld scanners is the most practical, and for capturing the movement of these structures according to different stresses, such as earthquakes or wind, we can use motion capture. So photogrammetry can be good to capture shells, but not as good to capture chains, because we don't want to have the surface of the chain, but the central points of particular points, of particular spheres. And so we can use markers. And here is the motion capture system. Motion capture is with several cameras around the physical model that synchronize the information to have the digital model. Here's the 3D scanner. And so with motion capture, we can move the structure, make all the explorations, and in real time see how it would how it is on the computer. And this allows us also to check how the structure deforms according to different movements. In this case, I only rotated the base to simulate a kind of earthquake. And then I also discovered that it was not easy to transport all this information to Grasshopper and Rhino. And so I needed to create a plugin that enabled me to transport all the coordinates of each point there. So then I have to correct the points and make some interpolations. From the points, I can create lines. From the lines, I can create tubular structures. And from these, I can create surfaces. And once I have the structure, I can also discretize in different elements. And each element can be also separated into different strips that can be laser cutted and fold to create formworks. So these are some examples of the infinite possibilities of this process, the workflow. And these are some explorations that some students made after making the structure from the physical model. They used Veras, that is an artificial intelligence program. And with it, they could put a prompt about the environment or the materials that compose the structure. But we can also use this process to make shells. These ones were made with trust network analysis, but they could also be done with a physical model. And of course, this can be also discretized. And here are some explorations, some projects that I did with with this kind of structures, with this kind of tools. So I think my end goal with all of this is really to make an architecture that merges into the landscape, that connects us to nature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both to our panelists for their presentations. We are running short on time, so I don't think we'll have much time for discussion, but we'll try to fit what we can. It's, I think, very interesting to have both of you here on this panel, because I think one is still a student who's on his early journey, I think, for architecture, whereas our other guests, our other panelists, you have a wealth of experience, decades of experience, and you've created some beautiful works and involved in some amazing projects as well. So I think that's interesting contrast to have our two panelists here today like that. I wanted to go back to perhaps the theme of this Congress, Gaudi. And so I wanted to ask you, Arnold, first as well. How much of an influence has Gaudi been to your work when you look back through your career and all the creations that you've made? How important has Gaudi's work and techniques that he developed been even today?
First, I want to apologize for my little chaotic presentation. I just didn't manage to work with these two computer systems. I'm sorry. Okay. I mean, the first thing is the process. I was always, no, I'm not an architect that would have an idea and then he does that. I want to set up a process and see what comes out in the end. And therefore I had to develop these scripting technologies, because by drawing, even in the computer, that doesn't help in my opinion. So, and Gaudi chose also a process, a long-lasting process, because I think he worked up to 10 years on this hanging model. But today with digital means we could speed that up incredible, as you have seen here in this presentation. And of course he set kind of a threshold for quality. That's the other thing. But now in the building industry we are a little bit on a dead point. You know, a lot of quality in the architecture is not really convincing. With the digital world we have the chance to get somewhere else, but as you see, the building industry is not very innovative in this kind of thing. But if we manage to translate the quality of Gaudi into today's capabilities of building, which we have to develop even more, because what construction companies can do at the moment is not really convincing and young. So I didn't expect that it would take so long, you know, because I'm doing this in 30 years, you know. But I don't give up, so we still have a chance to reach that point.
Thank you. I think that leads me to my point with you, David, as well. So this model, can you show the audience as well? So it actually moves, right? If I can touch it?
Yes. You can move the anchor points. You can move everything. So it's not a model; it's more like an instrument.
Right. So you created this because you were, perhaps, should I say, frustrated? You were trying to find answers. Does this mean that still the digital sort of technology doesn't match what we can find in reality? We still have to use physical tools and instruments like this to really understand more.
Well, there are several digital methods that allows us to create funicular structures. However, it's a little bit difficult to put weights here and there and to move the anchor points as freely as a physical model like this one can provide.
And this influenced by, I'm sure there's a lot of influence from Gaudi's work as well, right?
Yes,
so
for sure.
That just, I guess, shows how far ahead of his time he was?
Yeah, completely. Well, I have to say that I really decided to pursue architecture when I discovered Gaudi, and when I started to do projects with his methodologies, because I realized that with this kind of processes you can make really holistic systems. So every change that you put here and there will make a deformation that results in a final structure that is not just very beautiful, it's also in equilibrium.
And Arnold, you talked about how it's taken a long time, that there are limitations, I guess, to using digital still with architecture. How do you think Gaudi would view modern architecture now, and considering some of the digital tools that are available now, what do you think he would have made of it?
That's difficult. I think Gaudi wouldn't be very happy to see about that. I mean, we heard a lot of other presentations about these two things, analog and digital, and no one should replace the other one. We need both worlds. And I had the pleasure that I grew in, with Frei Otto, and so I was confronted with physical models. The models you saw, I saw them in real, in his office, and then I could change to digital. But now we don't have the craftsmen, we don't have all these people, and we don't have the systems, the schools, the education systems, that we have enough people to, for example, build something like Gaudi directly in an analog way. But if we believe that the quality of these, let's call it just boxes with some holes in it, is not really satisfying in terms of living, and we shouldn't give up. And at the moment, I mean, of course, we could change education, and we could try to motivate people in a comparable way with what religion did in the past. That people built these incredible churches just because of their belief. We don't have this strong belief anymore, which would bring out this. But we could replace it, but this might take a very long time. So at the moment, I see a big chance in digitalization, but we have to start at some point, and we have to want something. I mean, if most of the people are satisfied what is there, okay, then we can't do very much, So I hope this is not true, and that the people still. I mean, the fact that people travel to Barcelona, to Paris, to London, all these cities which have not been seriously destroyed during the World War II, and enjoy this totally different atmosphere, gives me the hope that there is still something inside them, that they actually ask for a better quality in architecture.
I wish we had more time. We were just really getting started, but I've already been given the signal to wrap up. So we are going to have to leave it there today. I would like to thank both our panelists for their presentations and for their insights today. And thank you once again, and thank you to the audience as well.
Thank you.
네, 정말 시간이 가는 줄도 모르게 저도 함께 경청하면서 뜻깊은 시간에 다시 한번 감사를 드립니다. 자, 이제 마지막 섹션만을 남겨두고 있는데요. 정말 아쉽습니다만 끝까지 함께 더 귀를 기울여야 될 것 같습니다. 자, 마지막 주제는요. 제가 보니까 참 또 흥미로운 주제가 아닐 수가 없는데요. Nature Inspired Design and Architecture라는 주제로 우리 두 명 연설가 스피커분께서 대단원의 막을 장식해 주실 것 같습니다. 이 건축과 디자인, 특별히 자연적인 요소들이 어떤 건축 디자인에 또 영향을 미치고 또 그것들을 접목시킬 수 있는지, 또 환경 파괴 없이 지속 가능한 자연으로부터 얻은 영감을 통해서 건물들에 대한 그런 필요성 강조하게 되는 귀한 시간이 될 것 같습니다. 자, 우리 스피커분을 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. Adria Sanchez Lawrence, could you, yeah, he's right there. 자, 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기를 바랍니다. 네, 마지막 우리 연설가이신 만큼 큰 박수로 환영해 주시고요. 미국 건축협회 유럽 신진 건축가 위원장이시며 가우디 라 페드레라, 이 카사밀라죠, 유지 보수 프로젝트에도 직접 참여를 하신 분입니다. AIA의 Emerging Professionals 위원장으로도 또 활약하고 계시고, 지금은 A Place, 플레이스메이커 작품으로도 윤곽을 드러내고 계십니다. 그리고 어제 저녁에 정말 감동을 주는 귀한 연설을 해주신 분이시죠. 우리 크리스토스 파사스 함께 해주셨습니다. 벌써 와 계신데 다시 한번 좀 박수로 환영해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 자디드 아키텍트 수석 디자인 디렉터로서 여러 이 건물, 네노라 하는 명성 있는 건물에 많은 활동을 해주셨었고요. 그리고 브릿리스트 어워드 선정 2020년도 올해 건축가로도 선정이 되신 귀한 분들입니다. Yep. 오늘 마지막으로 연설해 주실 귀한 주제에 더불어 박수로 환영해 주시고 격려해 주시면 이어가 보겠습니다.
Thank you very much. It works. So thank you very much. Welcome to the next session with Adrià Lorenz. Would like to invite you to tell us a little bit more about your approach to architecture. You are a Barcelona-based architect and educator, very young and starting on your eventual kind of full life explorations into architecture and nature-inspired sustainability. So the floor is yours. Please tell us a little bit more about you.
Thank you, Christoph, for your presentation. I'm very glad to be here with you in this table. Well, thank you also to Gaudi Knowledge for this opportunity of being here and the collaborations that took me to this place, like Sophia or Alex and all the team. So, well, I just want to tell you that, yeah, I'm architect and also professor from the School of Architecture in La Salle, Barcelona. And I'm teaching drawing techniques and managing the world of art and architecture inside the university with the students of first and second course. And so even those difficulties on managing these two worlds of being an active architect and also being part of the pedagogical system, I think that the combination of these two worlds let me like understand and explain and discover and be like a better architect, and also try to explain better to the students the practice and how we need to act on buildings and architecture and urbanism. As an architect, I have a studio, also with some associates that we are doing some projects or with known companies. And we are like working in architecture and project management in buildings. So, well, some of them here behind, some of them that you may know. And my relation on heritage, that is the thing that we are here going to explain, started very soon in my life because I was studying in a primary school next to Park Güell. And I spent a lot of time with classes outside of the school, seeing nature, seeing architecture, and discovering the park and Gaudi's work. So very young, I have been like drawing and experiencing that sensation of being next to Gaudi. Also, well, it's kind of funny, but we played every afternoon in the school hide and seek all the afternoon in Park Güell, and there's one guy that is the one that looks for the other ones, and the other ones can be hide in all the park. So we spend really all the afternoon finding one each other, and so the others are also discovering the park because they have to hide somewhere. So it's kind of beautiful. And now that I've seen it from years later, I seem like kind of interesting. So, well, after this time, at the age of 20, I have been starting on practicing architecture with the office of Ramon Garriga, that is the technical architect from La Pedrera. And in that moment, I discovered also Francisco Javier Asarta, that is the architect in charge of the building. So we started all together to being like the team of maintenance of that building and putting in action the conservation plan of the building. It has been many years, but in 2021, they get retired from their work. They helped me already, and I have it near me, and they also like advise me in some points. But now I, by my own, collaborating with Fundació Catalunya La Pedrera on on that works in the building. Well, after that presentation, that I think that it's important to understand the place. I want to say that every time that I talk about Gaudi, I like to explain that I understand Gaudi not as an architect from modernism. I like to say that he's a modern architect instead. It's a guy that has been in a moment that it has plenty of changes. And I don't know if you ever stopped and thought about it, but you have to imagine that meanwhile Gaudi is like working in La Pedrera, there was one guy called Picasso, for example, drawing Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, or there's Paul Cézanne, trying to arrive to the abstraction of the Mont Saint-Victoire with its paintings. So in the world of painting, there was happening big things, but there's something else that sometimes, well, for architects it's more relevant, but for me it impacts when you put everything in the moment. No, that Frank, you're right. In that moment, there was also like doing Robbie House in Chicago. So really having like a big change in the world, and Gaudi is over there doing his work and understanding that into the modernism, understanding this change of understanding and this disruptive system that they are trying to change, they created that big innovation on the world. No? So that innovation, when I thought about it, and I have to think about innovation, I think that I like to talk about this change that he did about industrializing the artisan work, no? the craftsman work. And we have to, well, we already seen before, but if we think, for example, with the fence, I don't know if you can put the play on the images. There's some, or maybe I can pass, but you can put it randomly. It's I made a collection of photographs only to get you like inspired on what I'm saying. But what I was telling you is that, for example, in the way of an industrialization on that systems that he did, you can think about the fence, for example, of Casa Vicens or the fence of Paraguay with that palm leaf mold that creates like all the fence. So you can see in that fence the craftsman understanding, but with a very industrial system. So it's that sensitivity on doing something industrial, but having this sense of something very sensitive. No? So I like a lot one sentence that he usually used, that is that ornamentation is where industrialized things and art can meet and discover new things. So he's like a kind of it's like a pedagogue on that idea of industrialization. No? It's like showing us what we can do with that new world that is coming on. So as one of the most emblematic buildings that he has done, and already with the experience of a lot of buildings before, Casa Milà Segimon, La Pedrera, was one building that it's like a complete work. It's really like a laboratory of things, and it's where he puts all the systems, or mostly all the systems that he already investigated. So it's I think that it's one of the best buildings that he has. I say that because we can think about it in different ways. If we think about architecture and in the sense of function and form, there's something that is very interesting, that is the first building in Spain working with a free plan. So there's all the walls can be like erased or changed. So and even he also have a sentence in that I read in some books, that he says that that building can be a dwelling, but also it can be a hotel, or it can be wherever you can imagine. No? So it's like a building prepared to to the modern life. No? So something that can be rethought. And in the same way, if we think about how we usually do distributions on buildings, we usually put the spaces on a place, and then we create a connection space that it's called circulation to arrive to each room. In that building, what he did is turn it around, and around the patio, the big patios that he has inside, the main room that is there is the circulation. So the circulation is not a secondary space; it becomes a principal space of the inhabited space. So that's like a kind of big changes in a moment. I remind you that we are in the beginning of the 20th century. Okay, and if we think about construction, that is the other part of his mindset understanding. There's like a very interesting thing that is that for people that maybe don't know well the work of Gaudi, he went to the harbor of Barcelona, and he saw the construction of the boats in that place, and he saw how they like bent the metal beams and how they constructed the boats. And he thought that it can be like a very interesting system to apply on buildings. So he took that beams, and if you open the facade of La Pedrera, you can find their curved beams following the form of it that comes directly from the harbor of the city. So again, like rethinking and finding ways to rediscover architecture. No? Even the pillars that he made, you know that if you go around La Pedrera, you will see stone pillars, brick pillars, metal pillars. So combining all materials to say that the materiality is there, but we can use it in the way that we need on our building to create a space. So yeah, one more. Yeah, there's also something interesting that is the facade. No? Now that we are like that we're here with Christos, and we were like seeing the DDP building, there's also like another ventilated facade. No, so it's that La Pedrera seems to be very heavy and like solid stones, but at the end is the same. It's same system. Than your building in here, no? It's like stones hanging from these principal beams inside, no? So it's like it's an empty space in between. It's a new thing that again appears in one time that we cannot imagine. Well, and all those things that I don't know if we have a lot of time, but there are many. Now I'm thinking. Well, sorry. Now I'm thinking about the wheel, that it's the structure with a wheel form that is under the patio on the main patio of Passeig de Gràcia. There is like a system that he created, very innovative, like working with traction and compression of a form of a wheel under the plaza. That I didn't took it here, but it's a lot of innovation on understanding how we have to construct. And I explain that because there's something that I found very interesting. Yeah, you can leave it like turning. Okay. So I find it very interesting because this way of thinking cannot be thought without the experience of him, the creation, but also because he has like a group around that follows him and understands him and also work with him. And many works of Gaudi, it appears Josep Bayó, that is the constructor, and he was there in the works trying to help. And every time that Gaudi thoughts about something, it's Josep Bayó who tells him to wait, okay, I will think about it, and they think together to create the best solution they can. And it's not only that, it's something even more, that Josep Bayeux has a brother that is called Jaume, that is a professor on the university in a construction department. So every time that Gaudi thinks about something, he tells Josep, and Josep tells his brother. So in here we have the connection between architecture, technique, and knowledge. So the three ways of understanding all together to create a building. No? So I think that that's the point that I would like to arrive, that is the interest on managing all these agents together.
Thank you very much. It's really wonderful to hear you speak about this work in such a breadth of explanations that you give, and certainly what comes out from your descriptions is the fact that Gaudi really came up with a myriad ideas to solve very tangible, but also very much formal or constructive or structural problems. Within this, I want to take you back a little bit to where you spoke about what was happening in circa 1925, 1930, when, and I touched upon this on my speech last night briefly, when the industrial revolution is in its full bloom. There's a lot of things happening in America. There's a lot of things happening in Germany and in England, of course, in terms of the industrial mass production. And in a way, what's interesting is to understand what these guys were doing. You know, Frank Lloyd Wright with his prairie houses, and Antoni Gaudi with his projects in Barcelona. And I wanted you to perhaps tell us what you think about them too. In particular, there may have been others, and we're speaking about this with someone else earlier, that, for example, the Anglo-Saxons were not in that same mind frame at that time in the 1920s, in the 1930s. I dare suggest that people like Frank Lloyd Wright and Antoni Gaudi were those figures that move in the cusp between eras, and they exist with one leg in the 19th century and one leg in the 20th century. But certainly they have something to say and something to do in terms of bridging these two eras. So with the rise of the machine and the Fordist paradigm and the mass production, the repetitiveness, etc., also in the Soviet Union, quite a lot of those ideas are happening despite the political contrast. But Gaudi, for example, and Frank Lloyd are coming into this scene by doing something else. Maybe they are, in a sense, also, dare I say, resisting where the era is going, and they're trying to prove certain things. To a certain extent, I think in that sort of resistance, the end game is transcendence, I believe. And I wanted to know, what is your opinion about this statement?
Yeah, I think that when I think about this theme, it comes to my mind this junction between the artist, like the one that thinks about symbolism and form, no, and the technical guy that thinks about new systems, new ways of understanding architecture. No, maybe that's the two legs, maybe, you know, because modernism at the end, saying it like that, like it can be like a way of trying to change what it was, you know, and finding how we can create a new kind of architecture, or create a new kind of painting, create a new kind of, no, everything has been changed on this mindset of thinking on how we change something, no, but having again this like attachment to his walls, no. So it's true that they have this divergence between these two legs that are coming on, but at the end, they have to move because I don't know. You make me think about this book of Kandinsky that it's called the Poetry of Art. That he says that the genius, what they do is it's like a triangle that they are in one corner and they have to push, and people needs to like advance, no, in the other side of the triangle, no. So it's like they to make things advance, they have to push everyone, even if what they say or what they do is not what people expect, no, and somehow. So yeah, it's.
They have a role or a destiny to trailblaze through the particular era, I think is what you're trying to say, and also to create those new moral values that inevitably get imbued in the overall system of thinking that prevails in a particular era, what they inform the zeitgeist, you know, in many ways. But what about sustainability? I mean, as a kind of a repertoire of work, how does Gaudi's nature-inspired sustainability inform your work and your thinking in your contemporary practice? But also, how do you think his particular take on sustainability begins to inform what questions and challenges we're facing today?
Okay, well, sustainability in Gaudi, it's funny in that building of La Pedrera. It's very funny because it's super evident, because in that plot there already exists two buildings before of La Pedrera, and what Gaudi did is to demolish them, but reuse all the material of the building inside of the new building. So the pillars that you see that are made in bricks, those bricks are the ones of the old house, because he thought that if that brick that is cooked 100 years ago, it's already dry and stable and structural, like well achieved, no? So how better than reuse that thing that we already have, no? So sustainability in La Pedrera appears in the reuse of the things. Even 2 years ago, when we opened the stairs that are floating in the patio of Provenza, we found the doors of the old house, we suppose, because they don't have like the drawings of Gaudi's building, and they are used to sustain the structure of the form of the stair, no? So everything has been like reused in that building and is located in there. And sustainability also makes me think about these traditional systems that are like, for example, near the plot. So stones of the building are taken from the quarry near Barcelona. The wood, so everything it's taken from near, so it's local understanding. They don't took anything from far away. So again, like the carbon affection, it reduced. And the traditional systems used, that's like stuccos and stones are natural elements. So that now are like a hype on architecture, no? So we are like retaking those materials as the most sustainable ones. So I think that it's like, it comes direct, no, to my mind. That
maybe there is also a sense that older generation buildings tend to recycle better because their materials are more pure, less industrialized, and so on. Today's buildings are way more difficult, I think, to recycle. Curtain walls, steel members, etc., because the techniques are maybe also quite different, and also the selection of materials quite different. But that leads me also to a last question maybe for today, and thank you very much for sharing all your thoughts with us. Gaudi as a language, as a stylistic language, as a language of expression of architecture in its finest form. This is something that concerns us also with Zaha Hadid's work, the whole notion of parametricism, etc., which is also something of a common ground between the works of these two sort of movements, if I could say. What is in your view, the possibility for this sort of language to continue to evolve in time and to be continuously looked at as a sort of a drawing for inspiration, which we see there is plenty of, but as a language of people sort of working within that trajectory, within that set of rules that, Antoni Gaudi established. Do you think, especially in Spain or in Catalonia, if this becomes also a sort of a regional endeavor, do you think there is people who would be willing to take up the task of extending this sort of language to be a lot more polyphonous and much a collective now sort of platform for communication?
Okay, well, outside of Spain, we have examples like yours. In Spain, when you ask me, I can, well, it comes to my mind directly, Enric Miralles, no, and all the people working in this same manner, no, that I think that these kind of guys are the ones that follows that ideas in an organic sense, but also with a new way of understanding distributions, or how you can design a building with a strategy that is not the usual one. Or so, yeah, I can think about Enric Miralles or Flores y Prats and Carme Pinó as well. This line of understanding, I think that is the clear one. And yeah, but the truth of Gaudi is that for me it has many understandings. So I think that if we enlarge the fingers of him, like the logotype of the Gaudi Congress, we can find many ways of attaching Gaudi to each way of doing. So yeah, maybe we can keep talking till I don't know why. Exactly.
So, yeah, I was saying that in the end, the outcome of his contribution is a humble one. I think moving on from his earlier projects, Casa Milà, Casa Batlló, and then moving into the Sagrada Familia, in the end, I think he opens up his contribution to the world and lets it be absorbed in all those other different ways. So maybe the part that I agree with you is that language has become part of the stable of the usability of it by architects, rather than something that is absolutely visual or sort of very, very specific. It's becomes also more generic, and I see a lot of value and richness in that contribution. So thank you very much. This was a great discussion, and I really appreciated it. So thank you so much.
네, 감사를 드립니다. 어찌나 이 나긋나긋한 또 설득력 있는 목소리로 이 구체적인 전문적인 사안에 대해서 말씀을 해주시는지 감명 깊었고요. 그리고 어제 연설을 해주셨던 우리 크리스토 파사스님께서 어저께 이 가우디's 영원한 영향력이라는 타임레스 임팩이라는 주제로 말씀을 해주셨는데, 오늘 또 다른 사회자의 면모를 보게 된 것 같습니다. 잔잔하고 또 인상 깊었던 진행에도 감사를 드립니다. 자, 이제 정말 마지막 순서만이 남겨져 있습니다. 이 대단원의 막을 장식해 주실 분인데요. 바로 기조연설의 스피커 우리 마르틴 웨즈스키가 준비를 해주고 계십니다. 무대 위로 올라와 주실 때 여러분 아낌없는 박수로 환영해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 마르틴, can I have you on the stage? 네. 자, 그리고 우리 마르틴에 대해서 잠깐 소개를 해드리면요. SAP 수석 디자이너로서 미래 전략 책임자로 활동을 하고 계십니다. 제가 좀 찾아보니까요. 이 사회의 흐름을 분석하고 향후 어떤 것들이 유행을 타게 될지 미리 예견하는 정말 놀라운 또 잡을 가지고 계십니다. 세계의 각지를 세계 각지를 다니면서 정말 많은 사람들을 관찰하고요. 또 실무진들과 협업하여 이 많은 분들이 미래에도 좋아하게 될 그런 상품들을 또 개발하는 데 힘쓰신다라고 합니다. 정말 대단한 일을 하고 계시죠. 그리고 유럽 기반 미래연구소의 교수직을 겸임하고 계시고요. 한델스블라트가 선정한 독일에서 가장 혁신적인 인재 100인에 선정되기도 하셨습니다. 전략적인 설계 담당으로서 역할을 감당해 주고 계십니다. 자, 준비가 되신 듯 합니다. 자, 멋진 무대를 선보여 주신 우리 마틴. 다시 한번 큰 박수로 환영해 주시길 바랍니다, 여러분.
Hi, everyone. All right. Hi, everyone. So, thank you, and thanks for waiting. Let's not talk about architecture for a while. How about that? Also, I love you because you're different. You're architects, I'm not. I'm a designer, turned strategist, turned futurist, and so on. And also because you are all different people. We will talk about that because that's a part of the future, to not be the standard person. Oh, look, the clicker works. Amazing. Now, let's talk about me. It's very important because it's useless to be me unless you, for example, sit here and reflect me in some way. We are here because we're interested in something. We have something in common. We are a reflection of each other. And between the future of society, who we are, who me is, if you wish, as an individual, there's technology. Always has been. We talk a lot about society, humanity, spirituality. All of that is part of the me and we. But all human progress that we design and move forward is somehow dependent on technology. So between me and we, the humanity, there is technology that builds the future that we design. So that's the first chapter we will talk about. Me, we, and technology. And that asks a very important question. Why are you, the me, in front of me, relevant 10 years from now? Don't answer it now. It's a trick question. If you can answer it now, you haven't thought about it properly. Rather, I want you to think, how are you becoming relevant 10 years from now? How are you writing the history of your own future? Because that's the topic of our talk today. It will be a little bit longer. If I'm lucky, I'm around 30 minutes. 30 minutes, it's not a long time to talk about the rest of the future, if you think about it. And the future is a very, very interesting place. Many have been there, and I think it's very interesting because we will spend the rest of our lives in it. Yeah? So we need to design it one way or another. Here's a gentleman that designed futures. You don't recognize him, but this is Thomas Edison, the inventor, the business person, the one that stole everything from Tesla and all those debates. Look what he does here. He's not being serious. He was also very interested in cinematics, cameras. He had a hobby, making sci-fi movies, imagination, craziness, unreasonable grown-up person. He dusts a white powder on a chair. The chair flies out the window. What's his next experiment? He powders himself with the same powder. It's not cocaine, I hope. But it is something that makes him fly. Where does he fly? Any guesses? To the moon. This is one of the first science fiction movies out there. Why is it important? Because the imagination drives even the most serious people, the most respected and the most standardized business people we know out there. And that's important. Only with the power of that imagination comes the power of the shaping we've been talking about the whole day today and in many conversations before. And that kind of power should bring a significant question, a deep question you should ask every Monday morning. And the question is, what's the future? You must think about it. You must take it with you out there. And if you can answer this, you're probably wrong. Because the future is not describable. It is a little bit like an action sport. It feels very, very wrong when you're winning it. When you're going for the gold medal, you probably don't know exactly what you're doing. And we've been talking about not having direct answers. You cannot predict it, but you can prepare for it. And this is why we meet. This is why we discuss. This is why we do not know rather than knowing. And the future is a long, long, big system. As you know, where are you in here? Where are you relevant? In the vision stage, the strategy, the tactics, your customers, the people that build your houses, your business, where does it actually belong? Where do they actually innovate? This is a relevant question. Maybe not for you, because you're a crowd that is innovative, foresighted, visionary. We talk about Gaudi, one of the biggest visionaries out there ever. But the people you work with, they do not understand this diagram in the same way we do, quite often, maybe too often. They do not understand that if you do not define yourself by the future you want to create and visualize it clearly, others will define you by your past. And I work for a company called SAP, where many of our customers are not architects, visionaries, foresighted designers and creatives. They do not think, at least. And this is a very important message we forget to tell our ecosystem, our fellow me, we people, with technology and the future that is there somewhere between us. The future is a strange animal. Talking about exponentiality, you mentioned this before, Vera. You see, each line here is a dramatic shift in human history. Pick any shift. Could be a Gutenberg moment, could be a Gaudi moment, could be the social media, AI, flight to space, etc. These are discrete moments we can observe, act, react, and go on. But now they are happening not every time, one time every third decade. They are happening maybe 3 times per decade, 3 times per year, it seems. They are becoming a flow of change. And that's scary. People back off. As soon as we come with news or something that is not on their agenda, in their plan, not with a dot, an answer after, they do not follow us. It's dangerous. Nobody wants to surf on that flow because they don't know how. That's dangerous, and that makes us disconnected from those AI alignments, from those future outlooks, and everything we imagined. It's dangerous, and it's dull, and it's dark. So we go back to standards, go back to what we know, and the answers we already carry inside us. And this is the questions we're fighting. This is the futures we imagine but cannot translate to something valuable. And this is why some outlooks can be really, really dull. This is parts of the world, London there in one picture, underwater, which is very, very possible future. Not so desirable, but this is something that is happening right now. Here's just an end prototype of that, how that would look. Unfortunate one. But is this the end of it? Or are futures renewable resources? We know that they are, but how do we promote that idea outside? In the software business, we are not equally equipped to visualize and show and know the future, which is one of the missions in our teams, as I described it with them. It is a distributable, renewable resource that we need to actually show. This is the same city managed differently, visualized differently. People like you might agree or not agree that this is true, this is doable, but at least we have a discussion. Many people do not. They actually think the former picture is sad, but they don't live there, so they don't care. They are disconnected from this, from ChatGPT, or anything out there. They lose hope. However, everything that matters comes from a place of hope. Design is hope made visible. You know, we went to the moon. We made some fantastic progress out in space or anything. And we didn't do that because we were realistic or a little bit, yeah, who knows. We did that because we were naively positive about the future. That's necessary. It's something we need to be. Naively positive, childishly, playfully. We need the awe about the future, as you said. I don't know if you've been following this, and you might educate me on this better, but guess the material here. You see it's transparent, all of it. Wood, no? Yeah. Stockholm's University. Transparent wood. Anybody working with that? Any prototypes on that? No? This is aluminum, like the transparent aluminum in Star Trek. That's it. It's very tiny. It's very expensive. Nobody can use it. This is transparent glass. Maybe no surprise to you. But that is a piece of glass that is also a solar panel. Efficiency is around 8.1%, and it's extremely expensive, but it's progressing. I took that slide shot maybe 5 years ago. So imagine that piece being the same, but this big today. What does it mean for architecture? What does it mean for mobility? Virtual reality glasses that charge themselves, or any kind of sustainable discourse out there. What is the next frontier for architecture and development and building and the physicality of our world and virtuality of our world? I don't know if you find Caterpillar a very sexy company. Maybe you as architects or developers do, because they are pretty cool. They have cool machines. They have an agreement with Japanese government to make remote-controlled excavation machines that will be on the moon. You're nodding there. That's amazing. But just think about it. It's actually quite cool. It's cartoonishly, childishly cool. Now, yes, remote-controlled excavation machines on the moon. This is what the internet did with it immediately when that was announced. I don't know how many brands you recognize here. There's a couple. None of this is legal. Me probably showing this to you is not legal. But this is out there. Someone created this. Someone had the imagination and the tools and the liberation to put it on the internet. The creator's economy is something we talk about. This is something we look at. Because as SAP, we run 75% of the world's transactions through our systems. Economy is somehow connected to what we do, to technology, to the future, to the me and the we. And other people. This gentleman here, he owns every second hotel you stayed at. He's sort of the billionaire of hotels. 16 sunrises per day, can you imagine? You probably judge it as an architect as well. Is this good design? Is it design we need? Good questions. No answers given here, but that's what we do. Here's another outlook. We're mining asteroids for metals and minerals. 16 quadrillion British pounds is the Psyche mission worth. This is what we could excavate from one of those stones. Immediately, someone thought of cities around these asteroids that will host the people that will work there. Does it sound great? Would you like to live there? Would you like to be a miner in space like in any sci-fi movie? It might be cool. Might be a disaster for humanity. The worst job you ever had that you can never quit. And we need artists to tell us these stories. Artists like Gaudi. Artists, like two words you probably didn't expect to hear today, which is, well, it's not there. I won't say it now because we have children in the audience. But it's a Russian art collective that ends with riot. These people said that if we do not write the narrative of how we are going to explore the space, someone else will do. It will be a politician. It will be a financial player, an owner, that will tell us that we need more space rather than different space. And this is what you guys are experts in, creating different spaces. And that space is opening right now. That's the outer space outside us, and we have the space inside us. This is a Japanese vision that was about to be launched during Corona. They took it back. We are data, walking, talking, how I talk, how I smell, my gait, my voice, everything is data, can be recorded and given back. This gentleman walks into a restaurant. Before he did that, he recorded his data, his bodily fluids, to be honest, which is pretty gross, through this kit. And when he walks in, a 3D printed piece of sushi is given to him. Because according to his data, this is the data he needs to put back in his body. Because everything we are made of, everything in space, is made of very few elements, and those can be combined and 3D printed. He doesn't look happy though. Does it look tasty? Look at him. That's a tired gentleman. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, where is this future ending? Where is it going? What's our imagination? What are we shaping? What are our opinions and discourse? The white thing there, not the white thing there, but the white thing, it's grain of rice. The little thing, the computation there, compute, is actually a piece of compute. It's a computer. You can swallow it. It's like a grain of sugar. And I'm talking to neuroscientists. This is far away, but it is on the agenda. These things, that thing can measure your body pressure, temperature, and so on for a while, and radiate it to an app on your phone. Can it put data inside your body rather than only take the data out of your body? Maybe soon in the future it can. Connect through nanotechnology to your nervous system and teach you something. This is science fiction, obviously, but imagine this startup. Drink and learn. Spanish poetry and taekwondo in one drink in the morning. You can combine these two new skills during the day. How you combine them, I have no idea. But it is possible, imaginable in some kind of the many, many futures we are creating. And remember, if you think this is crazy, it will never happen. It's a technology that is there. Never in the human history has the significant technology just disappeared. It will be there. It will be taken up by someone in some way. What will you do with it? How are you designing, contributing, and architecting for those systems? That's the question we're asking in our labs, in our innovation centers. And we are in a hurry. Never in the human history has the present been so temporary. Science fiction is truly becoming science fact, literally and literally. Okay. Second chapter of 11 I have prepared today. 3 chapters, okay, 3. Me, we, technology. What relationships are we building? This is part of the crazy foresight, trends, mega, slow, and different kind of signals we observe out there. This is important because that builds a relationship to the future. What do people think is important out there? This is a survey, a large survey, 500,000 plus people. Here's some things I picked up that I find interesting. What is the value for the future? Well, our relationships are valuable to us, our belonging, our community. We heard that again from Vera and others in the panels. How do we belong in that nature? What is my personal responsibility as a designer, as a citizen, as an owner, as a financial big player? Where's my compassion? Which Bhutan brought into us when we were there on the learning journey. Compassion is a leadership style. It's not only a feeling. Where's our creativity and imagination? Where is your partner, business partner's imagination department? If they don't have one, you're talking to a wall. Maybe not, but you're talking maybe to an empty space that you need to create. And that's why it's so costly. It's why trust in each other and honesty, all these fantastic things. And there are movements in business that might help us to architect a different future. This is from Nordstrom, American company, clothes company. You're a new employee, and this is what they give you as a rule. Welcome to Nordstrom's. Use your good judgment in all situations. There will be no additional rules. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that fantastic to not give answers to everything? So we can start to build a relationship about the topics we are designing. You all lecture in some or another. You are professors or lecturers or mentors or mentees to each other. If you're not, you should be. What would you tell those kids? What to teach people to be relevant 10, 100, I don't know how long they will live even, years from now. We have no idea. That's an amazing answer. Not having an idea is the first step of, for example, art, science, and all the good discussions we ever had and will have, I think. That's a realization we try to put in a business philosophy, in this compassion of not knowing, but trying to learn from each other. And this is not only going for businesses in a small, like a personal team relationship. This is a big deal. We're moving from the profit hierarchical control, the systemic planning like Soviet Union once tried and failed miserably and keep everything private, to finding that common purpose that we can network and empower and experiment on together. That's the shift, where all the tools, the systemic, digital, analog, whatever, and social tools to find your purpose, to find the networks to empower each other. I think this is one of those gatherings, of one of those networks. Now, when you want to think long-term and innovate for the next 5, 10, or 15 years, there are basically no tools available, no principles, methods, and techniques. I tried to buy many of them from the consultancies out there, but they just give me back the standardized tools that we already use. Well, here's your financial plan, here's your roadmap. So we said we need to make our own. Here's one: validate, incubate, scale. You heard it from Silicon Valley. This is a startup mantra. Try a new idea, validate it, incubate it on some kind of minimal market, and scale it if it works. That's not innovation, sorry, that's operations, that's execution. It's over. We learned all we can from that kind of Silicon Valley. It goes to one side of the picture because we need a vision and foresight map to do what we need to do. This is to do the things right. So you're very efficient and effective in what you're doing. You're running very fast in a direction, but you don't know if that's the right direction. You can be doing very wrong things very, very effectively. So what are the right things to do? What is the future fabric? All the strange things that are out there. What are the narratives you will build? What are the strategic point of view that you have? First, then you have a strategy and game plan. One of my favorite philosophers, Schopenhauer, told us what talent is. And we've been discussing talent a little bit here during the last days and today as well at the conference. Talent hits the target no one can hit. You can take it economically. We have a target for a project, financial target, an architectural target. Who can do it the best? Who wins the project? Or a personal target. If you're talented, you hit that. But what is genius? And he said genius hits the targets nobody can see, nobody competes for, nobody has discovered. That's the genius. Maybe that's what Gaudi was. That kind of genius, seeing things differently. So that begs a question on that side of the story, the future fabric before your strategy. What narratives do you tell us? What do you see? Literally, what is your vision? And this is lacking in the business we see in a way that is a little bit disturbing. Not everywhere, but too much. And that's maybe why we are struggling in having conferences where we need to exchange the ways to talk to the folks, to explore a little bit more, ideate more before we do operations and decisions. Because we are schooled through the Industrial Revolution to take executive decisions to get our bonus. But those decisions is just repeatable results. We will talk about that. Third, last chapter. Me, we, and the technology we bring to this world is also a humanity we build, a social structure that comes out of that. We are becoming what we are creating. What kind of humanity and society do we take forward? We build tools. We've been doing this for a very long time. We talked about it yesterday. We saw a beautiful video scape out there. And we talked about how the hands on that wall were something of an expression for humanity. Science, innovation, imagination departments, art, and society used tools, the same tools that we used for pure utility: hunting, gathering, eating, and surviving. And design and engineering was born out of these tools in between. Fire, wheel, ChatGTP. It's basically that. Same. And the Bored Ape. Is it art? Is it utility? It's both. We don't know. We can discuss. But I'm worried that that little square I'm squaring in there, all the tools we're producing lately are belonging a little bit more on the utility. Survival, repetition, efficiency, effectiveness. Where are all the tools of curiosity, self-expression, experimentation, cultural tools that we produce and democratize, that give us purpose, tools for art, vision, tools for change, for everyone, not only for economy and finance. We measure finance and economy so well, but we have no idea how to appreciate imagination. That is a worry. Biased by the tools we made, is that what we are? Or are we becoming the tools we made? Making a tool fast makes you faster, but not necessarily more creative. It's easier to fix technology bias because we worry about it. Morals, built in the AI systems, they can be recoded. But changing a culture in a country takes decades, if not generations, once there. It's easier to fix text bias than the human bias. And we might become the tools we produced, the financial effectiveness. And we love it. This is why we are here, why its ability to be here and be well and be fed and be warm, sometimes at least. It's a cold winter here. Scalable efficiency, repeatable results, predictable outcomes. If you're good in delivering that, you will get rich. That's a promise. If you're really, really good at that. Scalable efficiency, standard efficiency, effectiveness, all that. But that is exactly a description of a computer program. If you do that, and the only thing you do is that, you can be automated. You can be replaced. That's a definition. That's the end of that story. And what we need is not only machine learning. We need something I call human-machine learning, or human-machine, human and machine symbiosis and intelligence. We need to learn from machines. Machines need to learn from us. Machine teaching might be a new occupation, a new culture. Symbiotic intelligence between the technology and the humanity, between me and you and everybody else. Because human creativity is not, adjusting margins in your Word document and you're really good at it, choosing a font. That's not work. That's not human. That can be, must be automated. Many of the jobs we have could be replaced. If they can, they shouldn't. Because if we can code them, they never have been human jobs. They have always been machine jobs, and the machines just waited to replace them so we can do something else. So, let's liberate the tools. Here's a history of tools. If we have historians in the room, I apologize because this is an enormous simplification. We're doing good on time. First, Industrial Revolution. Here's a steam machine. I own the machine. I show you what to do. I pay you. That's it. Process ownership. I own the tool. And you are the extension of that tool. And I pay you for that. It sounds terrible, but it actually birthed social, democratic societies, education, survival, roof over our heads. And that education led us to the next level, the expertise. Hey, I'm McKinsey. Here's what you can do if you meet or if you pay me. That's excellent. Now we are experts. The digital era came with that. Industrial Revolution, the standards of everything now are standards of knowledge. And I think we're entering a totally new era where tools should be liberated. Hey, here's a tool, and I can't wait what you will do with it. There's no instructions. That's the only rule. Here's a tool. Here's you. Go ahead. Play. Find awe. Find this emergent creativity and see what happens. That is not cool yet. Not in your accounting department. Not in your legal department. Very often. But this is what's happening. And we've been on this journey for quite a while. This productivity increase, but for human productivity. High value human tasks. You know what they are because you love to do them. The low value, repetitive human task, that's the bullshit jobs we talked about in the car the other day. Yeah. And they have been replaced since the 50s, manual, transactional work, and now we are in digital era. And now we're coming into the intelligent era. And I'm here to tell you we need to switch gears. We need to switch so we don't become the digital and transactional and manual tools, but very intelligent ones that feed the machines. Machines should be self-running so we can focus exploration, interactions, cognitive work. We must leave the manual and cognitive load and start focus on our passions, because only humans are really, really good in passions, imaginations, cultures, art, the crazy, ambiguous stuff, the stuff that doesn't have answers. And that's important. And I think people collaborating with learning systems is the future of creativity, expertise, and in the end, the future of work. That's Roman Lipski from Berlin, a friend, a painter. He paints to an AI. AI tries to paint like him. If he likes it, he paints like the AI, and they play ping pong with each other and paint with each other. Check him out. Very cool. And this is happening much more often than you think. Look, listen to this guy. To this guy. I'm going to shut this down. Is that the right attitude? Or should we have an attitude, oh, let's find out what more we can do? Or even better, how far can we take it? Is that the emerging creativity? Or is creativity dead with this? Of course, it's neither. It's not black and white. There is no answer. Why are you relevant 10 years from now? Not just because you are augmented with a female voice of your friend that you can sample on your iPhone for nothing. That will happen very soon. But if you can sing differently. You can make accounting, financial results. You can make architecture, mobility, manufacturing in supply chains faster and better and scale them efficiently and still have time to be creative. The ornamentation of life, the unnecessary, the beautiful, the poetry that we so desperately lacking in, for example, business. We do have that so many ways in our private lives, in the discovery of whatever we look at, in the nature, in the compassion, in the empathy that we share, but not really in the business, because business stole that from us in a way. Finance is running that because it's measurable, it has answers. But what would we do with it if we take it all the way far out? I don't know. This is obviously created by an AI on a prompt. And it is ornamentation with 3D printing, new technologies, and everything you can eat and swallow and become. That might be possible. The poetry, the ornamentation. I'm not saying that this is beautiful or necessary. I'm just saying it's possible. It's poetically available. And that's interesting. And people really hope for that. There are some that drive that kind of evolution to liberate the tools for you to liberate yourself as a human being. We've been hunting and gathering and Excel spreadsheeting forever. It's time to become human at last. Maybe we've never been human so far because we've been chased by lions and then by our financial results. And just a little bit glimpse of if you have build a new strategy to increase your recyclability of products in your portfolio within the next 6 months. This is a normal task. Anybody at work in an office will get. This is a hard task. What is our portfolio? What does it mean to recycle? Within 6 months, I don't know, we've had, what products do we have? Do we have a strategy? What's a new strategy? These questions takes weeks and teams to answer. ChatGPT and other tools can help us. Generative AI can generate exactly that for that lady. And she can feed that and be augmented, ornamented maybe, with these things, so she can start to ornament her recyclable, sustainable future. She is now the author of a future rather than consumer of it, like if it was sugar soda given to her. Drink this and you will be well. And also you get a bonus. And she can always complain, oh, it was the system. I won't go into a demo of this because these tools are standardized and they run perfectly and they are designed to do one thing. But people are beautifully different. Look at this. Look at these two products and how they are used here. Isn't that amazing? By the way, look at the tail of the dog. That's your KPI. That's the OKR, happiness index. Mm-hmm. And by the way, she will be your boss very, very soon. And she will use the systems and she will complain, where are the tools for me? So we can be together through technology, be humanity. I'm not a persona or a function. I'm a person. I'm an individual. Do you feel compassion for me? Where's the tool for compassion and creativity? So I can be like, normal people. Everybody can be themselves. So what is the smartest app in the world in the end? Well, it's the one that makes you, specifically and only you, of 10 billion people, just a little bit smarter. And this is our vision. Humans and machines in empathic symbiosis. That's it. Across those worlds. Inner world, outer world, in space, in VR, XR, whatever you want. By the way, can you spot who of these persons, they're supposed to be professionals, who is a real human here? A real one. That's the right answer. There's no one there. I'm the only real human on stage. All of them are automatically generated. Look pretty darn good, no? That's it. That's where we headed. And we need to start to build up from the ground differently. I work for an IT company, but data is everything we do. We talked about data becoming production data, architectural data, getting that data out to reality. That's content. We love data because it can become information. We design it to be knowledge and then maybe wisdom. We create features and we put them in products. We serve them to a market and that market creates a relationship. That's a design. We design relationships. That's what we do. And every design creates a behavior. Behaviors create communities. We behave in similar ways. Communities create societies. Societies create politics. Design is deeply, deeply political. That's what you are, politicians, philosophers, and designers at the same time. That's the accountability and responsibility we have. That's the collective intelligence of that future. Now, I didn't work for SAP all my life, and you need to be very, very unreasonable from time to time. There we go. I will spare you the rest. It's our old band. That's what we did. We were punk rockers because the music played at that time was so reasonable. It was terribly, terribly standardized and normal. And you know what? I don't know who said it, but the reasonable human adapts to the world around her. You walk into a place, oh, that's the place, well, let's look and around and be like that place, like the people. Let's standardize myself. Let's become the tool of the tools that made us. Therefore, all progress is logically the result of a little bit unreasonable people. The ones that think like Gaudi, for example. And that's important, how to be unreasonable, but liberated to be so, to not become the tool that is created. I spoke to a banker. This is the last story I have for you today. To a banker once. She was a mighty, or is a mighty CEO of a European bank. And we had a workshop, 3-4 hours. So it was a deep dive in all the craziness. You just saw a glimpse, a vernissa of right now. And she said, Martin, She actually stood up like a gorilla, like a silverback. Martin, in her Chanel dress. This is chaos. I said, what do you mean? Well, I'm a bank. We are a bank. We are in the business of stability. And that's quite poetic for a banker to say, I would say, right? Are in the business of stability. The condition of being stable, in equilibrium, resistant to change. How can anybody be resistant to change? Have you met anybody that is truly resistant to change? If you're resistant to change, you're dead. You don't exist. You don't change. And if you're resistant to change, you might just slowly fade away. So what is the opposite to stability? Resilience. Resilience means that whatever change comes your way, you'll stay the same. Maybe. That's one. Anti-fragile is Talib's description. I think it's the creative, emergent evolution. Change is the opposite to stability. We are managing change. That's our job. We are creating the futures. We are creating the history of our own future. Okay, which continent is this music written on? Who is the composer? It's an AI, exactly. You're learning very, very fast. It's a trick question and the last one. And I think that tells us something. It's beautiful. And we can build on it. We can make it even more beautiful. We can just enjoy it. It's distorted like hell, but anyway. And I think knowing that the future is a natural resource, we just need to democratize and distribute the tools for everyone to be a participant rather than a speculator in it, to be an author rather than a consumer of the future, given to you, like it or not. Then we maybe actually can design a future that me and we want to live in. And I'll leave you with a poem that I don't know who wrote, and I don't know when or where it was written, but I like it. You're a ghost driving a meat-coated skeleton made from stardust, riding a rock, hurtling through space. So fear nothing. Thank you very much.
와우, 역시나 예상했던 대로 에너지 아릭하고 정말 패션이 넘치는 네 마지막 기조 연설 우리 마르틴에게 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다, 여러분. 아, 정말 하루가 다 이렇게 가버렸는데요. 정말 다음에 오실 때는 이틀 예약하시고 와 주셔야 될 것 같습니다. 아, 오늘 우리 연설 또는 토론 혹은 이렇게 마지막까지 기조연설로 함께해 주셨던 많은 분들의 건축가 또 학자, 교수님들 이름들을 다 기억해 주셨으면 좋겠어요. 이분들을 정말 한자리에 모실 수 있는 그런 영향력 있는 오늘 또 이 주최 측의 노고와 헌신이 없었더라면 정말 이룰 수 없었던 그런 자리였으니 말이죠. 자, 마지막으로 제가 랩업을 하기 전에 몇 가지 좀 빠진 부분에 대해서 언급을 좀 하겠습니다. 데니엘, 우리 데니엘 분께서는 좀 아까 패널 중에 한 분으로 참석해 주셨는데요. 저희가 미처 언급을 하지 못한 부분이 있어요. 가우디 건축기법의 연구 분야의 저명한 건축학자, 또 구조 설계 기술 권위자로서 또 그 명성이 위대합니다. 앞으로도 활동적인 멋진 모습 기대하겠습니다. Thank you for your participation today as one of the panel. 그리고 오늘 또 다른 토론의 사회자로서 그 위력을, 실력을 유감없이 발휘해준 우리 멋진 분이 계시죠. 바로 우리 소피아 암블랙처크. Thank you for your great role as one of the moderators. 가우디 디자인 혁신 연구소의 리더이자 가우디 재단 크리에이티브의 디렉터로서 활동을 또 해주고 계십니다. 자, 오늘 공예의 어떤 표본의 시작을 바탕으로 해서 건축과 디자인이 어떤 영향을 우리 사회에 미치는지, 또 아직 소개되지 않은 미공개 건축물, 가우디의 그런 건축물들이 어떻게 현대의 신기술들과 융합되어져서 접목되어지는지, 또 가우디와 역사적인 만남을 이루었던 우리 구엘 그 발걸음을 우리가 같이 함께 걸어가 볼 수가 있었습니다. 지금 우리 가우디 재단과 함께 구엘 재단 함께 그 지속적인 지원을 통해서 많은 역사적인 일들이 또 꿈꿔지고 있는데요. 우리 오늘 대표님 옆에 와 계시는데요. 실질적으로 D-드라이브의 우리 함슬 대표님 지금 보이지 않는 곳에서 또 애써주고 계시고요. HA 우리 여기 김동 대표님 계시는데요. 제가 초반부터 언급을 했습니다. 언급을 했던 이유 중에 하나가 이 자리에 오시고자 많은 분들이 애써주셨는데 실제 다 모실 수가 없고 또 그렇게 또 다 참관할 수 없는 자리였어요. 그럼에도 지금 이 영상을 통해서 많은 분, 전 세계적으로도 이 유산과도 같은 영상이 널리 펼쳐질 겁니다. 다름이 아닌 우리 HA 파트너스 대표이사 우리 김동 대표님께서 지금 자리해 주고 계시는데 그래요? 네. 우리 이 카이스트 출신 벤처인들의 모임, 네. 모임에 또 저대한 노력을 통해서 이 기록적인 자리들이 함께 치러질 수 있었다라는 점, 이 자리를 통해서 다시 한번 감사의 인사를 전합니다. 사회자인 제가 이렇게 또 칭찬을 해드려야지. 네, 네, 감사를 드리고요. 따라서 우리 가우디 Knowledge Association, 칼로스 우리 프레젠턴트에게 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 전하고요. Thank you, Maria Guel, for your great participation as well. 마지막으로 제가 전해드리고 싶은 말씀은 Lastly, I have one comment to you guys that as I share with Maria Guel earlier in our conversation, your job might be ordinary to you guys. 그동안 해왔던 일들이 모두 다 평생 해왔던 일들이기 때문에 우리 건축자분들에게는 똑같은 일상이네라고 생각하실 수가 있지만 but for us, it's a new heartbreaking, right? So 기억해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. It might be hard road for you guys to walk. But keep doing it for us so that we can change the way we think and the way we walk. 어떻게 생각하고 어떻게 사고하는지의 전환. 가우디가 그 수십 년, 아니 수백 년 전에 많은 분들의 영감을 불러일으키고 또 다른 격려와 용기가 되어 주었던 것처럼 우리 많은 건축가 여러분들께서 앞으로 살아갈 다음 제너레이션, 다음 세대를 위해서 또 다른 획기적인 기폭제가 될 것이라고 생각합니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 감사드립니다. 오프닝 세레모니의 마지막 장식을 이어가면서 멘트.
네, 감사하고요. 마지막은 저희 정말 수고해 주신 가우디 재단의 알렉스를 불러보겠습니다. 알렉스, come here.
Okay, hello everyone. That's it. That's here ends the Gaudi World Congress. Okay. First of all, I would like some special thank yous to everyone, to all the technical team, because it's amazing. The translators, please, we can clap to them, because they've done an amazing job. It's not easy. Like 3 days ago, I read that it's one of the third most stressing job to do. So that's it. And also thank you, of course, all the speakers and everyone for coming here, also especially for taking the time, the dedication, and sharing your knowledge with us, because it's been amazing. And I would also like to thank, of course, the Moon Labs, of course, also our incredible host of the event. Thank you. And also our organizers, the Moon Labs, D-Drive, and AHA partners who have made all of this possible these 3 days. I know all of you are very tired, so I'm going to be really short. After this, we have the after party, okay? There's going to be a lot of wine, which I know some of you are expecting it. Exactly. This has been the most dense stuff, but now we have some time to talk, to be relaxed, and to just enjoy, okay? The Moon Labs have organized an amazing party, so we are expecting all of you there. And just to wrap it up, I would like to tell you what are the next steps, or what are we going to focus right now from the Gaudi Knowledge Association, the next projects we have in the horizon. One of the, I don't know, some of you know about this, but for the last 6 or 7 years, we've been investigating and putting a lot of work into disseminating and kind of exploring Gaudi's way of thinking, why he was the genius that he was, and how he was able to re-understand everything and create a whole new concept. and not only from the architecture and design point of view, but also like what are the clues to be such an incredible creative leader? You know, how to manage teams, how to be able to understand nature not only from a materialistic point of view, but from a human nature also, because that's the amazing part of him. And for the last six years, we've been investigating this, testing it with amazing partners and companies such as the design teams and innovation teams in Google and in Microsoft, in Baidu. It's been a really long and an amazing journey. And also with universities, the design studio, the design school of Stanford, the University of León, University of Barcelona. And we think we are ready to bring to the world like what's Gaudi's way of thinking and be able to inspire everyone to think like him. And that's why in the next months we will launch a new project. It's the Gaudi Institute of Design and Innovation. Okay, and we will focus on its like next chapter to get everyone to really learn about the ways of thinking and the ways of approaching Gaudi. Also, the other part is we want to get into helping companies and helping people to design Gaudi-inspired designs and constructions. We think that we always say a phrase which is like, what would be the world if for the last 100 years everyone had designed and built like Gaudi? And that would be amazing. How would be cities? How cities would be shaped? And that's something we want to approach. And also, one of the things we want to start is we want to lead the construction of the unbuilt projects of Gaudi, like the hotel attraction, for example, because we think that these marvelous projects should be constructed and seen by everyone. So that's going to be the focus from this Congress, and that's one of the two main reasons for this Congress and from gathering all of you together was to start this with the objective that by 2026, which is 100 years of the death of Gaudi, and of course there's going to be a Sagrada Familia, hopefully will be finished, but we don't know. It's a mystery, but we want to focus on that for the next years, and we hope that with partners such as the partners we did here in Korea, we're going to make this happen. So thank you all of you for coming, and now we can go and enjoy in the party. Thank you very much to all of you.
So everyone, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your offers. Yeah, finally, let's take a picture up there. Okay, go.